QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Collectors! Railroad Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Railroad Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to RailroadCardShow.com. That's RailroadCardShow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got a 9-4 win last night in large part due to a couple of firsts. Lou James Groover got his first MLB home run, and Mitch Bratt, his first major league start, only gave up one run in just 54 pitches. Ryan Thompson, Jonathan Loizaga, Taylor Clark, and Dre Jamieson would hold it down from there. And the Snakes have a chance to take 3 of 4 from the Cardinals today. Zack Gallon gets the start, and first pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after the Phoenix Suns traded back into the first round to take Koa Pete, here was general manager Brian Gregory on the fit with the Suns.
Going to be a great fit for us. You know, we talk about the Suns' DNA. We talk about doing things the Suns' way. And when you have a kid like Koa coming in, you know there's just a great fit.
Pete was the Suns' only pick in this year's draft. They did sign Nebraska guard Sam Hoiberg as an undrafted free agent last night. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. Is today Thursday? All right, I just got to make sure because
I know it is.
Because as I said before the show began today, I had myself one loser like of a day yesterday.
What a loser.
Got home from doing this radio show, wrote a column on Koa Pete, filed the column, said I'm going to lie down for a minute. 3 hours later, I woke up.
Wait, that's how you describe a loser day? I really need to re-examine things.
Reading his diary.
Again, you lose 3 hours in the middle of an afternoon to a long nap. You feel like, okay.
But Dan, you've got to listen to your body.
Were you able to sleep last night?
Yes, I was able to get back to sleep last night.
That's loser behavior.
That's what I'm saying. Then I lost to file a very, very funny story that I wanted to bring up. You know that I always like these superfluous studies, people who put a lot of research into very obvious studies. Okay. There is a report in Scientific Reports that says they studied hundreds of thousands of songs from 1960 to 2023, and they are reporting a serious moral decline in lyrics.
Yeah, I could have told you that.
That's my point. They allocated all this research, all of those thousands of gallons of water you take to run AI, and they're spitting out this. That the moral depravity in music has been on the rise in recent years.
There's far less songs these days about taking your sweetheart to the malt shop.
If you look at the 60s, Build Me Up Buttercup, Sugar Sugar, Hello Mutta, Hello Fada.
Well, yeah.
That's one of your favorites, I know,
Greetings
Jared.
from camp.
Right.
Alan Sherman.
Yes.
Itsy bitsy teeny weeny little polka dot bikini.
Itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini.
That's what it is. I knew it was something like that.
That was probably so scandalous at the time. Are you kidding me?
It probably was.
Are they singing about a two-piece bathing suit? What is the world coming to? These damn kids.
It is weird, though. If you listen to a lot of 50s and 60s music, which I do, it is... You couldn't even imagine songs being that... I don't even know what the phrase is, but like... Vacant isn't the right word, but vacuous, just like...
Yeah.
So simple. And it's hard to believe, but that was only 70 years ago, but... That type of music was brand new at the time.
Yes.
So it didn't have to be deep and...
But they focused on frivolity, basically.
A lot of love, a lot of novelty songs.
There was one emotion that they talked about.
Yeah.
Well, two. Like love and happiness.
Yeah, that's it.
And then somebody wrote a breakup song and changed the whole thing.
Changed the whole world.
Although they did. That's the funny thing, is they were either love songs, they weren't breakup songs, but there were songs about your teenage crush dying.
Yeah,
like Teen Angel or Where Can My Baby Be?
Yeah.
Like
I wonder what song was the first to really push the limits lyrically. Because you mentioned the polka dot bikini, whatever that is. You mentioned that. I wonder if there was one that
at what
really kind of shocked the Puritans.
At what point did the drugs get introduced into rock and roll?
That's a good point. 70s?
No,
it was 60s.
Late 60s, Woodstock? Okay.
It was probably in the 50s, quite honestly.
Okay.
Right.
All right, whatever. Start the show, Jarrett.
Maybe My Ding-a-Ling?
The Splash.
You might be right.
The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Chuck Berry was squeaky clean.
That was his only #1 hit.
Never touched anything. D-backs exploded for 6 runs in the 4th inning on their way to a 9-4 shellacking of the St. Louis Cardinals at Busch Stadium. Tommy Troy's RBI single scored Corbin Carroll to tie the game at 1-1. Ildemaro Vargas followed with an RBI double. The next hitter, Lou James Groover, connected on a 2-run shot off Matthew Liberatore's first big league home run. And Ketel Marte immediately followed that up with a solo blast to center to cap the inning scoring. Mitch Bratt started, went 3 innings in his big league debut, allowed just 2 hits and a run while striking out 3. D-backs have a chance to take 3 of 4 in the conclusion of that series tonight, weather permitting at Busch Stadium. Zack Gallon on the mound, fresh off of one of the roughest outings of his career last Saturday in Phoenix against the Twins. St. Louis going with right-hander Michael McGreevy. First pitch again set at 4:45. All the coverage here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with the D-backs BP show at 4 o'clock. We'll have some reaction to that. Some roster moves made yesterday as well prior to the game. D-backs optioned Cole Drake to AAA Reno to make room for last night's starter, Brett. The team also reinstated veteran first baseman Carlos Santana from the injured list and immediately designated him for assignment. Santana hasn't played in a big league game since April 5th when he left a win over the Braves with a strained right adductor muscle. Suffered a setback in his rehab in May. Looks like the end for Santana in Arizona, and it amounted to 2 hits and 24 at-bats over 8 games.
Oh, boy.
Hey, $1 million per hit there.
That's not a bad ratio.
Wow. Well, listen, this is threatening to go down as one of the dumber maneuvers for the Diamondbacks when they chose Carlos Santana plus Pavin Smith over Paul Goldschmidt, who signed for $4 million.
Mm-hmm. Who just hit his, I think,
who just went deep
home run last
twice
night
against Tarek Skubal.
Tarek had some issues.
Tarek had some groin issues yesterday.
Something was going on.
He might have been in a crabby mood, if you get my drift.
Speaking of,
he had some issues. He really did.
He couldn't get his Scooble in place.
I'm thinking of a Chuck Berry song.
NBA draft second round went down last night. Suns did not maneuver back into the second round after working to draft Koa Pete from Arizona on Tuesday night with the final pick of the first round. Some notable players to get their names called last night. BYU sharpshooter Richie Saunders to Memphis at 32. Purdue point guard Braden Smith, the man who broke Bobby Hurley's all-time NCAA assist record, ends up staying in Indiana with the Pacers after being picked by Chicago at number 38. Toronto Raptors selected Arizona guard and Big 12 Player of the Year Jaden Bradley with the 50th overall selection. Suns did make a maneuver. They did get undrafted free agent Sam Hoiberg.
So Wildcats went 10, 30, and 50?
Yes, and Toby Awaka signed with the Bulls.
I think he's going to have a good career.
I think he could make that roster for sure.
He's a weird in-between size for the NBA.
He is. But man, can he rebound. Lakers guard Austin Reeves staying put as he agrees to a 4-year, $185 million contract with the team ahead of free agency. Now the richest contract in NBA history for an undrafted player. Reeves averaged a career-high 23.3 points per game for the Lakers during the 2025-26 season. Only able to play in 51 games in the regular season, but the Lakers went 36-15 in those games.
Yeah, we discussed briefly, does this mean the end of LeBron in L.A.? Not necessarily. That contract that Austin Reeves just signed doesn't begin until next year. So the Lakers still have money if they want to pay LeBron for 1 year, if they choose to do it.
That is true. There was a story on ESPN. I snipped it and I put it on Twitter yesterday. Reps from Lakers ownership and their front office met with Reeves and his agent at the team's practice facility, where they had several personal touches for the guard, including personalized AR initialed pillows and his favorite country music.
Wow.
Me and Austin Reeves would be good friends.
You like monogram pillows there?
Golf and country music.
Trade going down last night in the NBA. The Pistons sent big man Isaiah Stewart to the Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. In football, Detroit Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold facing multiple felony charges after he was arrested Wednesday in Tampa, Florida, in connection with a robbery and kidnapping in early February. Tampa police previously arrested 6 other individuals involved in a targeted armed robbery that took place shortly after midnight February 4th, during which 3 men were pistol whipped, held at gunpoint, and robbed, according to police. Arnold's camp denying the whole thing. Mercury got a win in Indiana over the Fever, 111-109. Kalia Copper, 28 to lead Phoenix. Alyssa Thomas, 24 points, 8 assists, and 1 fist to the neck of Caitlin Clark, who left the game in the second half with a back injury and did not return. Mercury continue their road trip Saturday in Toronto against the Tempo. That game is at 11 a.m. Busy day on the World Cup schedule on Wednesday. Bosnia-Herzegovina beat Qatar 3-1 to advance to the knockout stage. They will likely face Team USA. Switzerland topped Canada 2-1 with the Swiss winning Group B. Canada moving on as well. Morocco handled Haiti 4-2. Brazil waxed Scotland.
Oh, of course they did.
Behind 2 goals from Vinny Jr., my new favorite player. Mexico cruised past Czechia 3-0, and South Africa slipped past South Korea 1-0. USMNT will play its final Group D match today against Turkey at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. Star attacker Christian Pulisic declared himself ready to play in the group finale. He left the team's opening game against Paraguay with a calf injury on June 12th. That game gets started at 7 o'clock on Fox and Telemundo. 5 other matches today. Curacao versus Ivory Coast in Philly. Germany facing Ecuador in New Jersey. Japan and Sweden in Arlington. Tunisia taking on the Netherlands in Kansas City. And the 2 other teams in Group D, Paraguay and Australia, battle for a spot in the knockouts in Santa Clara at 7 o'clock. There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, June 25th. Coming up next, Suns got their man in the NBA draft. So what happens next this summer for our basketball team? We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch.
Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know it is great to be number one, and that's what you get from my friends at Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance, your home for the ultimate driving machine. Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's a rarity in today's corporate automotive world, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience, and that's because from Ted Chapman all the way down to the certified technicians in their service centers, everything they do, next level red carpet elite. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, so pick a location, take a test drive, then get your hookup. Ask for General Manager Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Hey, it's Wolf. Now that the NBA draft has come and gone, what changes to the roster still need to be made? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Regarding today, we just didn't see anything or have an opportunity that we felt was good enough to make any moves. Obviously, a lot of activity during the day, exhausting every opportunity, every option that we had. But at the same time, we felt very, very comfortable with where our roster is and with the young man that we drafted yesterday, that we're in a very good place.
General Manager Brian Gregory of the Phoenix Suns, after the draft wrapped up last night, on why they did not move back into the second round. I know why. Because the second round of the NBA draft is boring
El
as
sucko,
hell.
as Jared would say. Yeah, I was. You mentioned that in passing yesterday, that the NBA draft does not need to be a 2-day event. Man, was it lost in the sporting consciousness yesterday. You know, if you were flipping through, if you're watching baseball or World Cup, and there's the NBA draft going on, and it's like, wow, talk about a low wattage production.
I'm trying to figure out, though, does that make it better or worse? Instead of making it one long thing where they have the second round right after the first round, to have a full day where you just don't need to worry about it and focus all on the first round, is that a better move by the NBA to do that?
Well, you know, Commissioner Adam Silver's got to get back to his coffin at some point.
Right.
You can't risk the sun coming up.
No, that's true. Maybe that's why they do it that way.
I mean, that's why. I mean, literally, the way they ended round one, I still can't get over it.
I know. Well, we were especially tuned into that because it wound up being the Suns' pick.
You're right. Well, that's true. That's exactly accurate. So I'm with you. There was not a lot there in day 2 of the NBA draft. Even following it was difficult. Player gets selected and he's traded somewhere, and right? There was a lot of jumping around from teams.
Look, we've been complaining about it for years. Others are complaining about it. Nobody likes it. Everybody hates the methodology they use in announcing trades and things like that. It makes it impossible to track for the fans to. I mean, sometimes the graphics aren't right on the screen. It's a nightmare for everybody. So hopefully the noise gets loud enough and it seeps into the coffin so that the commissioner can hear it and they can make changes to it moving forward. The NBA draft, I've said this, it used to be one of my favorite days on the sporting calendar because of a lot of changes in college basketball, eligibility, transfer. College basketball is harder to follow. This first round was, I think, a good watch. There was a lot of recognizable players that went. There was not a lot. Last night was for the diehards. It was... We dare you to keep watching because it's a boring It's a boring program.
It does make it more exciting that the Suns draft traded into the first round, so we didn't have to pretend to be interested in the 47th pick.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's true.
But I think also the fact that the Suns got Koa Pete, a player of some renown, people who had seen him in the Final Four. It was also an example of how deep the draft was in the first round. That if you could get a guy like Koa Pete at 30 overall, then that's the sign of a pretty deep draft. Now, let's hope the player turns out to be exactly that. Not everybody is as happy about this as we happen to be. I also think a lot of the grading of Koa Pete is missing the context of what the Suns gave up to get him and where he was selected.
Yeah, there's that. Brian Gregory had press availability last night. You heard from some of that. But he also talked about how excited the team is to have Koa Pete as part of the fold.
Really excited about yesterday and the opportunity to bring Koa into our organization, onto our team, someone that we had targeted and really felt good about and was hoping for the opportunity to bring him in. And when it presented itself, we were able to make the moves necessary to do that. So going to be a great fit for us. You know, we talk about the Suns DNA. We talk about doing things the Suns way. And when you have a kid like Koa coming in, you know there's just a great fit, brings everything that's important to us, high character, highly talented, you know, great competitor, great winner, and maybe that winning piece is the thing that was so important to us. 4 state championships, 4 gold medals representing the U.S. on different levels. Obviously did a great job this year as a freshman at Arizona with, I think, school record 36 wins, gets him to the Final Four. Most outstanding player in the West Regional. Every big game in that, 21 in the Sweet 16 game, 21 in the Elite 8 game, double-double in the Final Four game. I can go on, but the most important thing is when we look at what we want to constantly draft and bring into our organization, Koa Pete has all of it.
Yeah, and look, we're going to get more into Koa Pete as the show goes on. And, he's part of the future now for the Phoenix Suns. But in the immediate future for the Suns, the draft is over. We are days away from free agency starting up. There might be a lot of really big names on the move via trade and roster construction.
Yeah.
Right now, and I'm not digging my heels in on this, but right now, it seems like the Phoenix Suns are very content to have a roster that looks a lot like last year's roster.
Sure feels that way, Vinny.
It does.
And I wonder as well if the idea of committing themselves to player development, I wonder if that's maybe overblown. I wonder if they're going to continue to slow roll some of these young guys because we talk about the Grayson Allen and the Royce O'Neal pieces. We all assume they want to balance the roster. We all assume they want to give more rotational minutes to some of these young guys. But I do think that they're kind of addicted to the glow of last year. That it was a very satisfying turn of events for everybody over there last year, even as poorly as the season may have ended. And I wonder if they really think, hey, let's give this one more shot. Let's really explore what we had last year.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And look, whether or not you want to put credence in that or you want to believe in that philosophy, that is up to you. But part of that thinking, if that is indeed the thinking, and maybe the Suns are playing things close to the vest, but the thinking might be, there's no way we can be that injured again.
Maybe.
There's no way Jalen Green is going to miss 60 games or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it was less than that, 50. There's no way Mark Williams is going to hit the wall again if he's indeed back after he's a restricted free agent. But right now, it just seems like that. Like
I agree with you. Yeah,
the Jalen Green possibility of him being a Phoenix Sun for year 2 seems very strong right now.
I tend to get those same kind of vibes. I don't agree with it, but again, I don't have a better option of who they could trade him for, realistically.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
A big NBA trade just happened.
Yes.
Not involving the Suns, but the Charlotte Hornets are trading LaMelo Ball.
Wow.
To the Minnesota Timberwolves. For Naz Reid, a 2033 unprotected first-round pick, and 3 first-round pick swaps.
Wow!
That's a big trade.
That is...
Wow.
I did not expect to hear the name Naz Reid thrown out there.
Yeah, getting moved from Minnesota where he's beloved by the fan base.
They just traded Julius Randle.
They did.
Supposedly to free up more time for Naz Reid.
Supposedly...
Who's the most popular player in that market.
Well, that didn't take... That went from, like, the first time you even heard rumors about LaMelo Ball was like last night and traded this morning.
Wow.
So 3 first-round pick swaps and a first-round unprotected pick and Naz Reid for LaMelo Ball and Josh Green.
Former U of A Wildcat, Josh
Well,
Green.
listen,
Don't forget.
we speculated at the end of the playoffs last year that something is off with the Timberwolves. Something was off with Anthony Edwards and the way he got into that huddle and congratulated, the Spurs with 8 minutes
to go
in the game,
yeah.
That something was off, that was Anthony Edwards' way of saying, I'm not just surrendering this game, but I'm dapping you up to show everybody all is not well over here.
Yeah, that's a huge trade.
That really is.
We'll have some reaction to that as the show goes on, too.
The West gets better.
Well,
maybe.
I don't know.
West gets different.
I don't know. The West gets goofier.
Listen, there's nobody goofier than LaMelo Ball. Nobody.
Coming up next is the D-backs offense finally turning it around for good. Good signs last night in St. Louis. We'll get into them. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata this morning at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Oh, summer, pool time, baseball games, triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Murata. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems, like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com, cahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Looking for a smarter place to grow your money? In honor of National Arizona Day, Global Credit Union is offering 4.8% APY when you transfer funds to an 18-month global certificate account. It's a limited time offer, June 22nd through 26th only. Come see us and take the next step toward a more certain financial future. Find your nearest branch at globalcu.org. New deposits only. Money cannot be transferred from an existing global account. Annual percentage yield APY 4.8%. Rate applies to a $500 minimum deposit for 18 months, valid June 22nd through 2026.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
How do you make the world's biggest soccer tournament all yours? Easy. Kalshi. Let there be soccer, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau. Speaking of the U.S. Open, and remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position right now. Group stage, at last check, one of the favorites, Spain, is trading at 17% to win the cup, meaning a $100 trade pays out nearly $550. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit, APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs behind a big 6-run fourth inning were able to get a 9-4 win yesterday. Tommy Troy, Lou James Groover, and Drip Vargas all had 2 RBIs in the win. And the Snakes, with a chance to win the series in St. Louis today, will send a Zack Gallon to the mound in need of a good start. First pitch will be at 4:45, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after general manager Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns moved into the first round to take Koa Pete, here was Brian Gregory on what they love about Pete's game.
Is his ability to make quality plays off that dribble as well. Not just get to the basket, not just have his head down. He's got an unbelievable feel for the game.
And tonight, the United States will wrap up their group play against Turkey. Kickoff will be at 7 o'clock tonight. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text Galaxy to 620-620.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marotta talk D-backs baseball now.
Yeah, D-backs get a win last night in St. Louis. 9-4 the final at Busch Stadium. And finally, Vic, the big headline.
Yeah.
5 hits with runners in scoring position. 5 for 16 for the game.
Right.
Shade under 333. You'll take that.
Yep.
Big fourth inning where they score 6 runs, back-to-back home runs by Groover and Marte. Is this? I'm not willing to say it's turned around. It's a one-game sample.
No, that would be silly. You also have to say that as much as you want to give them credit for a job well done throughout the lineup yesterday, it was a buttoned-up win. They were facing a starting pitcher who is really on the struggle bus. You ask Cardinal fans, Matthew Liberatore has been a gas can recently. So
Yes.
this might be something as simple as that. As if to prove my point, yesterday during that big inning, the pitching coach went out, was talking to Matthew Liberatore, like giving him instructions. The very next pitch, after the guy goes back in the dugout, he hangs a meatball to LeJames Groover, who just belts it for his first career home run. And then Ketel Marte follows up with a home run. That dude is terrible. So but props to the Diamondbacks, but I'm holding off on that. Did they turn the corner? Now, I will say this. If you can win 3 out of 4 games in the city that invented the sport of baseball.
Yes, good omen.
You can spin that to, okay, we've got back on the rails again.
Right now, it's just the city that invented tarps off.
Right? So, but again, taking 3 of 4 in the city of St. Louis looks good on the resume. Regardless of who's playing, regardless of whatever conditions there are, it's a step in the right direction.
Cardinals were doing well this year.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that's one of those cities that has got a certain reputation.
And notoriously, the Diamondbacks have stunk in St. Louis.
And they've had their issues there, yes. And so I think today, if they do play this baseball game, I do think that this is a little mini crossroads. And I hate to be such a drama queen with this baseball team because I feel like I've been that way for a couple of weeks now. But I'm very unsettled watching this team. I watch them some nights and I go, this ain't it. This team is not going to do anything.
I feel the same way.
You're going to feel that all year, but they're also going to go on the road to a team like the Cardinals and win 3 out of 4 all year. That's why I don't think they're ever going to fall like a huge slump and lose like 12 in a row and fall 10 games under 500. I think they're going to hover around 3 to 4 games above 500, back to 500. I think that's what this team is making because they're talented enough not to go into long losing streaks,
right? But
maybe not deep enough overall and consistent enough.
I agree with what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense. But I also think there's a real awkward juxtaposition happening here. I think the Diamondbacks made it very clear, hey, if we just hang around 500, if we just stay in the race until reinforcements come, that is our strategy. Okay. And they're on a base level, they're accomplishing that strategy. But this hovering around 500 for 3 consecutive seasons, it's wearing the fan base out. At least it's sucking some of the real hope out of them. At this point in time in 2023, the Diamondbacks were 16 games over 500. They were making it pretty clear that they might have something here. They've been a 500 team ever since, with a couple of very bad ends to seasons of great opportunity. And I think even though you can make an argument that, hey, they're hanging in there just like they were hoping they would, I think it's taken a toll on the fan base. And I think the all-star balloting of Corbin Carroll is Exhibit A.
I think that's a good point. People always say being in the middle, mediocrity is the worst place to be stuck in. And that's for a single season. When you're on your 3rd season of it, it can get a little tiresome.
That's it.
There's no doubt.
That's it.
Torey Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, talked about that 4th inning being exactly what the doctor ordered for a slumping offense. Trust me. He did.
I think our guys capitalized on it. We built an inning early. It didn't score, and we just stayed with it. So the 6th run, I think it was the 4th, was a good moment for this ball club. We've been used to seeing those things happen, and I think last night was definitely a catalyst for these good results today.
Yep, and we mentioned James Groover getting his first major league home run. He broke it down.
I was really just looking for something over the plate. He struck me out my first AB, slider, cutter, and then I watched the heater. And I think that pitch was really in the exact same spot as the heater was, but it ended up being a cutter. So I was really just looking for a heater, really just right down the middle, over the heart of the plate. and it ended up being a cutter, and I was able to adjust to it. I think I hit it off the end a little bit, honestly. It was a good swing, but I wouldn't say it was my best pull. And like I said, I was really looking for a heater, and I said it was a cutter. I ended up being a little bit out in front of it. And it wasn't a complete sweet spot swing, but it was good enough.
Look, it's a time-honored tradition in Major League Baseball. You hit your first Major League home run, you know exactly what's coming, even though it's probably still uncomfortable. And that is when you get back to the dugout, you're getting the silent treatment. But what happens when the silent treatment is happening, and then your teammate who's following you in the order goes deep?
So I came in, I dived up a couple people in there. Some people started avoiding me. Okay, silent treatment. Couple pitches go by, they all jump on me. We look up, Cattell hits a homer. And we're like, okay. So then we did it again. We ended up giving Cattell the silent treatment as well. But I think it was a little different. You know, he's hit plenty of homers in his career. So it makes it a little funny. But I think that's it's baseball. You know, we have fun while we do it.
It's one of my favorite
I like this
things.
kid. Yeah, no, I like this kid's vibe. And I do think that's a way to get people, I think, back engaged with this team if they do kind of commit to some more of these young guys and if these young pitchers and, you know, Mitch Bratt was okay yesterday. Wasn't as good as Jose Cabrera, but he was certainly good enough.
We talked about it yesterday. We knew he wasn't going to go deep into games. He was on a pitch count. He went 3 innings. I thought he pitched pretty well.
Max Kepler might be in the lineup today.
He has. I will say, Bratt has some interesting follow-throughs.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah, no.
Where his body is completely like in the air.
I'm kind of here for it.
You don't see that very often.
I wasn't certain if that's a part of his thing or if that was just sort of his body reacting to a very stressful day.
Like he's
trying
to
to
whip
major
the
league
ball.
debut.
Well, his most recent injury. Did you read about the details of that injury? He was fielding a ball in the infield, and he tried to make a Derek Jeter play. As a pitcher, and he was so contorted. He said the shoulder came out of the socket, rolled over a tendon, and then snapped back into place, causing a bone bruise. So that's what he's pitching through right now. He said he felt fine, but he is not an orthodox pitcher. That's for sure.
Not by any stretch.
Well, and it was a major league debut. All you wanted him to not do was give up the game, and he didn't do that.
Up. Yep.
3 innings, 1 run. You live with that.
And another one of my favorite things is, and we've seen it a lot this year with this Diamondbacks team, when players are making their major league debut, the reaction shots and the interviews with the families, they're so great.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
D-backs, if the weather holds up, we'll send Zack Gallon to the mound today. It'd be good to see Zach not pitch at Chase Field after what happened last weekend.
Say
if
that
it does
again.
happen. 4:45 is the scheduled first pitch. Coming up, can Team USA take another step towards global soccer domination? We'll pick the brain of soccer expert Jared Cardinals.
Oh, yeah. Goalkeeper extraordinaire.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is celebrating it with their biggest deals of the season. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and this is the one time of the year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. And you can forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That is 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, you can save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep on coming with up to $6,000 off of MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon. All offers do require approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for full details. These offers end June 30th, 2026. Discover the hottest trucks now, ready and waiting for you, and they're ready for you at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard. Experience the difference or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Mitch Bratt look in his MLB debut? We'll be reacting to D-backs Cardinals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I don't think that they want him to go almost 3 weeks without playing competitive match. So if he truly is fit and he seems to claim that he is fit, then I think you have to play him 20, 30 minutes and really kind of get him back into form into that round of 32, because you don't want him to have that long of a layoff before that big match.
Former USMNT goalie Casey Keller, ESPN soccer analyst, talking about how the U.S. team and Mauricio Pochettino would use Christian Pulisic in the final group stage game tonight against Turkey. Team USA is already through. They're in the knockout stage. They have an opportunity to do something they've never done before in the World Cup. They've never won 3 games in an individual World Cup before. There's only one team so far that's 3-0 in this tournament, and it's Mexico, another one of the host countries. Yeah.
Listen, after watching them play a couple of times, I agree with Sammy's assessment that this team is legit. Christian Pulisic might be the only guy most casual fans could name from this soccer team.
Yes.
And only about half of them can pronounce his name correctly.
That's right. You're exactly right about that. But in watching the team, there's a quickness to, there's an athleticism to them that I don't think we've seen.
There's
in
a different
recent years.
pace.
A different pace. Yeah, there is. And they get up on you and they smother you a little bit, and they've just got really a balanced roster. And isn't it nice too to have a manager or a head coach in this guy they have now that really seems to have a clue?
What's his name?
Mauricio.
No, what's his full name?
Mauricio.
He's not Italian. He's Argentinian.
Oh, it's such a good Italian-sounding name, though.
A lot of Argentinian names are. Yes.
Listen, he's done some real smart things. I'm not a soccer nerd, but people rave that he started two forwards, an extra forward, an extra striker when
Pulisic was out.
Okay,
he started a forward instead of a midfielder.
So he's just done some unconventional, proactive stuff that it just seems like every time there's a World Cup, Team USA disappoints and everybody hates on the head coach or the manager.
Always.
Absolutely.
And he's not American, right? So everyone, when the hire came through, everyone was like, how could you not hire an American manager to manage the American team? Well, the American managers had stunk for 16 years, right?
Right.
So you go out, Mauricio Pochettino, he's had success in Europe.
Mario, see? That would be a real Italian.
Yeah, exactly. He's had success in Europe. He wasn't affiliated with a club anymore, and he wanted to get back into coaching, and it's honestly been a perfect marriage, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, but so far so good.
Yes.
And look, they should win this match today.
It doesn't really matter, right?
That's the thing.
No, they're through.
So,
they're in the knockout stage.
But
so you don't play Pulisic today, do you?
I think you do, though.
I think so, too.
What was his name? Kelly's point?
Casey Keller, yeah.
Casey Keller's point.
Get him in rhythm?
Yeah, it's hard for soccer players are weird. They can't play a game too close together, but they don't want to be, they don't want to not play a game for more than 2 weeks. You got to find the sweet spot, right? And
that injury happened. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks since that injury, and then there's another week on top of it. So I think there is. He talked about Pulisic yesterday. Talked about, hey, I'm not going to be able to play 90, but we'll see how it goes. I would expect to see him out there for a portion of the game. The other effect that the World Cup is having on me, especially after yesterday's discussion, and that was my first day back after a couple of days off. Jarrett Carlin's claim that if he was a World Cup goalie, these scores would not be that different.
Right.
Now every shot on goal, I run through the Jarrett filter.
Right.
Like, would Jarrett have saved that? And the answer is usually no. There's no chance.
Oh, really?
On Earth.
Because every time because every goal I was like, well, the goalie had no chance at this, so it didn't matter.
So I would have no chance.
Right. And then most of the saves are just like a noodle ball, like rolling up and then picking it up, or a big pop up in the air and they punch it. They don't even try to catch it or nothing. Maybe there's like 2 saves a game that they have to make, and I would probably make one of them. Done and done. They're trying to set up something.
Oh, yeah.
We have a little update.
We got the wheels moving.
Yeah. Yes. So we're penciled in for the 9th of July for Jarrett to go out to Phoenix Rising scrimmage and practice.
Oh, fantastic.
Training going on.
Fantastic.
I was thinking
I'm
also
going to show up with my Phoenix Rising jersey.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking about this Team USA stuff, and we've brought it up, and everyone always brings it up about how if America was really serious about soccer and they wanted to be, they could be the best team in the world about soccer. And they've been saying this for how long? Probably since you were kids, definitely since I was a kid. I think USA and Americans have never been less dominant in worldwide sports ever. Because think about this, and I have it down. The best soccer player in the world is not American.
That's correct.
That's not unusual.
Yeah.
The best hockey player in the world is not American. Not that unusual. The best tennis player, these are all male, by the way.
Yes.
The best tennis player in the world is not American.
Definitely not American.
The best boxer in the world, the heavyweight champion, is not American. The best baseball player in the world is not American. And probably the top 5 best basketball players in the world are not American. The only sports that Americans are the best at are football, which we're the only country that plays.
Not true.
Really, I mean, really though.
At a high level, yes.
Yeah, and golf right now. Scotty Scheffler is the best golfer in the world. But isn't that odd?
It is odd.
That's a good point.
But again, I don't think if football is what matters most to the country, then I think the implications of what you just laid out there, they don't land the way you think they might. I don't think that is on any. That's not an indictment that we have become less dominant.
I feel
I don't think it's the United States becoming less dominant. I think it's the rest of the world catching up in these sports.
Well, and
especially the typical American dominated sports.
Yeah,
and the United States.
And basketball is the prime example because the globalization of that sport has been fantastic. Right? And also, I'm glad you brought this up because on a World Cup level, what the World Cup has done already in terms of just energy, ticket sales, television ratings, it is a mammoth success. People have pointed out this is why the NFL is trying so hard to get on the globalization train. Even though a lot of people think it's never going to work, the reason they're trying is because of events like this.
I mean, you see the logic in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's still.
I think it's foolish.
Probably 50 years away,
easily,
minimum.
Yep, minimum. But the World Cup is why the NFL is bothering because you look at it's a cash cow. There's
really only two international sporting events that Americans care about, and it's the Olympics and the World Cup.
And then you look at the Olympics, the hockey team just won gold in both women's and men. Notoriously dominated by like Canada.
That's a good point.
And obviously the men's and women's basketball teams win gold every 4 years, but for them to continue to do that does show, like, I get Jared's point of the best athletes in most of these sports aren't American, but still, like, when we compete on a global stage, they still dominate.
Who, by your estimation, by the way, is the best hockey player?
Connor McDavid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't argue with that.
No, I think most people would probably say that.
I mean, some people would say Nathan McKinnon, who's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Some people might say Austin Matt, but he's right. Well, that's true. That's true. He's not. No. That's right. Duh. But what about those Kachuk boys?
Oh, it's going to be.
Oh, man.
It's going to be on in Florida.
What a week for Miami sports, huh? The most undeserving fan base that keeps getting gifted stuff.
And then they still have the Marlins. I was watching. Did you see the footage of Sandy Alcantara?
No.
He set the Marlins all-time strikeout record, and
there's like 6 people there.
Well, there's always 6 people there, but everybody in the dugout knew it, so they're all clapping. And the manager in real time is getting pissed because the scoreboard operator has no idea. So there's no reaction from the crowd. So he's like gesturing to the scoreboard operator, like put it up. And Alcantara's just kind of like waiting for his adulation from the fans and isn't getting any.
It's too bad the Scots weren't at the game when the Flying McGregor brothers were all chanting and singing at a Marlins game.
Coming up next as we hit the 7 o'clock hour, the Suns traded into the NBA first round to get a local star, and reviews across the league were, well, we'll just say mixed. We'll get into them next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and it's vacation season in Arizona, which means it is the worst time to be stuck dealing with that nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. Good news is you've got a path back to normalcy. My friends at QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, and I'm talking about treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue right at the source, wherever you are hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. I say this with confidence. I've leaned on them twice. They helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 6 years ago. Came out of a 5-round treatment for a very, very bad case of tennis elbow. I am markedly better. Not surprising, these treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. What happens is these treatments help the inflammation to calm down, then the pain backs off, and suddenly you are feeling like your old self again. QC Kinetics has a staggering 92% patient satisfaction rate nationwide, also includes former NFL great Emmitt Smith. See what these cutting-edge options can do for you. Get a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Home buyers, listen up. This is a big one if you're in the market to buy a home. Right now through June 30th, Lund Mortgage is offering a free 1-year interest rate buydown on your purchase. That means your interest rate is a full 1% lower for the entire first year. A lower monthly payment right from day one. And normally, you would have to pay for this or the seller does. Not this time, we've got it covered. So don't wait. This ends June 30th. Get your 1% savings today. Call Lund Mortgage or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and electrical. The D-backs got a 9-4 win last night in St. Louis, in large part due to a couple of firsts. Lou James Groover got his first MLB home run, and Mitch Bratt his first major league start. He only gave up 1 run in just 54 pitches, and the bullpen would hold it down from there. And the Snakes have a chance to take 3 of 4 from the Cardinals today, with Zack Gallon getting the start and first pitch scheduled for 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after the Phoenix Suns traded back into the first round to take Koa Pete, here was General Manager Brian Gregory on his fit with the team.
Going to be a great fit for us. You know, we talk about the Suns' DNA. We talk about doing things the Suns' way. And when you have a kid like Koa coming in, you know there's just a great fit.
Pete was the Suns' only pick in this year's draft. They did sign Nebraska guard Sam Hoiberg as an undrafted free agent last night. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. A new high-efficiency AC from Parker & Sons cuts your energy bills from day one. No payments until 2027. Call 602-2REPAIR before June 30th.
Hey, it's Wolf. Now that the NBA draft has come and gone, what changes to the roster still need to be made? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Koa is first class. I mean, he always has been. He was raised right. His family gets a ton of credit, and they're a great family, that Phoenix area knows well. Koa is just rock solid in his approach to the game, and his approach to his teammates, and to his approach with his relationships with his coaches. He's just a true professional, and it's an honor to coach him every day. And he makes our team better, just by being himself every single day. And he's got a really bright future ahead of him.
It's Arizona head coach Tommy Lloyd, going all the way back to December of last year on the Wolf and Luke show right here on Arizona Sports, singing the praises of Koa Pete. And that was just a couple months into his college basketball career. It ended with a trip to the Final Four. Koa Pete, now a professional. He behaved professionally. Now he'll be paid professionally by the Phoenix Suns after he's the 30th pick. And look, the reactions about this are all over the place. The Suns love the prospect. You'll hear more on that in a little bit. There are holes in the game of Koa Pete. It's not like the old days where you got 4-year starters coming into the NBA from college basketball. There's very few finished products that come into the NBA. Koa Pete is far from a finished product at this point. But when you look at the draft grades that go out, and look, we scoff at these, yet we read them every year, and we react to them every year, regardless of sport. ESPN, Ben Golliver, he gave the Phoenix Suns one of the lower grades in this year's draft. He gave them a D for the selection of Koa Pete. There was one team that got an F, and that was Portland, because they didn't have any picks. I think it's more incomplete. But there was only a couple of Ds handed out, and the Suns got one of them. Is that overreaction?
Okay, look, I think what has happened is there's a lot of people who can't get that game against Michigan out of their minds. And that was not one of Koa Pete's better games. He was going up against a very, very large front line and got swallowed up by Michigan, right?
Yes.
And so I think people have extrapolated that, if he struggled against an NBA-looking front line against Michigan, who's to say he's not going to struggle in the NBA? I think that's a real shallow analysis of a kid who's 19 years of age, because I think what Koa Pete does well is very quantifiable. I think the physicality is there, and the energy is there, and he's a big guy who's not afraid to play big. Now, he's not overly huge, but he's built. He's got big shoulders. So I think some of the criticism I've read has been a little hypercritical. I think for the Phoenix Suns, I think you've got to separate the player from the draft pick. And as I wrote today, we don't know what kind of player he's going to be. That doesn't mean he wasn't a great draft pick. Yeah, because he was a great draft pick.
The risk reward.
That's it.
like, how do you not let? They hardly gave up anything to move up in the draft. They used the last pick in the first round with a guy that has much more upside than anybody else that they could have taken pretty much in that spot.
I agree with that.
And there's the local tie to it as well, which doesn't mean anything outside of the Phoenix metro area, but it's a cool story, certainly. And I mentioned the grades across the board. ESPN was the most harsh with a D. CBS, A-, Sports Illustrated, B-, Bleacher Report, C+, NBC, B+, Yahoo, B-, Clutch Points, B, MSN, C-, Fansided, B+, Sporting News, B, Rookie Wire, which I'm not familiar with, A+.
This is why, and
all over the place.
We talk about it every single NBA draft, NFL draft, and I get these organizations, they have to do draft grades, right? It's just something they do, but it is why they are just so dumb. Because Vinny just listed upwards of 10 different places, and I think all 10 were different grades.
Yeah. They span the spectrum. I don't think there's any Fs, but they go from A+ to D to a D. That's quite a range. Again, if you just look at what the Suns were dealing with, they went into the draft with the 47th overall pick. Who was drafted 47? Who was the guy that was at 47 yet? I guarantee you no one's heard of him.
That's a good question. Let me see. I'll figure it out. You
guys
I was watching somewhat, and I forget who it was. I guess it didn't catch my attention. That.
So
it was Tyler Nickel.
From Vanderbilt.
Okay, Tyler Nickel from Vanderbilt. To me, the Suns took something that was they were in no man's land in terms of where if you're gonna find a good player or not, and they turned it into a kid that checks a box in terms of a need, that checks a box in terms of being local. Although that really, like you said, doesn't matter. But more to the point, you would think that in getting the kid to come out on a Sunday, which Gamble reported yesterday, that he passed the Suns filter, the character test, if you will. And you can laugh at that, except the Suns have manifested that, and they've made that actually a thing, that they've got a certain kind of player now that they have spoken into reality. So you got to think that Koa Pete checks that box as well, which I think is a big deal.
Here's Brian Gregory, the general manager of the Suns, talking about one of the concerns for Koa Pete from all the analysts and experts is his shooting. Are the Suns concerned about Pete's shooting?
Yeah, obviously that's a was a topic, and I think he's a guy that's going to develop into a very good shooter. Didn't shoot a ton of threes, and it's just something that I think at this level as a 19-year-old, through the work that he's going to put in, tireless worker, wanting to get better, that shooting piece is going to come. When you're that young and at this stage, there's going to be areas that you need to develop, and you just do your homework on the work ethic and the desire to improve. So deficiencies will be worked on, and the things that he does well is only going to be accented.
Yeah, he also go ahead. But.
No, I was going to say what this represents more than anything, Vinny, in my opinion now, is the next stage of the Phoenix Suns. How good are they really going to be, if at all, at player development? You can look at Oso Ighodaro and his development last year and be very, very encouraged. You can look at Rasheer Fleming and go, yeah, he has shown big-time signs of being a future starter. Kaman Maluach, I'm not certain about that. Right? You would think a 10th overall pick, yes. Jarrett's got his thumb, and it's kind of like right that way.
He's 19.
And I'm ready for that.
And he's
after a year in the NBA, he's still 19.
He's still 19, right.
And then the other one?
Ryan Dunn.
Ryan Dunn is down. And so
the guy that people were most excited about coming into last year to take that next step.
Yeah.
And didn't really.
Yeah, and so now Koa Pete enters this program as players that need to be developed at a very elite level, and that is the Suns' path out of the play-in and into the playoffs. And then once they get out of financial hell, when the dead money comes off the books, maybe they're rolling hot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's something that they're going to have to be good at, and I think they've shown signs of being good at it. But it's not. I think the jury's still kind of out on that.
I would agree. I think that's a fair way to assess it. I want to remind you, it's game night. USA versus Turkey kicks off at 7 p.m. Arizona Sports will be at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. You can enter to win a Team USA jersey courtesy of Just Sports. Text the word cup to 620-620 for info and to grab your table. It's all powered by Michelob Ultra. Coming up next, why does a certain professional sports league continue to kill its own momentum? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns trade into the first round, selecting Arizona's Koa Pete with the 30th overall pick.
What is it about Pete in particular that the Suns really seem to like?
Just absolutely loved him. Loved his physicality. Didn't understand why he fell in the draft the way he did. They believe that they got the absolute steal of the draft. Just an absolute steal to give up some second-round picks, 47, and then 2 future second-round picks to get him.
We talk about the Suns' bold move and preview round 2 of the NBA draft on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the Diamondbacks and the man on the mound tonight finish this Cardinals series on a high note? We'll talk Zack Gallon's big outing against St. Louis on the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You're coming in here aware of what happened 2 nights ago, and that still happens? Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And the reckless closeout that they actually reviewed, and the foot still comes down on top of the defender's foot that wasn't upgraded? Absolutely disrespectful. We have a generational talent and a WNBA superstar who had 2 cheap shots right there that weren't called. And I just say, again, absolutely unacceptable. I mean, we spent all offseason looking at officiating. All offseason. And I still say the one thing that we keep asking for is consistency. She is not called the same way everybody else is called.
That is an unhappy Stephanie White, the head coach of the Indiana Fever last night. They lose to the Phoenix Mercury 111-109. And look, we haven't talked about it this season. In Caitlin Clark's first 2 seasons in the WNBA, this was a very, very hot topic.
Really didn't talk about it. She barely played last season.
Until she got injured last year.
Yep.
It didn't really get talked about. After she got injured, obviously.
The first season, though, it was the storyline.
And look, I know we're in Phoenix, Arizona, and that was a good win for the Mercury, all things considered.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark didn't finish that game. She left with a back injury, not caused by a cheap shot. But there was some, I don't know.
Say it. Alyssa Thomas, real dirty play, and she might get suspended today.
Look,
I wouldn't be surprised if she is.
Alyssa Thomas has a reputation of being a player that pushes the envelope a little bit when it comes to physicality in the league. I think that's been part of her success in the league. I think the WNBA is really still struggling to have a global superstar in its midst. And
it's unbelievable to me.
And I don't know if this is some nefarious plot like, hey, we need to hold this girl down because she's bigger than the league. I don't think that's happening. I think there's certainly an in-place jealousy among a lot of players in the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark's status. But I also think what Stephanie White is talking about, if you watch the WNBA on a semi-regular to regular basis, that is some bad officiating. And I think that's what that boiled down to last night, was bad officiating.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that, but I think that is obviously an issue in the WNBA. I think more of the focus right now, I think, should be on the way she is continued to be treated by other players in the league. This is a league that seems and sounds and feels like they cannot reconcile the golden goose in their midst, that they would rather kill the golden goose than look at it and say, you know what, I may not like the fact that we have struggled for attention for decades, and then this person comes into our league and everyone loves her. She gets immediately what we've been striving for years, if not decades, and we cannot resolve our anger issues over that. Because what Alyssa Thomas did to Caitlin Clark last night, you watch the video, it's bad. You look at the still pictures, it's even worse. And it really begs the question, what is going on? Why is this hatred towards Caitlin Clark so white hot in the WNBA?
Now, is this different than, say, the Jordan rules that the Pistons did against Michael Jordan?
Listen, very early on in Caitlin Clark's career, when this was apparently a thing, when she was being predated on, I stopped myself any number of times from going off in the league for that very reason, that it is not unusual for hotshot rookies to be put to the test like that physically. It's very, very common. But I think for it to still be happening in this manner in the WNBA, it feels to me like they just cannot reconcile this double standard in terms of popularity and everything she has been given for sparking so many casual fans to the sport of women's basketball.
And I'm not saying I condoned it when she got into the league. I understood it because the finances league-wide were not where they are now. Caitlin Clark's arrival coincided, had a lot to do with the rising tides of the finances in the WNBA. Everybody's doing pretty good now. I thought that would kind of blow things over.
So did I, because
calm everybody down a little bit, but apparently that's not the case.
Because I thought it would be like Tiger Woods. When Tiger Woods first came on the scene and got all the attention, there were golfers who were resistant to it. But then when they started to see their paychecks go up, endorsements go up, more things on TV, then they came around. I thought by year 3, it would be more so, like she'd have more support, at least from the league.
Same, and I think that, this league is going to squander and kill a golden goose, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen.
Well, even
I really don't. I can't even reconcile. And you're right. The referees should have addressed this last night. Yeah. If you saw what happened Monday night when these two teams played, Sophie Cunningham wagging her finger at DeWanna Bonner.
Yeah.
Right.
She 6 technicals and an ejection.
Yeah.
But 2 nights later, different crew comes in. Were they properly briefed? Did they watch game film? Was any of that discussed? The Mercury do have a lot of players that are going to, veteran players that are going to push those boundaries a little bit. Alyssa Thomas is one of them. Look, I think what I said earlier is my full belief. My biggest belief on this is the officiating quality. The best officials in the world are working in the NBA. Yet everybody still hates the way that's officiated. Basketball is an impossible sport to officiate. It's very, very difficult. And now there's more eyes on the WNBA. So you're seeing the drop-off in the quality of officiating. Go down and watch, lower-level college basketball. It's brutal. Even higher-level college basketball is brutal.
I get it. But that's a separate issue from what we're also talking about here. And that is competitors of Caitlin Clark targeting her physically.
But I also think, and I might be way off here, Caitlin Clark kind of strikes me as the individual, too, that I don't think she wants the special treatment.
No.
She just doesn't want to be abused physically. And maybe, again, it gets, you look at the Indiana Fever, the individuals on that team and on that bench, are they doing enough to protect her in these instances?
I don't know.
It also sucks that the discourse over the last few years around Caitlin Clark has kind of got hijacked by the grifters and the chuds of the world,
chuds
online and stuff, and that it's hard to actually have a real conversation about what's going on without it becoming all crazy and just people yelling at each other and making it about their personal agenda and stuff. So I don't think that WNBA has done well dealing with all that either.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And again, it's what a massive fail this whole thing is shaping up to be. The ratings cratered last year when Caitlin Clark missed a ton of WNBA games. They cratered. And so you would think keeping her healthy and keeping her in the spotlight and propping her up a little bit would be good for everybody. I don't know why this league cannot see the forest for the trees.
It's a good question. They're just seeing trees.
And we're going to see what happens to Alyssa Thomas, but it is not a good look.
No, there was a lot of attention paid to that on SportsCenter this morning. No
doubt about it.
They showed that highlight.
When you can get the slow motion fist into
the neck,
right into the goozle,
right into the goozle.
How do you not see a goozle punch?
You gotta spot a goozle punch.
Now, let's be fair. It wasn't a punch.
No, it wasn't. It was like a press down.
It was a press down with a closed fist, though.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying it looks really bad.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to guide us through the big stories on this Thursday and the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the ninth. And Jamison's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford. And this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP. Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP. And Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing,
and electrical. The D-backs behind a big 6-run fourth inning were able to get a 9-4 win yesterday. Tommy Troy, Lou James Groover, and Drip Vargas all had 2 RBIs in the win, and the Snakes, with a chance to win the series in St. Louis today, will send Zack Gallon to the mound in need of a good start. First pitch will be at 4:45, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after general manager Brian Gregory and the Suns moved into the first round to take Koa Pete yesterday, 2 days ago, Brian Gregory talked about what they love about Pete's game.
Is his ability to make quality plays off that dribble as well. Not just get to the basket, not just have his head down. He's got an unbelievable feel for the game.
And tonight, the United States will wrap up their group play against Turkey. Kickoff will be at 7 tonight. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Truck Month is here at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa with amazing deals on GMC, Sierras, Canyons, and more. Shop now at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Murata mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, good morning. It is Thursday. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I am Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys the big stories in sports. And let's start with our baseball team last night. A 9-4 win. The Bats finally came alive for at least a game, right? But still, on the injury front, in the rotation and in the lineup, what's more worrisome for you guys moving forward? Is it the rotation holes or is it the lineup holes?
Right now, I would say the lineup holes. I'm very curious, though, if Max Kepler is joining the parent club today, if he might be in the lineup today.
And
it's going to be any day now, right?
Who might go down.
Right, exactly. And so I think that's they're searching for that bat that this lineup seems to be missing. They didn't miss it yesterday, but again, I'm gonna qualify that they were facing a pitcher who he's basically the Cardinals version of Zack Gallon.
He's on the struggle bus.
He's on the struggle bus.
Yeah, and for the first 3 innings, you're like, oh, they're going to struggle against this guy
yes.
too?
Yep.
After he had
That's all
just
I can
been
think about.
Lit up like a Christmas tree recently, and they finally made it pay off. I'm going to go the other side of it.
Okay.
I'm not going to say I disagree with Bick, but right now, I think it's the rotation holes.
Okay.
Because let's just say the weather holds up. They play this game today. This is another massive start for Zack Gallon. Mm-hmm. He experienced something last week that he hadn't experienced before. He got booed vociferously from the home crowd. Mm-hmm. Torey Lovello got cheered when he came out to get him.
How about that?
That's a rough place to be in. And we know Zack Gallon is a very intelligent guy. He is a very competitive guy. He knows he's struggling right now, but that's not the only hole. I mean, with Nelson out, with Soroka out, what are you going to get from Cabrera moving forward if he's going to stick in the rotation? I'm a little bit more concerned with the rotation right now.
And the next question here, Zack Gallon, if the weather does hold, will start today. And we mentioned the injuries and his performance, but just how important now is each start for Gallon moving forward?
I would say that you've got to be right about at that line where if he gets blown up again today, you've got to consider taking the ball and giving it to somebody else. And the response would be, well, who would that be? And my response to that would be anybody.
Yeah.
Because if you're pitching to a +6 ERA, you're not giving your team a chance to win.
Look, and Brandon Pfaadt is on his way back, and right now represents some sort of relief, if you will, because there's at least a known commodity, but he hasn't been good either. Zack Gallon is also, he did not have a great 2025.
No.
He paid for it in the free agent market, got a pretty good last-minute one-year deal with a lot of that money deferred, but his career depends on him turning it around right now.
That's a great point. Great point.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And there are people low-key who think that Zack Gallon might just need a new start somewhere else, with a team like the Brewers, who have a great track record of getting pitchers right. The Diamondbacks, with all due respect to Brian Kaplan, I have not seen a great deal of that happening here on his watch.
Yep. All right, so let's now turn to Koa Pete, the Suns' first-round draft pick. And the word used with him a lot throughout the waves is upside, right? So I want you to fill in this blank. Koa Pete is blank for the Suns if he can reach his upside.
I'm not sure how to fill in the blank.
Essentially, what does he give the Suns if he does reach his upside?
They'll have a good power forward.
Yeah,
they'll have
starting forward. Yeah,
they'll have missing inside presence. They'll rediscover that.
Yeah, I look at, even before this maneuver by the Suns, I didn't look at Koa Pete and say, even though I like him as a player and would like him on my team and I'm glad he's here, I didn't see an all-star trajectory for him.
Fair enough.
A solid starting 3-4 guy.
Okay, cool. The next question now for the Phoenix Suns is, what are they going to do with Mark Williams? And if they do decide to bring Mark Williams back, what do you think they'll do with Oso and Malawach in terms of that backup center role?
Well, as we discussed the other day, the market is going to help sort that out for the Phoenix Suns. They have given him a qualifying offer. I believe it was $9.6 million, which seems to be pretty low for a guy of Mark Williams' caliber. But again, the Suns don't have a lot of room left to spend, and they're also dealing with a player that, once again, was waylaid by feet issues at the end of the season. And I don't know how much you can trust that. You'd like to have him back, but at the same time, I think it's got to be at the right number, and I think the Suns are going to let the market determine that.
Yeah, I think that the next step in this, Sammy, is exactly what Bick said. It's not the Suns did what they needed to do, so they've got the baseline in place. It all depends on if somebody wants to come calling on it. Very talented. I think he's a good player.
Yeah.
He was up and down last year, certainly, and he's still only 24 years old.
That's unbelievable.
That number is not an insurmountable number. 9.6. That's a pretty workable number.
Oh yeah, I think that'd be a bargain.
And I don't think anybody's going to throw cash at Mark Williams at this point, but there might be an offer coming through.
Well, and so if he comes back, are you worried, or is it worrisome if Malawach is just on the shelf for another year?
I don't think it's ideal, but at the same point in time, I think that there's nothing wrong making him earn it.
Okay, got it.
I was not of the belief that there was a lot of very vocal Suns fans that were of the belief that he should be out there. I didn't see that because a lot of times when he got his opportunities, he looked out of place.
Yeah.
And that was to be expected. I fully expected that to be the case for his rookie season. If he's on the shelf after he's shown improvement and glimpses, then you can be concerned.
Okay, here's what I will say about that. What I want from Kaman Malawach is to go and look dominant in the summer league.
Yeah.
Because that is the trajectory of a really good player. A guy who's lost in year one, but then he goes back to the summer league for year two, and then just blows people up.
Because now the first sign of everything slowing down.
That's
Good point. Good point.
And look, they say it in baseball all the time. There's 5 rotation spots, but you need like 7 or 8 starting pitchers.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better having 3 centers as opposed to 2.
I agree. Okay, so sticking with the NBA, the draft is behind us. The Giannis trade has happened. We saw this morning a LaMelo Ball trade has happened, him going to the T-Wolves. But now, what are you most intrigued with this NBA offseason?
Well, as Brian Windhorst said this morning, you could have Kawhi Leonard maybe on the move. You could have maybe Houston breaking up with Kevin Durant.
Already?
Wouldn't that be something?
Mm-hmm.
I'd laugh and not be shocked.
Yes, that would be something.
Especially since he's already signed his extension.
Classic.
The Kawhi thing to me is very interesting. The LaMelo Ball thing, I thought we were going to have a few days to talk about possibilities because it bubbled up last night, and apparently it's been talked about, behind the scenes for quite some time. That came together quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I know Minnesota has been after a point guard for quite some time. I'm not sure I understand that deal for Minnesota, quite honestly.
I'm kind of right there with
that
you.
team, it was immature enough before adding one of the goofiest players in the association to the roster.
I think they just became the goofiest team in the NBA. Ant, Gobert's kind of strange.
I love Ant, but yeah, Gobert is definitely kind of strange.
McDaniels has a little screw loose. I like
him.
Way.
I love that.
Yeah, no,
kid.
100%.
Yeah.
But it's just a weird team.
You want to talk about getting an opportunity. I mean, McDaniels was great in the playoffs.
Yep.
And now 2 bigs are gone off that team, and Randall and Reed. He's got to be the guy.
He's going to have to be.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
He does. So there you guys go. Happy Thursday, and appreciate it.
I'm surprised we have yet to bring up the new PGA Tour schedule, Sammy.
But my nose has been in it for the last 3 days. So
look, we might have to get to this at some point.
Yes, I'm here for it. I know it like the back of my hand.
Well, good, because that's good.
Jarrett said on this new schedule he could win at least 3 PGA Tour events.
It's one specific thing, goalie. That's the only thing.
What's the date? July 11?
July 9th.
July 9th.
Right now.
Oh,
yeah.
Penciled.
Counting down the days.
Oh, my gosh. Our cameras are freaking out right now.
Hope it doesn't rain. I won't be able to do it.
What is going on?
Oh, really?
Let me see.
Oh, did they stabilize? They stabilized.
We're good.
There was a lot of blinking going on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sammy. We're all rebooted on this Thursday. Coming up next, we will talk D-backs baseball with the president and CEO, Derek Hall. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
One of the things I didn't like about the DA pick as it was happening was it felt like in the moment it was like, we don't even have to scout anybody else because DA went to U of A. I don't feel like Cole Pete was drafted because he went to U of A. With DA, I felt like that was a huge part of the equation as to why he was just the slam dunk, no-brainer #1 overall pick in Arizona, but nowhere else on the planet was he the slam dunk #1 overall pick. This, I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like it's just a bonus. He's from here, and I love the upside here.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and pay.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President.
To have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
That's it. 9-4 win for the D-backs over the Cardinals yesterday. Weather permitting, they'll go for a series win at Busch Stadium today. Here to talk Diamondbacks baseball with us as he does every Thursday. The president, CEO, Derek Hall checks in on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you.
Hello, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Let's talk about the level of relief you felt starting in the ninth inning 2 nights ago when finally, Derek, some hits with runners in scoring position.
No kidding. Of late, we've been hot there. We were driving them in, and especially with 2 outs, right? No, it's good to see. I mean, we were zombies for a while there, and the only thing we had going the night before was that it was 0-0. At least we had a chance to win, but we were sleepwalking again there too, and finally woke up. And it was great to see Arenado do what he did. And last night, so many people contributed. The big 4th inning, and just kept tacking it on. That was important too, because often this season we scored our runs and then we just stopped. And at least we kept it going.
All right, so long-term, what is the solution going to be for the offense? Is Max Kepler going to be inserted as early as today? Are you going to take a flyer and see what he can do? If you can extrapolate and maybe sketch what the solution is for this offense, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I wish I had it really, Dick. I think it is likely that Max will be up today. Could be in the lineup today. Hopefully we play today. You know that the weather looks really bad there in St. Louis. It's tough enough playing a night game before heading out to Tampa. But we just have to be more consistent. And I think we have so many young bats in the lineup, and it's fun to see. But, they're learning how to adjust to the league, and they're having to learn how to take their bats deeper. I mean, not being so aggressive, overly aggressive. Too often you see our guys swinging a first pitch, second pitch, early in counts. We keep that pitch count down. And last night we worked the count. We worked the pitch count. We did it the last 2 nights. We have to do more of that. I think that's really the answer, Bick, and get back to an aggressive style of play, yet being smart up there and going deeper into counts.
We're all hoping that this is the beginning of a good stretch offensively. June has not been kind offensively to the ball club, as we all know. But my question to you, Derek, is how hard is it to balance everything and maybe not overreact to it organizationally? I mean, a lot of teams will make massive changes. They'll fire coaches, things like that. I mean, take us through that process or those discussions, if you could, on how difficult that is just to balance everything when a slump is that prolonged.
Yeah, Vinny, it is something that you go through every day. It's something that we talk about each and every day. I mean, when you're losing and when you lose 3 in a row like we did, and then you come back and you win that next game, it's amazing how much better you feel. And then you win 2 in a row, how much better you feel. You have a chance to win now you have a chance to win the series in St. Louis to a very good ball club in a place where we don't usually play well, perform well, and things brighten up and they start to feel better. But when you're going through tough months or tough series one after another, yet we had 1, 2, or 3 series in a row. As bad as it felt, and as bad as we were playing offensively, we're still scratching our heads and saying, yeah, but look where we are. And, I know 500, and you guys have talked about it, is not exactly the most ideal place to be. But in baseball, when you're below 500, you just keep saying, wow, we got to get back to 500, right? And then you're at 500. And you do have the appearance or the feel of a boring team. I mean, I'd much rather be above 500. Yet this is great with all the holes that we're having to plug, and not only offensively, but obviously with the rotation as well. I mean, it's there, and we're having to bring up two rookies to make their debuts in back-to-back series. That's frightening. That's not something that we expected. We did not expect to have Ryan Nelson out. We didn't expect to have Michael Soroka out. We expected to have Corbin Burns here. We expected to have Fott here. And so many things have happened, yet we're overcoming them. So with that, I'm proud. Yet you do talk about those things every day, Vince.
All right, so when you look at today, and I agree with you, if you win today, you take 3 of 4. If you play today and you win today, you get 3 out of 4 on the road in a very tough baseball city, a city that obviously loves baseball. I think that's something that you guys can certainly build on and feel better about. To get there, you might need a quality start from Zack Gallon. How concerned are you that you can get those at this stage in his career, particularly after what we saw at Chase Field in his last start?
Yeah, that was tough. It was tough for him to see and feel and hear. Right, we heard the crowd, but as long as he feels like he can turn it around, then we feel like it. So I mean, we've seen him do it before. I think you may be right, Vic, that it's good that he's on the road and he can figure it out while he's on the road. Yet this is another tough part of the schedule for us to have to go on the road and play 7 games in St. Louis and then in Tampa is no easy task. Then you come back home. And, after one series, you have the Dodgers and Brewers. So it just keeps getting tougher. We're going to have to find a way to get these guys to pitch to the level that we know they can. If not, we're going to have to bring in Jarrett. And I think, and from what I've seen, I mean, I'm saying it's not just PGA and it's not just, World Cup. I think looking at Major League pitchers, Jarrett could give up, let's say, just one more run than all of them. I mean, you want just one.
Just one. It wouldn't be, the difference wouldn't be that profound, Derek.
And it might not even be an earned run. You don't know.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's right. Exactly.
I think it's great that he feels he could do as well as any soccer goalie. Yet the day before he said, soccer's so easy. Look how big the goal is.
Right.
I mean, you get one way or the other. You can't have it both ways.
Derek Hall, the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. A lot of people had forgotten about Carlos Santana until the news came down about the DFA yesterday, and I'm curious about that decision as well. Not that Carlos had been a big contributor, obviously, with the injury and the setback, but the lack of production at the first base position all year has kind of plagued this team. How difficult a decision was that to make for the organization for such a trusted veteran?
Yeah, well, that's it. It was tough because of who he is as an individual, as a person, as a veteran. Great guy, and there were several reasons why our guys wanted to sign him in the offseason. His reputation. I mean, Torrey had worked with him, knew what a great fielder he was and defender he was. This is a Gold Glove guy. But we also liked the leadership, and for the time that he was here, he was tremendous in that clubhouse, and he taught a lot of the young players in spring training, and he was a lot of fun to be around. But it was tough, yet, we're in a situation where we know Tawa can play first. Vargas has played great first base for us, and he had never even really played that position. We saw Groover play it. So I think we need to see if these guys can play. We know that Vargas can handle the corner there. And, of course, they enjoy putting Pavin in there, especially against right-handed pitching, and let him defend at first base as well if he's not DHing. So we had plenty of options there, and we needed the spot, and we just had no production from him. But we certainly appreciated the leadership that he provided.
I don't know if people would be saying this if Pavin Smith were having a different kind of season, but there's a lot of lamenting Paul Goldschmidt now, given the year he's having with the Yankees. Were you guys close to considering him? What is the narrative true that you didn't trust him as a full-time player?
No, we actually never got there, Bick. They had made the decision on Santana early on, and we never even had discussions with Goldie. And I think, Ken and I had asked the question several times, should we bring Goldie back? Would he be interested in coming back? We never even got to that point. And we turned our attention to, focusing those dollars on the pitchers, on bringing back the 2 starters. And that was such a commitment financially that it made sense to get a little more penny wise elsewhere. But no, we never got to that point.
Derek, I've got one real goofball question for you to end things.
Oh, good.
It's something that pops up every single night. What's the deal with the batting helmets? Why don't they stay on anybody?
They really don't, do they? Yeah, especially Perdomo. I mean, every swing it's flying off his head.
I think that would be distracting to me. I mean,
I'm going to say it this way in a scientific way. The helmets, Vince, have gotten so protective. We have done such a great job of protecting our players that the padding inside makes it difficult to stay on a head. But it is so much better for the health of our players. That's what it comes down to. We'd rather those helmets fly off. Yet while they're on, they're very safe.
I mean, if one were so inclined, they could turn it into a drinking game, Derek. I'm just saying.
The things that get under Vinny's skin, Derek.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
I'm a grumpy old man.
I know. Helmets flying off, changing uniform colors. I know all that.
It's all there.
It's all there. All the big
it's
stuff,
all
Derek.
there. I'm glad you shut up, Jared. Jared had no retorts at all for any of that. Yeah, okay, Jared, see?
Here he comes.
He was incorrect. The first part informs the second part. The goal is so big, the goalie basically has no chance anyway. So changing out for the goalie would not make that much of a difference because what do they make? 2 saves a game? So I couldn't make one instead of 2?
The strike zone is so big, you should be able to handle the strike zone. So what we'll do after you're with the Rising is we'll take you over to the ACL.
Okay.
We'll have you pitch a couple innings and see how we do there.
All right.
I love it. Thank you, Dave.
I've seen the pictures there. I might not do that worse.
Here we go.
We'll talk to you next week, Derek.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Derek Hall immediately regretting all that free food he gave to Derek.
Yeah, what an ingrate you are. The man supplied you with 15,000 calories for free.
Yeah, it lasted him till the 4th inning. Derek Hall joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, it's the midway point of the Thursday show. Bick's going to kick it off with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right now, private student loan debt in the United States sits at around $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is considered distressed. It's a lot of people in a lot of pain. Most of them don't know there's a way out. If you're one of them, you're probably aware of that stack of student loan statements on your kitchen table that you've been ignoring. Well, you don't have to keep pretending it's not there. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and that's because Y-Refi specializes in refinancing distressed and defaulted private student loans that other companies won't touch. It's what they do day in, day out. They've gotten really good at it. If you go to yrefi.com, you can read testimonials from people who are exactly where you are right now and see what their payments look like before and after. It's real proof that Y-Refi works. Y-Refi builds your new payment around what you can actually afford, not what some formula says you should pay, what you can realistically handle every month. Your credit score doesn't matter to Y-Refi. Bad credit, no problem. Y-Refi offers a 3-minute rate check with 0 credit impact. 3 minutes and no ding on your credit. There's really no reason not to find out where you stand. Private student loan debt makes people feel stuck, hopeless, like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. Y-Refi is that light. They give you a real plan, a real number you can work with, and a reason to believe things can actually get better. Give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or go to yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Summer's here, grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got a 9-4 win last night against the Cardinals, in large part due to a couple of firsts. Lou James Groover got his first MLB home run, and Mitch Bratt his first major league start. He only gave up one run in just 54 pitches, and the bullpen would hold it down from there. And the Snakes have a chance to take 3 of 4 from the Cardinals today as Zack Gallon gets the start, and first pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after the Phoenix Suns traded into the first round to take Koa Pete, here was general manager Brian Gregory on his fit with the Suns.
Going to be a great fit for us. You know, we talk about the Suns' DNA. We talk about doing things the Suns' way. And when you have a kid like Koa coming in, you know there's just a great fit.
For more on Pete and the Suns offseason, be sure to head to Arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Zack Gallon is about to take the big stage once again, a pitcher turned pariah, preparing to start another important game for the Diamondbacks. So, are you covering your eyes? Are you crossing your fingers? Or are you praying for rain? The demise of Gallon remains somewhat mystifying. In 2023, he started the All-Star game and nearly pitched a no-hitter in the World Series. Now he's become the target of wrath in the Valley, booed off the Chase Field mound in his last start. His metrics are terrible, and maybe it began with that 92-mile-per-hour hit that struck him in the throwing shoulder in Mexico City back in late April when his ERA was a full 3 points lower. Maybe it's a loss of spin rate that has flattened out his stuff, or maybe it's between the ears, as many people have suggested, a player that thinks way too much. If I were the Diamondbacks, I would take away his pitch comm and call all pitches from the dugout with no objections and no shaking off signs. Maybe that would unlock a pitcher who shouldn't be falling down the mountain of his prime at age 30 in such ugly fashion. Now, I think we're all cheering for Gallon Gallon, who's done a lot of good things in Arizona, and I believe a victory today against the Cardinals, thereby winning 3 or 4 games in a baseball-mad city like St. Louis, might restore a little hope in this team and their fallen ace. But if it's more of the same tonight in St. Louis, then the Diamondbacks have a very big problem on their hands. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Don't you have to get him out of there? I mean, he's not fooling anybody.
Well, Torey Lovullo getting some applause as he goes out to take Zack Gallon out of the ball game here. Another rough one for Zack. Zack Gallon, winless since May 23rd, leaves in the 5th, trailing 7-0.
Yeah, that's the way it sounded last Saturday night. Not a good scene.
No.
There was boos for him. There was cheers for Torey Lovullo for coming to get him. Zack
And then
Gallon,
there were more boos on the walk of shame to the dugout and to the tunnel.
which has got to be probably the most painful thing.
Got to be the low point
Because
of his career, I would think.
You don't even have an opportunity to shut anybody up because your night is over at that
that's
point.
it.
Zack Gallon, after that game, talked about getting booed at home.
I mean, it is what it is. They pay to come here, and they're unsatisfied. I think it's ironic. I think when they boo players, because the players probably the most unsatisfied with themselves. And I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I'll keep working, keep trying to prevent that from happening. But yeah, I mean that tonight's just a tough one because it's a hard one to sleep on. Just kind of for me, I felt like not making excuses. Just felt like just some really unfortunate bounces and some unfortunate kind of weak contact hits is kind of turned this thing into an ugly game. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. They're allowed to boo. I grew up outside of Philadelphia, and I'm very familiar with they voice their displeasures with the players when they're not playing well. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, but you mentioned it in the blast. I mean, how did Zack Gallon get here in 2023? He had the distinction of starting on opening day, starting the All-Star game, starting Game 1 of the World Series, and his second start in the World Series was one of his best performances ever.
Okay, so what is going on with Zack Gallon? He used to be a strikeout machine, right? In fact, he's now second only behind Randy Johnson on the all-time list of strikeouts in team history. He doesn't have the whiff rate anymore, and which is odd because his velocity is just hovered right around what it's always been, 93 miles per hour. Maybe ticks up, maybe ticks down, but it's kind of just been what it's always been. So is it sequencing? Is it lack of confidence? Is it spin rate that, like I said, is kind of flattened everything up a little bit and made him much easier to hit? I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I do know in his last start that turned out very, very, very poorly. I'll never forget him shaking off, must have been 3 different signs. And then he ended up just throwing a hanging meatball. And I thought, okay, I don't know how you fix this guy. And I don't know if he can be fixed right now. To hear him blame it on soft contact, that he was basically saying that was bad luck, that I pitched well enough for better results. But he hasn't been pitching to those results in quite some time.
No. And look, if he gets back to close to Zack Gallon, you feel a hell of a lot better about this baseball team.
Yeah. Because his profile, generally pitchers don't lose it at age 30, especially if their velocity has been kind of static, if it's kind of stayed the same.
And I just don't know what you do
Neither
if
do
you're
I.
the D-backs. All these injuries have really thrown a wrench in potential plans for Zack Gallon. He might just hold on to that rotation spot by default.
If he gets blown up today, and knock on wood that they play and that doesn't happen, can you really keep running him out there? You've seen the way the town reacts to him.
So you're going to have 2 rookies and Brandon Pfaadt make up 3/5 of
You got to have a pitcher who gives you a chance to win, even if he's got the experience. I don't know. When do you pull the plug on a guy that's struggling that mightily?
Well, I think you saw it in action earlier in the year. The Diamondbacks had a full rotation. They had options. They had the luxury of saying, Brandon Pfaadt's not right.
Yeah.
We got to go have him work on some stuff because we need him. They don't have that luxury right now.
No, they don't. They don't. And so that's why this is a problem rearing its ugly head at a very, very bad time. Yeah, so I don't know. It's hard for me to kind of reconcile what I'm watching with him because he's got the ability to spin, or as you like to say, to twirl a really good game out of nowhere, and then that kind of buys him some time, and then he kind of struggles for a while again.
The thing with Zach is I think we can all agree he's kind of past the ace version of himself. If we can just get, if the Diamondbacks can just get 6 innings of 4 runs or less baseball from him at this point, wouldn't you think that's somewhat of a success?
Compared to what we've seen?
Absolutely. But like, it's crazy to think that that's like the bar in which we're not expecting. That's what we want from him. Like 6 innings, less than 4 runs.
Right. A quality start, like a minimal quality start of 6 innings and 3 runs, which is okay. You would take that.
Well, and again, this is we know the way the fans are reacting. You know how baseball clubhouses work. If a guy doesn't have it, resentment will grow because baseball players do not like the feeling of not given a chance to win games, right? And so I think at some point in time, you've got to balance the loyalty to the veteran and what he's accomplished with the harsh reality of what he's giving you now. And I don't know where that line is. And I'm sure the Diamondbacks don't. You heard Derek Hall say that as long as Zach thinks he can get this turned around, we are going to believe in him.
But the flip side of that is I can't do this anymore.
right. That's it. Right. I quit. That's not going to happen.
He's a competitor. I liked the little, barb he threw at himself. I grew up outside of Philadelphia. I'm very familiar with how this works because he's been at his best in the past, and it's been a rough watch. And Saturday kind of all came together, and Diaz didn't make things better by coming in and doing what he did on his way out of town.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
16 runs. Oof. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure could cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or donating today. Coming up next, after 2 huge trades this week, what will be the next domino to fall during the NBA offseason? We'll start looking into it. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Michelob Ultra is brewed here. So is the grit that takes U.S. soccer players to the world's biggest stages. The excitement fills a stadium before a single ball is kicked. The feeling when we rally together behind one team. From the pitch to the bore, Superior is brewed here. Michelob Ultra, proud sponsors of the U.S. men's national soccer team. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch. Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com. Ready.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
And another star whose name is picking up steam in the NBA trade market here during draft week as we get closer to free agency is Charlotte's LaMelo Ball. Multiple teams are strongly pursuing LaMelo Ball right now. The Hornets are engaged, I'm told. And Ball had a strong finish to the season. It mirrored the Hornets' rise over the course of the last calendar year. Both sides have been in a good place. Ball does want to be in Charlotte, I'm told, but this is an organization fielding some aggressive offers. So if the price is met, he could very well be on the move. This is a developing story, potentially over the next 24, 48 hours.
That developed real quick because that was Shams last night talking about the possibility of LaMelo Ball being traded by Charlotte. Apparently an agreement struck today. Earlier in the show, Jared hit the breaking news sounder this morning. LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Naz Reid and a series of draft picks. Those picks, a 2033 unprotected first-round pick, 3 second-round picks, and first-round pick swaps in 28, 29, and 30. There's been a lot of reaction to this. I am not a LaMelo Ball fan. He's an entertaining player to watch. I don't necessarily think he's a winning player. I think, as you pointed out earlier in the show, Bick, pretty accurately, he's going to a situation in Minnesota, a team that has been very competitive, nearly championship level, but I think also plagued by immaturity at times, and he's not the most mature player. And the Minnesota fan base, a lot of them right now are up in arms because Naz Reid is the most popular player on that team, and he just got sent out of town.
It's very nonsensical to me, and there's a lot of people who are Timberwolves fans who don't have a clue what this franchise is doing. It's a very, very wild way to solve a point guard issue that they obviously had. Stop rubbing your eyes, Ferret! It's a very odd. It's an odd solution. LaMelo Ball. I mean, he's a fun player to watch if he's not on your team. if you know what I mean.
That's a great point.
Yeah, he would be like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Why are you taking a 38-footer off 1 foot early in the shot clock
That's
again?
It. Yeah, again, exactly. It's that kind of stuff. Brian Windhorst this morning, it was funny because he said, look, if you want an increase, an uptick in your TikTok viewership, he's your guy.
Yes.
Which is code for saying the young kids really love LaMelo Ball.
And we know young kids are stupid.
Also, I mean, the Hornets did have a really good second half of the season last year, and he was pretty good last year.
Mm-hmm.
And he was pretty healthy last year.
But his decision-making process can be just bizarre.
And leave his driving out of it.
And leave his driving out of it. Somebody pointed out the insurance costs just went through the roof in Minnesota.
So does this reek of desperation? That Minnesota's looking around just like we are here, and they see the Spurs and the Thunder, and they said, this is the team for the next 5 years. How do we compete with them? Now, they're obviously closer than the Suns are, so this desperation move?
Or a different kind of desperation. It might be the desperation that maybe Ant is giving strong clues that he wants out.
There were people after the first round of the draft that were speculating the next big player, big name, superstar to get traded might be Anthony Edwards.
Could be.
Don't think that's going to be the case. But there are some other big names. Jaylen Brown. Brian Windhorst was on ESPN radio this morning and put it rather flatly.
He's going to get traded. Obviously, they offered him very strongly, to the Bucks. The Brad Stevens came out and said many, many wonderful things about him and respectful and all that stuff. He never said he wasn't trading him, which he obviously could have done. And he met with Jaylen before this happened, and he didn't meet with him to say, hey, are you summering in Greece? Are you summering? Are you going to try the Mediterranean? Like, he obviously told them that they're seriously good at a chance they're going to trade him. Jaylen Brown is 29 years old, coming off his best season, under contract for 3 years. Those are things that you like. It's not a guarantee that they're going to be able to find a deal that they like that's going to improve the team, but I think they are intending to trade him.
Yeah, I expected Jaylen Brown to be the centerpiece of a trade to Milwaukee for Giannis. I thought Giannis was going to end up in Boston for a good portion of that process. Miami finally put together an attractive offer to make that happen. Jaylen Brown is a finals MVP, was an MVP candidate this year, and he's still under 30 years old. Somebody's going to get themselves a very good /driven basketball player.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I don't necessarily understand, and this would be in the red flag category for me. I don't understand Jaylen Brown's, desire to get out of Boston. And right after they were eliminated from the playoffs, he said some very weird things.
But it being his favorite year ever because Jason Tatum wasn't around.
Because he got to be the guy.
Uh-huh.
That's a really good team when they're all together. So be careful what you wish for if you're Jaylen Brown.
Now, according to John Krasinski, the Timberwolves insider, not the Office star,
Jim Halpert,
he said the Wolves did have discussions with the Celtics on Jaylen Brown as well, sources told The Athletic, but they say LaMelo Ball as fitting more of what they needed for less compensation going out. So they discussed Jaylen Brown with the Celtics.
Mm-hmm. Another big name to watch that could be on the move, Kawhi Leonard. Here's more from Brian Windhorst on that subject.
It's unclear to me whether or not the league will allow the Clippers to trade or extend Kawhi Leonard. The contract that he's on right now is potentially illicit. So if they want to extend him, is the NBA going to allow them to extend a potentially illicit contract? I don't know. Okay, would the NBA allow them to trade? Because here's the thing, status quo is not prudent. He's coming off 2 excellent seasons. I mean, regardless of what happened with this investigation, he was awesome last year. He was a top 10 player in the league last year, no debate. But if you have a player of this level, you can't have him on a 1-year contract. You're either extending him or you're trading him. That's baseline analysis. And so the Clippers have to make a decision. So which is it going to be? If he extends him, it's huge news. If they don't extend him, it's an announcement to the league he's going to be traded.
But again, that investigation is hanging over their heads. And Adam Silver a month ago said, hey, wrap this up.
Hurry, yeah.
We need some closure on this. And apparently there's no closure coming. And last night on the draft on ESPN, Bobby Marks was part of the panel. And they mentioned the Kawhi Leonard possibilities, and Malika Andrews asked the question, what are some of the teams that could be interested in Kawhi? And the answer was his former teams. meaning the Toronto Raptors, where he won a championship for 1 year, and the San Antonio Spurs. And nobody has seemingly shot this down yet. Does nobody remember how ugly his departure from San Antonio was?
How he got into a very public dispute with the medical team in San Antonio, and he wouldn't play.
There's a lot of people still in power in that regime in San Antonio that I don't think are going to let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, namely Greg Popovich. Yeah, no, listen, you're right. I don't think that makes one bit of sense, right? I mean, again, they've got a good thing going in San Antonio.
They do. I mean, adding him to the mix, and people were speculating, well, a Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson package could probably get it done. You throw a healthy Kawhi onto that mix. Defensively, that is downright frightening.
That would be frightening. Yeah. The way they could lock you up defensively.
But
Steph
again,
Castle, Kawhi Leonard, Wemby.
I don't think he'd want to go back there, and I don't think they'd want him back.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and then the possibility, we won't have the audio of that, but Brian Windhorst talking about all the things that the Houston Rockets could do. Oh, they could just bring Fred VanVleet back and run it back like they wanted to last year, or they might trade Kevin Durant. It's like, wow.
I know. Wow is right.
This offseason could be awesome.
Yeah, oh, mercy. Yeah, listen, and then after saying all that, Wendy kind of got a little sheepish because he thinks he might have said too much. And I speculated that last thing on Durant, that's the kind of thing that would blow up.
Well, Evan Cohen followed it up and said, those big names that you just mentioned, attach teams to them.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm not ready to affect my day that way, so I'm not going to do that.
He said, I'd be on SportsCenter defending it for the next 12 hours. Wendy's got lunch plans. He's got places to go.
Yeah, but LaMelo Ball coming to the Western Conference to Minnesota for Naz Reid and draft picks going to the Charlotte Hornets. Coming up next, why did the Suns move up to draft Koa Pete? We'll let you hear what Suns GM Brian Gregory said on the subject next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I love seeing the Torey Lovello commercials for Trajan Wealth because in baseball, managers are required to see the entire field. Otherwise, your team isn't going to be very good. It's exactly the same way with your finances. And if your wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team under one roof with a firm that sees the entire field. Let me tell you about when I met with Trajan Wealth. I was pretty much impressed with everything. Their knowledge, their transparency, no sales pitches, no financial jargon, just straight, honest talk the way I like it. They asked the right questions, showed me things I never knew existed, like ways to potentially earn higher returns by investing in companies that haven't gone public yet. And then they showed me the benefits of a comprehensive and personalized strategies. They understand no 2 retirement plans are the same. And as an individual firm, Trajan Wealth, not bound to one line of products or portfolios. And as fiduciaries, their advice is built around what is best for you. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth today at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovik, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks, behind a big 6-run fourth inning, were able to get a 9-4 win against the Cardinals yesterday. Tommy Troy, Lou James Groover, and Drip Vargas all had 2 RBIs in the win, and the Snakes, with a chance to win the series in St. Louis today, will send Zack Gallon to the mound in need of a good start. First pitch will be at 4:45, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after general manager Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns moved into the first round to draft Koa Pete, Brian Gregory talked about what they love about Pete's game.
Is his ability to make quality plays off that dribble as well. Not just get to the basket, not just have his head down. He's got an unbelievable feel for the game.
And tonight, the United States will wrap up their group play against Turkey. Kickoff will be at 7 p.m. this evening. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Employee pricing is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. You pay what they pay, plus cash back on select models. Shop now and stack up the savings at EarnhardtFord.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what's next for the Phoenix Suns on their offseason to-do list? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The one thing, again, that we always look at, the versatility piece, the ability to get to the rim that is becoming so critical in the NBA right now. Do you have players that are strong enough, big enough, that can get to the basket, can create downhill situations? The one thing that separates him from anybody else that's 6'8" and 245 pounds and has a dad and brothers that played in the NFL, so he's not afraid to knock you on your butt, is his ability to make quality plays off that dribble as well. Not just get to the basket, not just have his head down. He's got an unbelievable feel for the game.
An unbelievable feel for the game. pick. Brian Gregory talking
He's got
about
that
Kobe.
very identifiable voice. What do we say? We likened it to like a Chicago gangster from an Al Capone movie.
Yeah, it's right out of Central Casting.
Right out of Central Casting. But he's done, Brian Gregory, I've got to give him his flowers because as a guy that came to the NBA as a college basketball lifer, there was a lot of skepticism.
Yes.
Okay. And I think it was warranted because there had been so many accusations of new owner syndrome. It was easy to look at Brian Gregory, who was a very important figure in Matt Ishbia's collegiate experience at Michigan State, to think, okay, it's more of this. This is a friendly puppet that's going to allow Matt to do what he wants to do. Brian Gregory has done a lot of really good things, but let's start with the fact that he was the guy that handled a very extensive head coaching search, and he landed on the perfect guy in Jordan Knott, who everybody agrees this guy has got star power all over him in that coaching ranks in the NBA. If left to his own devices, Matt Ishbia might have hired Tom Izzo, and that's not speculation. That came from Tom Izzo's mouth himself.
Yeah, said there was an offer.
Said there was an offer.
Yeah.
So Brian Gregory is responsible for Jordan Knott. And then the last couple of drafts, like we've said, I think Rasheer Fleming has got a lot of people excited. Kaman Maluach, the jury is out, but they're slow rolling his development for reasons. And now this pick of Koa Pete, it shows a certain conviction. And I'm starting to vibe on this guy a little bit.
Yeah, and look, going back to the job that Brian Gregory's done in a short amount of time, I mean, it wasn't long ago where we were at the introductory press conference, and kind of everybody was kind of like, really? He said alignment 29 times? This is where we're going?
That's it.
Brian Gregory, the job that he's done wasn't just coming in and being handed the reins of an organization. It was, he was handed really a broom more than the reins, because there was a lot of cleanup that had to be done.
That's right.
This was a messy situation he got into. They're not completely out of the woods, but I think the first year of operation has been more than satisfactory. I like the Koa Pete pick. Not everybody likes the pick. And again, one of the things that I don't think is being talked about enough, we've talked about it on this show. You brought it up. We can both recite all the winning that he's done. The guy is a winner. I mean,
and that counts for something.
Arizona hadn't been to the Final Four in 25 years.
Right.
Koa Pete shows up, they're in the Final Four. There's reasons for it. There's other reasons for it, but
well,
four state
that's an overstatement that he was that responsible, though.
I know he was the sixth best player on the team.
I think he was.
I think that's that might be worse than your soccer claim.
Come on. All right. Maybe he was the fifth best player in the team then.
Yeah, I don't think that's really...
Burries was better.
Okay.
Bradley was better.
Yeah.
Crevis was better.
Not the whole year, no.
Awaka was better.
Awaka was not better than Koa Pete for the entire year. That isn't just not true.
Here's the other thing about Koa Pete. His best game was the first game. Unlike Burries got better throughout the year and was much better. Koa Pete did not get much better this season. I'm just saying.
This is fascinating. Where do you have Koa Pete on your ranking?
I think for the best and most important for the Wildcats, he was their third best and most important player.
Okay.
But that's not all that. That's irrelevant.
Of course, it's irrelevant.
I still think it was a good pick, and I think he still has great upside.
No, I do agree with you. The way if semantics matter, saying Koa Pete was the guy that led Arizona to the Final Four, that's an overstatement.
Yes, he contributed, though.
But
he did
what's
contribute.
not an overstatement is what Vinny said. The winning is a recurring theme everywhere he goes.
Now, the Brian Gregory thing, that'll be interesting, is to see what happens next, right? Because he got them back to relevance, back to competence. Can he take the next step now to get them into contention?
Well, look, I think right now, as Vinny has kind of diagnosed this, I think they're very comfortable running it back pretty much with everything they had last year. And this player development now is going to be what either cements this regime as being very, very good or is going to be their downfall. And that is these young guys that they have drafted over the last few years. They've got to continue to grow into dynamic, impactful basketball players.
Yeah. Yes. And we're a couple weeks away from Vegas Summer League opening up. and the Suns are going to have a very, very potentially watchable team. I get sucked into it every year. We know this too. Like, wow, I can't wait to see this team play in the summer league, and then they play 2 games and then they call it quits. But you could have Koa Pete, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Brea, Sam Hoiberg.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Lefty guard.
Oh, yeah.
And as I said earlier in the program, this would be the year for Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach to go dominate in the summer league. Because as Vinny points out, the game slows down. Guys that are going to make it in the NBA generally get back to a second summer league and kill the inexperienced rookies.
And if those guys go out there and dominate for 2 games, then you're okay with them packing it in.
That's it. Exactly. That's exactly right. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Here was Brian Gregory talking about, he's not worried about certain things. He's not worried about playing time for next year right now.
I think everybody in the NBA gets to have 14 or 15 guys on their roster, so it's not like we have any more players than anybody else. And the simple fact that if you take a look, depth is something very, very critical in the league right now. Guys get injured, they get hurt, all those different things. So having great depth, I think, is always a positive. And you also have different guys in different stages of where they're at in their career. Younger guys are developing, getting better, and so forth. And obviously in year 1 or 2, or even in year 3, are going to have a much different role than a guy who's a proven 8-9 year veteran. So when it comes to the playing time and so forth, we have a pretty good coach that I think will be able to figure that stuff out. And when situations come up, we're bringing in guys that are professional, that their number one objective is to do whatever's necessary to help us win. And I think last year proved that our depth was critical for us, because we wouldn't have won the amount of games that we did if we didn't have that depth, as we went through some injury issues, as every team does. So I feel confident in the type of character and the sacrifice and the unselfishness of the guys that we brought in.
Yeah, and Brian Gregory also in that same session said Koa Pete's got Suns DNA, which last year you would have laughed. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. A year later, it means something.
It does.
Because the Suns were a group that endeared themselves to the fan base and the league, for that matter, for the way they handled their business. And Koa Pete, to this point in his career, is a guy that plays with that same kind of passion.
And then I think along the way, all the reports of doom and gloom facing this franchise, there's a belief now that with this coach and this GM and this kind of collegiate vibe they bring to it all, that this is going to become a place that players want to be a part of. And Matt Ishbia already said, look, they know they're going to get paid well. They know we're going to treat them real well.
Yeah.
Boy, is there a
They're not going to get Dundoned.
Right. You're not going to get Dundoned.
Just Ryan Dund, but not Ryan Dund. Is it possible that Royce O'Neal, that Grayson Allen, and that Jalen Green are all back next year?
It's possible. I don't think it's ideal, but it's certainly possible. Because you got, if one of them's not going to be here, you got to find a taker for him.
That's a good point.
Coming up next, PGA Tour news so juicy it pushed Tiger Woods to actually make a public appearance.
Wow. Sammy's going to explain it all.
Let's do my best, guys.
He's got like a whole PowerPoint ready to go. That's next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
There are currently 7.7 million student loan borrowers that are in default across the country. And if you're one of them and your debt is private, you really need to know about Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Why Refi, expert at helping people that are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loans. They've helped thousands of people in this exact situation, people just like you. What makes Why Refi different, they don't start with your credit score. They start with your life. And they examine questions like what you can realistically afford and what a payment needs to look like for you to actually be able to make it every month. Then they build a low fixed rate payment plan around that number. And once you're in with Y-Refi, you are in. There's no surprises, no rate jumps, just steady, predictable payments that let you start moving forward again. I've heard from people in this situation who called Y-Refi thinking there was nothing left to try, and they walked away with a real concrete plan for the first time in years. That could be you, just by calling Y-Refi today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
How do you make the world's biggest soccer tournament all yours? Easy. Kalshi. Let there be soccer, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau. Speaking of the U.S. Open. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position right now. Group stage. At last check, one of the favorites, Spain, is trading at 17% to win the cup, meaning a $100 trade pays out nearly $550. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the Diamondbacks and the man on the mound tonight finish this Cardinals series on a high note? We'll talk Zack Gallon's big outing against St. Louis on the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, we continue on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Savoca, taking you up until 10 o'clock. PGA Tour news. They're revamping things. Changes to the PGA Tour schedule coming in the 27-28 season. And possible effects on the tournament that we have grown to love.
Yeah,
here
the
in the Valley of the
WM
Sun.
Phoenix Open. So Sammy has been inside the story for 3 days. This is fairly significant news that people have yet to really wrap their brains around. So go ahead, Sammy.
Well, so essentially the biggest change, and again, these changes aren't coming until 27-28, but they are essentially splitting the tour into two series. Okay, you have the PGA Tour Champions Series, which will consist of 120 of the best qualified golfers, right? So right now you have the tour and there's Monday qualifying, there's sponsor exemptions. All those are going out the window for the championship series, right? And then you have the PGA Tour Challenger Series. Okay, so those are the next 120 best golfers in the world. You can Monday qualify for those events. And essentially what it is 23 to 24 signature or championship series events will happen at the top championship series. So all of those events will have $20 million purses.
Mm-hmm. All elevated, yeah.
All elevated events, which is significant. And there's a relegation system now involved with these. So
which means players will go from the lower series, the challenge series, up to the champion series based on play,
and vice versa. So right now the number is 90. So the top 90 in the championship series will be safe for another year. The bottom 40 of the around 130 have the opportunity to play in what's called the last chance, which is a very interesting name, but it's essentially just the PGA Tour fall series right now to then gain qualification back to the championship. And it's really interesting. The Challenger Series, the top 20 players on that series will get status to the championship.
And the bottom 20 die.
The bottom 20 don't die. They just have to then fight.
They're just beaten mercilessly.
They just have to.
It's relegation, which we like very much in sports, don't we?
Yes, we do. So it's going to be
It's anti-American,
right?
Yes. And
in
when it comes
soccer,
to sports,
they like it.
It's going to be interesting for the first time, like you said, like American soil has relegation, and what it's going to do to these players is incentivize. If you had one good year on the championship series, great. But that doesn't mean your work is done, right? So if you win a couple events one year, flash forward, you're not playing great golf in 3 years, you could be fighting to stay on that tour.
Yeah.
Now, is this something that golf fans have been calling for?
Not necessarily. They've been calling for some change. Another big change is that they've changed their postseason play. They're going to be integrating match play to the PGA Tour, like FedEx Cup playoff,
right?
Which a lot of people have been advocating for match play to come back in some form.
Because the FedEx Cup playoff, it resonates with nobody.
I was just going to say, did that ever take off?
Never.
No.
Never.
It was a interesting idea.
Yep.
Say the majors are over. How do we get interest in
the back end of this?
It was an interesting idea, but it just seems like it never resonates.
The big question, though, is going to be what the root of this has been. It's not just the relegation. It's they want fewer big tournaments so they get much more consistent fields of really good players instead of players just taking this week off and then that week and then this week and then it's hurt sponsorship, all that kind of stuff. The question really becomes what's going to happen to the WM Phoenix Open?
Right, like what event series are they going to be listed as?
Which one are they going to be? Because there are other tournaments that are rumored to be in trouble. The Colonial, the Houston Open, the Texas Open that's before the Masters.
Yep.
The WM Phoenix Open, this is the biggest. It's certainly the loudest tour stop on tour. They have won Tournament of the Year several times.
Yeah.
In the last 15 years. You would think that this would remain on the champions.
It would be, I think, from a PGA Tour standpoint, it would look really poorly if the WM Phoenix Open is not part of the championship series regular season because of the event that it is.
It would look like they were punishing them for being a rowdy event.
It would. That's exactly right. And especially when, from a philanthropic standpoint,
it's nobody was. Tour.
And there's nobody even close.
No.
They are miles ahead of any
records
other
every year.
Non-major in terms of donating.
Now, can the counter be that there's no tournament on the entire tour that it kind of matters least or less who shows up? Like the fans will show up to this event no matter if there's the stars or not the stars.
That's the worry. That would be the concern, that they would look at this and look at us and go, they're going to draw 500,000 people regardless of what we give them.
But do you think that's really there's never been a field where none of the big names showed up?
It's the event, though.
It's usually just a big name here missing or a big name there missing.
I think that's accurate as well. I just think until it's secured, I think you have to worry about these things.
And the worry too. So in this line, the PGA Tour has already lined up an initial set of 10 of the expected 15 PGA Tour Championship Series regular season events, and there are going to be new events like ones in Boston, Denver, New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Seattle, and Washington.
They want to. That's the other thing. They want to create new events in bigger cities.
And so again, I'm of the belief that the WM Phoenix Open will still be part of this because it's in Phoenix. It is the difference of a golf tournament in that it's more than the golf, you know?
Mm-hmm. Gets great television ratings. People love looking at Arizona in January.
I would like to think for the first rendition or the first go of like 2027, 28, it'll be a part of the championship series. Now, will it like hang around for as long as this new regimen goes? Who knows? It might come and go, but I think it's going to start there.
Well, and I hope you're right, because one of the things obviously is you're going to these tournaments that are going to be Champions Series tournaments, they're going to have to be able to raise that amount of corporate money to fund those $20 million purses.
That's a huge. I was just talking to Tyler Drake about this. Of right now, there's Boom
Oh,
Drake.
okay. Oh, Boom Boom. Okay.
Right now,
I
there's
don't know
only
who he was talking about either.
there's only 8 signature events on the tour calendar. This week, the Travelers is the 8th, and each elevated or signature event is a purse upward of $20 million. And coming into this season, there were a lot of question marks on if the tour and its backers could support purses like that moving forward.
Yeah.
And now, in this new proposed system, there's going to be more elevated events and more money. So where are they getting that money? How are they getting that money? It's
the Saudi government.
Well,
no.
Easy answer.
They're out of the golf business, thank goodness. Yeah.
So it's been there's been a lot of things going on in the sports world for this to kind of get swept under the rug per se, but the last 3 days at work have been.
Well, listen, this Brian Rolap dude, who's the new CEO basically of the PGA Tour, he made some big promises and he's starting to deliver. The one thing that they got to do, they got to get the pace of play going.
Yep.
And we live that here. The atmosphere at 16 this past tournament was as subdued as I've seen it in the last 15 years, and that is because you'd get a group of golfers come in and the crowd would go nuts, and then they'd have to wait 25 minutes for the next crew to come through.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, it's bang, bang, bang. That's a triple bang, Vinny.
Bang.
Bang.
Never said that. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we will have a discussion with Diamondbacks third baseman Nolan Arenado.
Nice.
We're going to have another rendition of the generation gap, but it all kicks off next. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Suns believe in the depth of the team and Koa Pete's shooting potential. How did pitcher Mitch Bratt do in his MLB debut for the Diamondbacks? And a closer look at the Western Conference following the Timberwolves trade for LaMelo Ball. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking to take your fandom to the next level, if you need a new television or if you're looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor. Forget about the big box stores. Forget about shopping online. Get in your car, head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance and ask for my guy, Bear. He's one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Walt's. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, he's going to hook you up. You're going to get the best price you are going to find in the Valley, and this is what you get from Walt's. You're going to get a great experience. You're going to get great inventory, all the major name brands you're looking for, stuff you won't find anyplace else, but at the same time, you are going to get pricing that is as competitive as the big box stores on all the models you are looking for. You're going to get comparable pricing with 10 times the service, because you're going to get same-day delivery 7 days a week if you need it. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional, which is really, really important if you're like me and don't even know how to work a remote. They're a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. Head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always check them out online at waltz.com.
Summer's here, grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
2 different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got a 9-4 win last night against the Cardinals, in large part due to a couple firsts. Lou James Groover got his first MLB home run, and Mitch Bratt his first major league start. He only gave up 1 run in just 54 pitches, and the bullpen would hold it down from there. And the Snakes have a chance to take 3 of 4 from the Cardinals today. Zack Gallon gets the start, and first pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after the Phoenix Suns traded into the first round to take Koa Pete, here was General Manager Brian Gregory on his fit with the Suns.
Going to be a great fit for us. You know, we talk about the Suns' DNA. We talk about doing things the Suns' way. And when you have a kid like Koa coming in, you know there's just a great fit.
For more on Pete and the Suns offseason, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good Good morning. It is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies here on Bickley and Murata. And you can find us on social media. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, where we post these questions daily. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch us live every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question on social studies today is for Suns fans. After re-signing Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin and drafting Koa Pete, what is the next thing this team needs to do this offseason and why? The next thing.
I think the next thing to do is to address the Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal situation.
I'm with you.
And that might be met with a lack of interest. I think they're two very serviceable players. I just think they're too similar in terms of what they offer the Suns. That would be what I would like them to do. I think the Mark Williams thing will probably come to fruition first.
Yeah, I'm with that as well. Those two pieces, as much as I like both players, and I really, really do, I think there is a significant minutes crunch if you bring both of those guys back, and your roster is very lopsided. And I think that I really believe what Kellen Olson says, and that freeing that up will be a good thing for the basketball team. And I hope they're focusing on it.
Yep. State 48 says they need to figure out the Mark Williams situation first. I do think that'll probably be the first thing that does happen. Tom Foss said, you have to consider trading Grayson Allen and or Royce O'Neal for a potential upgrade at a position somewhere. Or if you don't do that, you have to look at trading Jalen Green. And Keith's answer, I thought it was good. He said, I need a legitimate point guard that is actually a good fit in allowing Booker to be Booker. That being said, I have zero idea who that player is, which is fair. And then Ray said a one-word answer, which we've touched on a little bit today. The word development. Developing these young guys is what's next for the Phoenix Suns. Okay, this morning, LaMelo Ball traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Naz Reid and picks going to the Hornets. A little bit of a interesting trade, but it got us thinking, what's the most shocking trade in sports history?
In sports history?
Not necessarily the biggest, not just most impactful, but shocking.
For me, it's Luka to the Lakers. That leveled me.
That happened well over a calendar year ago, and there's still people shaking their heads over it.
I think about it once a week.
True.
Well, one, it didn't make sense. It wasn't something that was even like, you never even considered it.
No, nobody thought Luka was going to get traded for a long time.
And then the fact that it was to the Lakers, like you kept having to like reread it that it wasn't like a hack or something.
I thought he got hacked, literally.
Look at the return the Bucks got for Giannis, and compare that to the return the Mavericks got for Luka. It's laughable.
You could even, some people think the Bucks didn't get enough.
Mikal Bridges was traded for five draft picks.
Yeah, a total of 9 in 2 trades.
That's right. That's right.
But defense wins championships.
Hey, it did.
Well, the guy that was the centerpiece of the return for the Dallas Mavericks is no longer on the Dallas Mavericks.
Unbelievable.
For me, the answer is Luka. Eddie V, for him, it was Gretzky. He did not see that coming, and it felt like betrayal. He thought that he would be an Edmonton Oiler forever. Was that big of a deal? Like the Gretzky? Okay.
Huge deal.
And he went from Edmonton to
L.A.
L.A., right? Okay. Wow. L.A., man. Goodness.
I know.
They're the worst. A couple Herschel Walker to the Vikings in '89 that essentially
shocking.
led to the Cowgirls dominating the early '90s. And then Andy Bryant said Babe Ruth for cash is possibly the worst trade ever. Again, I had no recollection of that trade. But all right, last question, and this is a good question. This morning, we're talking about music and the differences between like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, even to the music now. So the question here is, what is the biggest difference between music today and music you liked when you were younger, and why?
There's just not many real rock and roll bands anymore. There was certainly no lack of them in the 70s and the 80s. The 90s, it kind of took a twist with the alternate and the grunge, and that was all good. What do we got recently?
Not a lot.
Not a ton.
I mean, in so many ways, I'm a closed-off, closed-minded, old, grumpy man. Music's not one of them, at least within my genre.
Yeah.
Like, I have discovered so many new bands over the last 10 years that I really like and will continue to like, and it's like the one optimistic viewpoint I have about life.
I was going to say, I have noticed that. Vinny, you do find a lot of music that you tend to enjoy.
I don't.
And he finds a song he likes, he will listen to it 30 consecutive times.
Wow.
That's true.
You go back to back
How do you
with
find
songs.
it, though?
He told us on the Discovery.
Vinny is very, very open-minded, and I know this about him. He accepts a lot of new incoming music, which is something I have quit doing. I'm not proud of it, but I've quit doing it.
No, I still love what I loved, and I still listen to that stuff over and over again. But yeah, so I don't think I'm necessarily the. I mean, Bick's right. People in rock and roll say it all the time. There's no rock and roll bands.
Yeah, a couple of really good answers. Mike said, the biggest difference is how you get it. It used to be you looked forward to an entire album coming out and you'd only get one single before the release. Now it feels like you get 5 or 6 singles and you forget about an album release, which is fair.
A great point, and I think that affects me. And I think that's why I am the way that I am. I used to buy albums. I never listened. I would just listen to the songs that I liked. I very rarely would llisten to a full album all the way through.
Yeah.
So that didn't affect me at all.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I was kind of a trailblazer that way.
Nice. And then I'll end with this answer from Daylight Films. It used to be a bunch of 20-something guys, rebels, doing drugs, chasing girls, and giving it to the man, and grinding the club scene, and actually playing instruments. Today, it's computer-generated nonsense, and it's all about looks and style, no real substance. Hot take.
Music in some ways was
always about
looks and
yes.
style.
Yeah.
Every generation had a version of that. Some D-backs news before we go to break. First from Nick Picoro that Max Kepler is on the roster and Tim Tawa is being sent down.
Okay.
And according to Alex Weiner, our very own Alex Weiner, he is hearing that Max Kepler will be in the lineup today.
Makes sense.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Let's go.
We assume at first base, or?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I would think, right? No?
No, I think he's an outfielder. He might DH. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
We'll see.
They've got people playing first base who haven't played first
That's
base in their whole
so
life.
true. You're right. And Mock My World yesterday, my team's going to win. The team of choosing Texas.
Am I? Yeah, people really
love that. Yes, we did.
Did I get single digits?
No, 14%.
Yes.
Con. So my team 40, Bick 27%, Jarrett 19, and Team Murata 14% in the category of songs with cities or states and titles.
All right.
So
And Arizonasports.com to vote for that.
Mm-hmm.
Voting is still open for a bit?
Voting is open until next week, I believe.
Yeah.
Wow.
Seriously.
That's different.
Yeah. It doesn't really change much after the first day.
Thank you, Sammy. Celebrate America's 250th at Chase Field. Arizona Sports is giving away family 4-packs to D-backs versus Brewers on July 3rd or 4th. Listen starting Monday for your chance to call in and win. Speaking of the D-backs, Nolan Arenado scheduled to join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jameson's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Oh no, I dropped my lip balm in the water. I can't think of anything worse than the looming threat of potentially having chapped lips. It was ginger vanilla too, my favorite flavor.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Yeah, D-backs coming off 2 straight wins in St. Louis. Hopefully get the last game in before moving on to Tampa Bay over the weekend. And joining us from St. Louis, it is our pleasure to welcome to the show for the first time Diamondbacks third baseman Nolan Arenado joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Nolan, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. There's been so much talk about the weather today, and I know all Major League players love to deal with weather on getaway day, Nolan. But since you're there, what are you thinking about the weather situation? Will there be baseball today?
I don't know. From playing here, sometimes, it says you won't play, and then you get it in, and it actually turns out to be sunny. But for the most part, when it says it's going to rain, it means it's going to rain pretty hard. So I don't know. I hope we get it in.
All right, Nolan, you're having yourself quite a series. You broke that scoreless tie with that crucial RBI double on Tuesday night. You got these great rousing ovations in your return to St. Louis. What has this been like for you emotionally?
Yeah, it's been, it's been great. St. Louis, it's an amazing place. I really love playing here. The people are phenomenal. The fans, we love living here. My family, we loved it. And it was a great chapter in my life. Then obviously going through that standing ovation and all that was special. To do it 3 times, I didn't expect that. So it was really cool. It was amazing. The fans are first class here. But at the end of the day, I'm happy to come through and help us hit that win in Game 2. And just want to try to have good bats. We haven't really been driving runs in the way we know we can. So it was nice to see me come through, and it's just nice to see us yesterday come through, 1 through 9, everyone getting hits and hitting the ball hard, so that was nice.
Well, you mentioned your hit in the ninth inning on Tuesday. That opened up the floodgates a little bit, led to the win, and everybody's thinking, okay, maybe this is the start of something big, and then you see the big inning yesterday. 7 for 19 are the Diamondbacks with runners in scoring position since you got that double. Did it feel like the beginning of something big after a rough stretch, Nolan?
I don't know. I think, obviously it was a big swing by me, but, I think we have the players to do those things. We really do. And so a lot of guys haven't felt great yet. And unfortunately, it's not just one guy. It's multiple guys that haven't felt good at the same time, and that's always kind of tough. But we have a good group of players. We have a good group of guys that can do those things, can really, break games open. And it was just good to see everyone kind of contribute. Even the rookies also, they contributed too, so that was huge.
All right, Nolan, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I seem to recall, didn't you commit to play college ball at ASU for Pat Murphy? And obviously you didn't play in college, but I seem to recall you once did. And if that's the case, what's it been like for you to come here as a professional baseball player?
Yeah, I did. I committed to ASU. Murphy was the coach, that's right. Josh Holliday was the one that recruited me. Andy Stankiewicz was there. It was a really good coaching staff and great players. They had a bunch of guys. But playing in Arizona has been phenomenal. Arizona's it's almost like a second home in a sense because of all the spring trainings I had with the Rockies and fall league. I've just been in Scottsdale for so long. So living there and playing there, it's been great. And then obviously being playing with the Rockies and playing against the Diamondbacks, it's just there's a lot of familiarity. And that's been really nice. It's made the transition super easy. So it's been great. And the guys here have made, and the coaches and the trainers, everyone's made my life just so much easier and better. So it's been really cool.
Nolan Arenado, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Let's go back to that time because you commit to ASU. You go back to 2009. The Rockies make you a second-round pick. Is that an easy decision for somebody coming right out of high school, or did you mull it over for a long time?
Not really. I wanted to go play pro ball. I really did. My eyes were, my mind was set on that. You obviously use college as a, as a recruiting part, kind of like recruiting in a sense. But I wanted to play pro ball right away once I knew that teams were going to possibly draft me. So I was really looking forward to that.
One of the cool things is Corbin Carroll just raves about the amount of respect he has for you, and obviously you came to the Diamondbacks with elite levels of preparation and work ethic. What did you want to project to a new team and a new clubhouse that does feature a lot of young players who are probably getting very valuable mentorship from you?
I think, obviously I've always enjoyed the game. I love working hard on it. I feel like I have to. It doesn't really come easy as it used to, so as you get older, so you got to put in a little bit more work. But, I love being around all these guys. I love talking to them, spending time with them, especially the young guys. It's been great. Obviously, playing with Corbin's been awesome. I mean, he's one of my favorite players I've ever played with. One of the best players I've ever seen just on a daily basis. He's got a lot of, like Paul Goldschmidt, he's got a lot of that type of player in him. It's just special to watch. But all these guys play hard. They all work hard. They all care. It's been fun. It's a good group. We just got to, play a little bit better baseball. But like I said, I enjoy coming to the ballpark and spending time with the boys. It's been awesome.
Nolan Arenado, our guest here on Arizona Sports. 41-39 through 80 games, getting close to the midway point. We've had a lot of discussions, with things that have gone wrong, the prolonged stretches of struggle offensively and the starting rotation being up and down. 41-39 is a pretty good place to be at this point. Do you guys kind of feel that way collectively, Nolan?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously we would like to have a better record, but, like if that's where we're at, it's over 500, which is good. But, I think our expectations are a lot higher than that. And we think we can, if we get some health back and start making a move, start hitting the way we know we can and playing a little bit better baseball. We know we should be a little bit better than that. But, yeah, as we get close to the deadline, we would like to have a better record so we can, we'll see what happens. Maybe put pressure. So maybe go get somebody, or hopefully we'll get some guys back. from injury. We'll see what happens, but we're definitely not out of it. We're definitely a group that I think can turn the tide. And it's just a matter of us going out there and doing it. We just got to go do it. Our schedule, not to make excuses, has been pretty tough in the first half, and we've done a really good job. We've been in a lot of games. So, it's a good sign. So hopefully that, when the second half starts and as we lead into that, we can carry on and get better.
I know the stuff is relatively meaningless, but I heard you talk in a television interview recently about how it's absurd that Corbin Carroll ranks 10th in All-Star voting. You, among position players, rank the highest of anybody on the team, and I think that speaks to the great career you had in Colorado. It speaks to the love they have for you in St. Louis. But what are your thoughts on some of your teammates and how they probably should be a little higher up in that balloting?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely shouldn't be above Corbin Carroll in anything. Listen, Corbin, he's a top 5 player in the game. He deserves. He's going to be an All-Star. We know that. He deserves a start. He's that player. He's just even Marte, he's been incredible since the start. He's been really good too. There's a few guys. But Corbin for sure deserves it. I think people don't realize, I hope one day people realize what we have in Corbin as a player because of the excitement that he brings and, the way he plays the game. And, it's just a joy to watch, but he definitely deserves to be at the All-Star game.
Yeah, I've got your baseball reference page up right now, Nolan. 8 times an All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove winner, 5-time Silver Slugger, 6-time Platinum Glove, which is ridiculous. Which one of those, or is it something else that you're most proud of in your career?
I would, the first All-Star game, making the first All-Star game, winning the first Gold Glove, those two were pretty special. Just because I really wanted that. I really wanted to make the All-Star team. Making the All-Star team in St. Louis was really special too, just because I wanted to make it in a different place. I think, I don't really know which is special. I think it's more the times we went to the playoffs, and like champagne shower and spending time with you 6 months with the boys, you grind and then you make it. Like those times are the ones that kind of hit me the most, in my career.
Great stuff, Nolan. Really appreciated our conversation today. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Appreciate it, Nolan.
No problem, guys. Thank you, guys.
Nolan Arenado, Diamondbacks third baseman, joining us from St. Louis.
Impressive guy.
He put on his meteorology hat earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got experience with the St. Louis weather, and it changes quickly. So crossing his fingers, hoping there's baseball today. But he joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, it'll be hard to top last week's edition, but we'll try.
Oh, no. Anyway.
Is Jared going to start writing questions that can lead to those moments?
Those kind of answers.
We'll find
That's
out.
right.
On the generation.
I thought about that, and I don't want to try to force anything. So it has to be organic.
The generation gap is next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Diamondbacks are 12-2 in the last 14 games Eduardo Rodriguez has started.
Oh.
I would argue he's been a lot more than they were even hoping when they first got him this year. I mean, he's pitching like a Cy Young candidate.
Totally agree with you, man. Are you kidding me? Eduardo Rodriguez, he's having an incredible season. To juxtapose what he's done the last 2 seasons compared to what we have seen so far this season, it is startling how much better he is. He's got, a 2.27 ERA right now. Are you kidding me, Luke?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so I've got a whole folder full of success stories from super happy Life Changer loan clients. This is probably my favorite. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to a Life Changer loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all all of your debt without any fear because you always have access to your equity. That's one of the secret sauces of a Life Changer loan, where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all of your debt, and having 24/7 access to your equity gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it, whenever you want it, which comes in real handy in times of financial instability. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit tremfyaradio.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Collectors! Front Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks behind a big 6-run 4th inning were able to get a 9-4 win against the Cardinals yesterday. Tommy Troy, Lou James Groover, and Drip Vargas all had 2 RBIs in the win, and a chance to win the series today in St. Louis. The Diamondbacks will send Zack Gallon to the mound in need of a good start. First pitch will be at 4:45, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after general manager Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns moved into the first round to take Koa Pete, Brian Gregory talked about what they love about Pete's game.
Is his ability to make quality plays off that dribble as well. Not just get to the basket, not just have his head down. He's got an unbelievable feel for the game.
And tonight, the United States will wrap up their group play against Turkey. Kickoff will be at 7 o'clock tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Right now, through June 30th, a new high-efficiency AC from Parker & Sons means no payments until 2027. Start saving before you spend a dime. Call 602-2REPAIR.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. Which league's draft is the most fun to watch and follow? The NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, or WNBA? I feel like this is a pretty easy one.
Yeah, can it be anything but the NFL draft? I mean...
No, it can't be. It has to be the NFL.
No, it's got to be the NFL draft.
This might be the first 100% question in poll question history.
85%. That's the largest result I've seen.
That's a sign of a bad poll question. No offense to whoever wrote it.
Wasn't me.
There was a time, and I agree with Vinny, there was a time where the NBA draft...
Loved it.
Yeah.
Yes, me
felt
too.
as good as the NFL draft, but not anymore.
Not that time anymore.
And it never was MLB
What
or
are the
NHL.
other percentages? What came in second?
8 for NBA, and then WNBA 3, and then the other 2 with like 2%.
Wow. Major League Baseball draft is tough.
Yeah, it is.
Baseball and hockey are drafting players you won't even see for like 3 years sometimes.
Well, in a lot of cases, yeah.
It's true.
That's today's poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm watching right now as...
There's the first oh, no.
The young team... It's not going to work this week, Sammy. They are limbering up as we speak, trying to top what many people called the greatest moment in Generation Gap history by accident last week. If you don't know what that is, go to our social media on Instagram, Bickley and Murata, Facebook, Bickley and Murata, or X, Bickley_Murata. You could see the clip from last week's. But this week, we are revisiting, we are bringing back the Generation Gap, where I will ask trivia questions to an older team, represented by Dan Bickley and Vince Murata, and to younger team represented by Sammy Sabolka and midday show producer, also a mid-show producer.
Wow.
See, I know modern slang too. Jamal Gumo.
All right.
I will ask them questions about their opposing generations and 4 big ways to win big. 4 topics: sports, music, TV, movies, and pop culture / history.
Yeah.
The young team,
yeah,
you will be able to pick first after last week's performance. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, Jamal, let's go ahead and get on the board with some sports.
I like it.
Sports. Let's find momentum.
Sports. Okay.
Okay.
Simple, straightforward question. What team suffered from the curse of the Billy Goat for 71 years?
Oh,
Billy Goat.
Billy Goat. I'm thinking...
It sounds familiar.
That's very famous. It should sound familiar, yes.
I think it's the Cubs or the Tigers.
Okay, Cubs, Tigers.
See, the Cubs' curse was longer than 71 years, so it makes me
True.
think it's the Detroit Tigers.
Feeling the Tigers?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're going to go with Detroit Tigers.
Detroit Tigers.
That is
Sammy, you're so close.
That is
you
incorrect.
So close to being good at this game. It was the Chicago Cubs.
Oh my God.
Your logic made sense because the World Series drought was longer than 71 years.
Yeah.
But the curse did not begin until 1945.
Yeah.
Jamal, that's on me.
No, it's okay.
It was the Cubs.
No,
It's a good sign.
Yeah, listen, you're right there, Sammy. You're right there.
My brother-in-law.
I'm cheering for you, man.
The Tigers, I don't. As far as I know, they don't have any curse associated with them. The Tigers, I don't know. All right, old people.
Yes. Yes.
Speaking of curses, what face-painted WWE wrestler uncursed the Knicks on ESPN during their championship run and was even mentioned by Jalen Brunson as the reason the team won the title.
You know this, Mick? I know it.
Yeah, it's good. It
You
was
know
even
it.
mentioned on the show.
Yeah,
Yes.
Danhausen.
Danhausen is correct. You are correct.
We
A little
talked about
Danhausen impression.
We've talked about many of the things that I've asked you guys, so don't give me that as an excuse. All right. Good start for the old team. Old team, where do you want to go now? Music, TV/movies, or pop culture/history?
Let's go music, Vic.
All right, let's do music.
Music. Okay, old people. Can you name any song from Taylor Swift's record-setting album, The Life of a Showgirl? One of the biggest albums ever, came out just a few months ago. Any song on the album.
I cannot.
Lots of singles were smash hits.
Let's throw one out there, right? I mean, you know a Taylor Swift song, right?
Yeah, but not from the new album.
Oh, is this the new album?
This is the new album. It came out only about 6 months ago. Set records. Multiple #1 singles. Can you give me any song on the album?
Wasn't there a song that was allegedly about Travis Kelce's private parts?
Whoops.
Oh, was there?
There was, yes, correct. What was the name of it?
Song? What was the name of that song? I swear to
I don't.
Okay.
I have no
We
idea.
need to move on.
All right,
No idea.
We're gonna steal with Opalite, or you can go with the one they were talking about is Wood.
Opalite is correct. Wood. I was going to give you a clue,
My
same as the
goodness.
Alice in Chains song.
That's actually a thing.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah, Wood.
All right, Taylor.
All right, come on, Jamal. Let's
Fate
go.
Ophelia.
I left you hanging there.
No,
Vic,
no, it's
sorry.
okay. It's all right. It's
All right, we got one.
All right. There was a
2-1.
song called The Life of a Showgirl, too, actually.
Yeah.
All right.
Young
Okay.
people.
That should have been the default guess.
It should. I thought you guys were gonna go there.
Okay.
Music.
Yes. What band's self-titled album featured hit songs such as Enter Sandman, The Unforgiven, and Nothing Else Matters?
Oh my god.
I know.
I think it's Metallica.
Is it? Okay.
I think so.
Have you heard of any of those
I've
songs?
heard of Enter
I've heard
Sandman.
Enter Sandman.
Okay.
Is it Metallica? Okay.
What, do you have a do you have a thought?
The other one I was gonna say is AC/DC.
No,
but
it's
I don't
not
think that's
AC/DC.
right.
It's not.
That's-
We're
but
going
that's
with
like the only
Metallica.
band.
That is correct.
Come on, boys. Come on.
Oh,
tied
it's
up.
very competitive edition. Let's go.
Let's
go.
I smell a breakthrough
All
coming,
right,
Vinny.
young
You better
people.
get your thinking
I brought
cap
it.
on.
My brain's
I need
moving.
Trivia Vinny Joe Trivia to emerge right,
All right,
here
young
and
people.
right now.
I'm shook now. There's a song about Travis Kelce's.
We're gonna go with the non-history one. We'll save that for last. What's the other one?
TV/movies.
TV/movies.
Okay, this is an audio clue.
Okay.
What TV show theme song is this?
Well, we're moving on now to the east side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Moving on.
Oh my gosh, no! Jamal, what do you?
Have you ever heard that?
Yes, I have.
You have?
I have.
Come on.
Oh, come on.
What are we thinking here?
Please, I gotta pull this one.
Come on. I need you one time.
We're going to need an answer, please.
Dude, what's... Okay, this is going to sound really bad if it's wrong.
It's okay.
No, it's so wrong. Okay, I'm going to throw it out there. I know it's wrong. Family Matters.
Yeah, Family Matters.
Family Matters is
What
incorrect.
would really be funny if Jamal Gumo's name was actually Jeff Urson? So maybe Sammy would go, oh,
Come on, Jeff Urson. Yeah. No. So
The
what
name
was
is
the answer?
not Jeff Urson.
Yeah.
The
The answer
Jeffersons.
was
The
the Jeffersons. Yes, that is correct.
Oh, I get that. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, old people. Old people. What
3-2.
current TV show's theme song is this?
Oh, I got it.
It's not my fort.
A.
Well,
Canadian, eh?
The name of the show is The 40. No.
Look, it's got to be a drama.
It's got to be for young people.
We need an answer quickly, though.
It's not Stranger Things.
Give them something.
Stranger Things.
That is incorrect.
It's Severance.
It is
Come on,
Severance.
3-3.
Oh, 3-3.
Oh, we're running out of time. All right, really quickly here.
Oh my gosh.
Get into that
Pop
show.
culture / history.
Oh man, it's
The young,
them, right?
Old people first. Okay. Often drawn in black and white and featuring characters with big eyes. What is the name of the Japanese comics and graphic novels, especially popular with Generation Z? Japanese comics and graphic novels. Big eyes, black and white. We need an answer, please.
I don't know.
The style of comics. Don't know? Don't know?
No.
Answer,
Don't know.
answer. Okay.
We're gonna guess anime.
Yep, that was my guess.
Anime
too.
is not correct.
Okay.
It is manga.
Manga.
We even talked about it with Jeremiah
Okay,
Love.
Jamal, for the win.
For the win!
Here we go, at the buzzer.
All right, here we go. It's exciting.
History question for you guys.
Ah, man.
What was the name of the war between USA and the British Empire that began in 1812?
Wait.
1812?
Okay, this is not the answer. Is it called the War of 1812?
Oh, it's it's the Revolutionary War.
Is it?
I think. Or it's that or the...
We need an answer, please. We're running out of time here.
What are you thinking?
The war between the USA and the British Empire that began in 1812.
My gut says Revolutionary War.
Okay, we'll go Revolutionary War.
Oh, your gut was wrong.
Is it the War of 1812?
It's the War of 1812.
The War of 1812.
We can't get out of our
The
way.
war that took place in 1812.
Yeah.
You ever heard of 17? You ever heard of it's the 250th anniversary? Anyway.
Jamal, you were right on it.
Oh, Jamal, you almost
on
gotta
me.
be. Anyway, we got to
Good
break
tie.
now, but good job, everybody.
Yeah, in honor of the
Good
World
tie.
Cup, a tie we can all celebrate.
Yes.
I thought it was 4-3 us.
No, 4-4.
Did they get
Oh,
four?
wait.
It's fully
Because we just stole, right?
They just stole. Yeah, they got the win.
Man, you don't know your wars.
All
You
right.
can't count.
We did lose.
Tough day, Sammy.
This sucks.
Final thoughts.
Go to
now.
break.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns straight into the first round, selecting Arizona's Koa Pete with the 30th overall pick.
What is it about Pete in particular that the Suns really seem to like?
They love his physicality, and they need points in the paint. You know, Calvin, we talk about this a lot, that's not an area they're really good at.
Yeah.
So you get another player who's got the ability to score in the paint. That's what they loved about Koa Pete.
We talk about the Suns' bold move and preview round 2 of the NBA draft on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've told this story before, but last summer I had an obscene energy bill, air conditioning bill of $666. I thought it was proof that it was the sign of the devil, that summers in Arizona are literally purgatory. The truth was my windows were shot, and that's what happens when you have bad windows in the Arizona summer. They're going to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for Arizona's desert climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home. They're never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the finished product. They look fantastic. Everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted, full-time employers, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. They're windows that will literally pay you back. Here's my friend Joe to tell you of a smoking hot deal they've got going on at Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere.
Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can, and may.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Anybody have any clue what this is?
The theme song from the War of 1812?
It's, well, you're close. I'm trolling a little bit.
No, it's all right.
After another victory in the
Oh, I know what this is. This is,
the 1812 Overture.
Okay. Yeah.
A little Tchaikovsky for you. It's got to number 1 on the charts.
Casey Kasem announced that one day.
This was not
Tchaikovsky and the 1812 Overture.
not Sammy's finest hour there.
I feel
Talked the
bad for
team out
Sammy.
of the right answer twice there.
Twice.
2 times.
Twice. And Sammy is very much the competitor, and he gets very, he wears it. He wears defeat hard. If you'd have seen him seconds after that game had ended.
Yeah.
Feel bad for you, man. You had logistically worked your way to the right answer a couple of times.
Yeah, because let's face it, I don't know if the questions are ever going to get easier than that.
That was a test. That one was a question I thought of and said, is it possible to give them a question with the answer in the question?
I got so blindsided.
That was unbelievable. To ask
Man.
him what war began in 1812 and
This is bleak. Come on, Pete. Pick it up here a little bit.
Yeah, come on, Pete. So, Jared, where did that food suddenly materialize
It's
in
just
front of you?
over there. It's tasty.
Yeah.
Breakfast burritos.
Oh, jeez.
You couldn't wait 9 minutes.
No.
9 minutes.
Don't worry. Jared's not the only. I had one at the break, too.
Yeah. Tchaikovsky, the 1812 Overture, Opus 49, by the way. This goes on for 15 minutes.
Goodness.
You want to appreciate fine classical. That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, but you know what happened now is I just put classical music into my algorithm, so now my thing that I discover all this new music, it's going to pop up with a lot of classical. Not great.
But a little culture.
Did you see what the New York Mets did yesterday? 6 infield errors. The first time that's happened since their historically bad expansion year in 1962, when Felix Mantilla, Charlie Neal, Rod Kunnell, and Marv Throneberry combined to commit 6 errors against the Houston Colt 45s. Yeah, the Mets are an absolute mess. And here was Gary Cohen, their announcer, on them being a mess. Oh, that's Tchaikovsky still.
Oh, it's good. It's kind of a good,
kind of
appropriate.
That's all you want about being confident in the team you have. But this has been nothing short of ugly. Swing and a miss and a changeup, and Young is down on strikes to start the ninth.
You know, Gary, it's certainly a low point. It feels like rock bottom to me. All the errors, 3 of them were made by Gold Glovers, guys that don't make those kind of errors. But this is the team also that puts people that have played mostly at one position now sent to play other positions. They don't have.
Yeah, I mean,
They're the argument against the salary cap.
Yeah, but that's got to be the height of frustration as a fan.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a highly paid team that just doesn't win, it's one thing. If they don't hit well, that's one thing. If they don't pitch well, that's another thing.
But if they don't pick up the baseball, that's another thing.
6
Yeah, that's
in one game.
That's brutal.
Mark Vientos, 2. Francisco Lindor, Bo Bichette, Marcus Semien, 2. Everybody on the infield had at least one error. And on the flip side of it, do you see what Dansby Swanson has done the last 3 games?
Yes.
He has 15 runs batted in over his last 3 games.
You're kidding me.
No. He's so red hot.
How hot is he?
He's got a batting average over 200 again. Dansby Swanson has at least 4 runs batted in 3 straight games. He had 4, 7, and then 4. First guy to do that since a member that Jared will know the answer to this, although he's walking out.
As he disappears.
A member of the 2013 Baltimore Orioles was the last person to do that. 3 straight games with at least 4 runs batted in.
You were going out to get another burrito, were you?
No, it's just throwing stuff out. Miguel Tejada.
No, I think they're still paying this guy.
Oh, Chris Davis.
Chris Davis.
Oh.
I didn't know he even got.
Do I get a point for that?
Many hits in his career with
our team. Does our team
yes,
get
a point in this segment, yes. It is not applicable to any other segment of the show, unfortunately. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Nolan Arenado and Derek Hall for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 for the Friday edition. Wolf and Luke, or as Jared called it, a mid-show. Coming
midday.
Oh, midday, yes. That's coming up next. We'll catch you tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? As part of our kickoff to summer savings event, we're helping customers get road trip ready for less. Take advantage of $25 off any service, including oil changes.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Calci.com/regulatory.
Collectors! Front Card Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking, plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 9-4 win last night in large part due to a couple of firsts. Lou James Groover got his first major league home run, and Mitch Bratt his first major league start. He only gave up one run in just 54 pitches, and the bullpen would hold it down from there, and the Snakes have a chance to take 3 of 4 from the Cardinals today. Zack Gallon gets the start, and first pitch is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after the Phoenix Suns traded into the first round to take Koa Pete, here's general manager Brian Gregory on his fit with the Suns.
Going to be a great fit for us. You know, we talk about the Suns' DNA. We talk about doing things the Suns' way. And when you have a kid like Koa coming in, you know there's just a great fit.
For more on Pete and the Suns offseason, be sure to head on over to ArizonaSports.com today. And this report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event going on now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Okay, good. Excellent.
That's it. All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow. That's good. That's checking in. Let's make sure command and control.
By the way, YouTube, how does it look right now? You know, the aloe vera, of course, being smeared on the face. How does it look? Please don't get personal. Just tell me if it's red or not.
Well, now you're gone.
That's what I'd like to know.
You know, it would have been great because you were wearing the blue shirt, too. I thought you were going all patriotic for the U.S. game today.
Okay, well, you know, I should have wore white shorts because then I'd have the red, then I'd have the blue and the white.
But you got white on your shirt, though. You got like a white Arizona sports thing on.
Yeah, that's good. Are you guys ready to broadcast back there? Command and control, you ready to go? Frat boys, yeah. That's good. Sammy the Bull and the Wedge. Sammy, you good?
None of them were in a frat.
Okay, Sammy's only here
I'm
for
upset.
another. You're upset? Why are
I
you
let
upset?
down Jamal today. I'm going to be completely honest.
Oh, well, I missed this because I was over there with Broomhead. What's going on?
I let Jamal down, and I apologize.
Oh, I'm going to need we need context.
We've got to hear it, yes.
Well, okay, also, I'm going to say, Sammy, as many times as I've let him down on this game.
Take one for the team. You guys are so selfless.
Listen. One of the questions was, what was the War of 1812 called?
Okay.
In so many words.
Okay.
It was what was the war between the U.S. and the British something that happened in 1812? Okay. And I got so blindsided by the first half of the question that my thought was the Revolutionary War, and Jamal said, maybe the War of 1812, and we went with the Revolutionary War. And then the first question of the day was, the curse of the Billy Goat belongs to what team? Okay. And I said the Chicago Cubs, and then stupidly also thought that the Detroit Tigers were involved somehow.
Oh, they're just bad.
and well, yeah, it was that one.
That's good.
2 taps and a wave.
Listen,
did you guys, was it like, did that cost you the win? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
It was 3-3, and we had the War of 1812 question.
Okay.
And we lost.
Hey, Sammy.
What's amazing about
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, so what are we celebrating this year across America?
Oh.
Just have a question.
I mean, that could be, that's you could ask.
We're celebrating a lot of things.
Yeah, but like, you know,
everybody's got a birthday.
There's a lot of like, you know, America 250
the quick math was tough,
stuff.
okay? Quick math tough.
America
there, so.
250 years ago.
Sammy, I give you credit. You came on the air. You didn't have to. Admit that on our show as well.
It's okay.
But you did.
It's out there now.
I'm just saying that, you know,
it'll make you stronger.
If you just pay attention to the news and anything, you know,
hey, listen.
We're celebrating the 250.
They got a good team unity. They're taking.
Sammy is my
each
teammate.
other.
I'm always gonna have his back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if one of us falls, we both fall.
Okay, that's good.
That's good. And you guys are getting closer. If you only lost by that question,
we're still 2 and. All right, let's move on.
You guys only paid
Wedge
attention
busters,
to.
based on needs. Wedge busters are the worst at trivia. We are the worst. Okay?
Oh, maybe not the worst.
Absolutely the worst
Thank you,
at
Wedge
trivia.
busters.
And even I knew the answer to those 2 questions.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just so you guys know that.
Unless
young
it's
Krugs.
Wolf, I think you'd actually be pretty good at trivia if it's 80s NFL.
Well, yeah, you probably ace that.
You have a photographic memory of 80s NFL.
I could see Wolf being better at trivia than he says he is.
No, I'm not. That's okay.
But you know what? It would be like was it old school where Will Ferrell just gives all the right answers, but he doesn't even realize he's doing it? That'd be Wolf.
Yeah.
Wolf would get asked 10 questions. He'd get them all right, and he'd be like, what? What did I say?
Yeah, it's recent memory and long term. I think 2 different things, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to broadcast? That is the question we ask. Are you ready to listen to this broadcast, my brothers?
So let's start with the Diamondbacks. Because they won. Well, we were going to start with them either way, but they won.
Boy, it feels good, doesn't
Let's
it?
start with them there. Lou James Groover, first career home run. And
is that the first thing you think of?
It's the first thing I think of.
That when you think of that game.
Yeah, it is.
Groover hitting his first home run. Really?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Because he hit his first home run, and then Ketel Marte hit the home run right after. And I don't know if we have that cut. Rick, do we have the well, either way. After the game, Groover was like, yeah, look, you get to the clubhouse after you hit your first home run, right? In the dugout, and they're obviously they're going to give you the silent treatment. So they were giving him the silent treatment, and Ketel hit a home run right after, so they couldn't give him the silent treatment, so they gave Ketel the silent treatment. I'll find that cut. That was a great cut. But, yeah, that's where I start, just because the offense has been such an issue lately.
Yes, the offense has been such an issue lately, and that is the very reason why the very first thing I thought of was 5 for 12. The fact that the Diamondbacks were 5 of 12 with runners in scoring position. 5 of 12 with runners in scoring position. Stop and think about that. It's interesting because I can hear you talking, Luke, on the air. I don't know if that is going out with everybody, but
I would guess it probably
like
is.
Yes, they were 5 of 12 base runnings. They actually finished 5 of 16, but that still is so much better than what it was.
Yeah.
To me, they got some big hits when they needed it. And for me, can I also say, base runnings, that the 7th inning was the inning in which I really got jacked up. The 7th inning, of course, where they scored 2 runs. They had 6. They had the big inning. They put a 6 spot up there. That's pretty big. Would you say that's big?
That's a very welcome sight. We haven't seen that a lot lately.
Boy, that was so beautiful to see that. And then all of a sudden to see them tack on 2 more in the 7th. Oh, I like that. That jacked me up. That's what I think of. Runners in scoring position.
Tommy Troy, a couple hits in this one, too. I mean,
Tommy Troy.
He's
kind of like Tommy Pham.
It's kind of like Tommy Pham. I don't know. I
really not when you stop and think about it. Okay, I mean, Tommy Pham was this grizzled veteran. Tommy Troy's trying to make his way.
Troy's played like 30 games
ever. At the
ever.
same time, we get to say Tommy Troy.
We do get to say Tommy Troy, and if he can deliver like that, 2 more hits, 2 more RBIs, 2 more runs scored in that game. You look at his overall average is 241. I get that that's not like amazing, but he's been hitting better lately, and he's got a few home runs, and I'm nervous about relying on too many rookies to consistently produce. I'm guessing they probably are as well. I mean, last night just 2 rookies in the lineup, although Mitch Bratt started the game, so there's another guy making his major league debut. I've lost count of how many Diamondbacks have made their major league debut this season, but I got the sense talking to Amiel Sadeh yesterday, and I think most of us feel this way watching them right now, just kind of in survival mode right now. Doesn't mean they're going to be in survival mode for the next 90 games or whatever, 80 games. But right now, when you're down to 3 starting pitchers and the one who's pitching tonight has an ERA over 9 over the last month and a half, so like 2.5 starting pitchers.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really want to call Zack Gallon 9. I'd like to start calling Zack Gallon like 3.5, but I think we're a little bit away from that. Where they are right now, I think they are in survival mode, and they've won 2 of 3 from St. Louis. If this game doesn't get rained out tonight, they have a chance to win this series. We'll win a 4-game series against St. Louis.
Yeah, man, it was so good as well to see Mitch Bratt, right? Mitch Bratt take the ball, right? Wasn't it great to see it, right? Of course it was, right? Mitch Bratt took the ball. He's 22 years old, base audience. Would you say that he may have had some nerves, especially early on? Especially when he walked 2 of the first 5 hitters that he faced. Mm-hmm. That was a little nerve-wracking, I think, for the most part. And yet, he did an excellent job battling. He did a nice job from that point forward. I was really impressed with this young guy to be able to go out there and do what he did.
With all due respect to Zack Gallon, we had the question, I guess, on the show yesterday of who's going to give them a better chance to win last night and tonight, Mitch Bratt or Zack Gallon. Now, Bratt only pitched 3 innings. He didn't go out there and throw a no-hitter, but Zach's now got to beat at least through the first 3 innings. He can't give up more than 1 run. Otherwise, Bratt gave them a better chance to win. So.
All right, this is going to be on the edge of our seat watching this.
Well, I think Jamal and I both went with Bratt, and right now I feel fairly good about it. Although, to be fair, Gallon should be able to do that. He should be able to give them 6 shutout innings, honestly.
I thought you said you came around. You were like, you know what, I'm with Wolf on this.
No. I said normally I would be with Wolf. Not only that, Jamal will back me up. I gave you a specific reason why, because it's Bratt's first game, so maybe the other team hasn't seen him yet.
Yeah, it was the opposite. He had originally sided with you, and then he was like, you know what?
Yeah.
This guy Jamal has an IQ of 100 million.
There it is.
I don't think I said that.
Maybe I forgot about that. In so many words.
By you, Jamal.
I think I specifically said that St. Louis hasn't seen Mitch Bratt pitch yet, so he might sneak up on them.
Here's the protective cup. You might want to slide it in.
Remember when you asked if we were ready to broadcast yet? No. Let's try again at 10:15.
Okay.
All right. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or donating today. All right, when we come back, what exactly went into that Koa Pete pick by the Suns? You're going to hear what GM Brian Gregory had to say. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
With Michelob Ultra Zero, there's always what's next. Next play, next shot, next score, next celebration. Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol, distinctly smooth taste, and just 29 calories. Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Zero alcohol-free malt beverage, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Collectors! Front Row Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. BSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th to 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what's next for the Phoenix Suns on their offseason to-do list? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
can't stand this rejoin.
Why do you keep requesting it then?
Don't like it, Base Earnings. It's just so down low, no energy, slow.
We can just
kind of, you know.
Cut it? Come back with some of your frat music?
Just let it play out, though.
No. Wolf hates it so much they'd like to just hear the whole
play
thing.
Out a little bit because there is something that gets a little bit better at some point in time. We all need contrast, do we not? Base and Earnings, the spice of life. Contrast is the spice of life, as we all. Let's punch that a little bit. Bring that up. Somebody, will you bring it up, Rick? All right, Base and Earnings, good morning on this summer morning day. Are you not jacked up? Grind it out today, shall we?
I don't know what you did, but you moved yourself all the way off the screen. There, we got some contrast for you. You're not even there.
You know, it's amazing, Base and Onions. They have a green dot.
Oh, there's two of me. That's more amazing. Oh. I'm talking to myself.
They have a green dot here on the counter, on the broadcasting counter, as we like to call it, Base and Onions. A green dot. You need to be sitting in the middle of that green dot. Your person needs to be centered on the green dot.
It's like an inside linebacker on a football team.
And look.
I'm having trouble adjusting the cameras this morning.
Oh.
I press the button and it goes all the way around instead of what it normally does.
Got yourself centered.
Wait a minute. You're in charge of the cameras?
A lot of the times, yeah.
Oh.
I thought Jeremy was.
All these times Wolf's been ripping
a lot of
Jeremy.
times I'm in charge of it. I shouldn't be, but
goodness.
I just end up doing it.
Well,
I am on the outside. I am looking
here.
in.
I wanted to move this entire segment, just speculation of what's going to happen in Memphis with Beef Stew and John Morant on the same team. But instead, we're talking about, I don't know what happened. Wolf's just like rotating around the room on YouTube. All right, enough of this tomfoolery, okay? Brian Gregory, he spoke yesterday, and he spoke about why they took Koa Pete. Okay, so look, we spoke yesterday about why they took Koa Pete, but what do we know? Brian Gregory is actually the guy who took him.
Yeah. Really excited about yesterday and the opportunity to bring Koa into our organization, onto our team, someone that we had targeted and really felt good about and was hoping for the opportunity to bring him in. And when it presented itself, we were able to make the moves necessary to do that. So going to be a great fit for us. You know, we talk about the Suns' DNA. We talk about doing things the Suns' way. And when you have a kid like Koa coming in, you know there's just a great fit, brings everything that's important to us, high character, highly talented, you know, great competitor, great winner. And maybe that winning piece is the thing that was so important to us. 4 state championships, 4 gold medals representing the U.S. on different levels. Obviously did a great job this year as a freshman at Arizona with, I think, school record 36 wins, gets him to the Final Four. Most outstanding player in the West Regional. Every big game in that, 21 in the Sweet 16 game, 21 in the Elite 8 game, double-double in the Final Four game. I can go on, but the most important thing is when we look at what we want to constantly draft and bring into our organization, Koa Pete has all of it.
Oh, you know what? Honestly, does that sound really, really good right now? That sounds really, really good. That sounds like what they did last year with Rasheer Fleming, once again, targeting him. Did he say targeting? Did he say it? You know, typically I can't stand the word targeting, Base and Onions. I can't.
Yeah, I've cut it out of my vocabulary ever since I realized they don't call it in important college football playoff games.
Yeah, what game was that again?
That was the playoff game against Texas, where ASU would have advanced to play Ohio State.
Huge game, was it not? So we don't use the word targeting. But you know what? If it applies to Brian Gregory and what the Phoenix Suns actually did by targeting Rasheer Fleming, targeting Koa Pete, at the end of that first round, man, it fills me with a lot of expectation. Just listening to him talk about what Koa Pete had accomplished, the things he had done, man, it fills me. Maybe Brian Gregory maybe he didn't have all the experience that we were all hoping for, right, Base Earnings? Maybe he didn't have that kind of experience. But maybe this guy. And right now, the early signs are that Brian Gregory truly understands what he is doing. And that really makes you feel confident, does it not?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it does. I would like to see him in a position where he...
regardless of what happens to Koa Pete right now, did they get value for Koa Pete?
I like the pick. You know, I like the pick, and I'm an ASU guy, so it's not like I like the pick because he went to U of A. There's none of that mixed into it. And in fact, Wolf, since you bring that up, did a little research for the show. I was like, I'm gonna try something new. I'm doing some research for the show. Okay. I just randomly pulled up 2 mock drafts from the holidays, right around Christmas. Okay. So, and I promise you, this was random. I mean, I put in a range. I was like, give me December to January, okay? So I pulled one up from ESPN, and they had Koa Pete going 14th to the Spurs.
I see.
And then I pulled one up from CBS. So this is during the season. This is during the college basketball season. They had Koa Pete going 7th.
What?
So,
okay.
When you talk about value, again, I look at this as if they spent the 47th pick on a guy that during the college basketball season was certainly a projected lottery pick for a good chunk of it. I understand why he dropped. I'm not saying they got an all-star.
Yep.
But they got him with, in my mind, the 47th pick because I think you can get the other second-round picks back fairly easily in trades, depending, you may not get the first pick of the second round, but those weren't going to be the first pick of the second round. I think you can get that back. So to me, you got a guy who was a lottery pick for a good chunk of the season with the 47th pick in the draft. Like I said, I get why he dropped. To your point, he may not even pan out. But who would you have rather they took at 47 than a guy who was a lottery pick a couple months ago?
Yes. Yeah, it truly is amazing right now, the value that I think the Phoenix Suns got. Now, again, Base Earnings, Koa Pete's got to go play. He's got to go play. He might be the biggest bust in the history of mankind. Now, I don't think under any way, shape, or form that's going to be the case. I think
you can be a bust with the 30th pick. You just kind of, I don't know, you're irrelevant if you don't make it then.
Yeah, I guess, being drafted in the first round, I guess you could still be a bust being drafted in the first round.
I guess, yeah. I don't really want to test that theory.
Being drafted in the NBA, if you just can't play, you're not good. I think at some point in time, there is a bust for all of us, is there not? If you're drafted in the first round regardless, I think he could look at it that way. But I just, this is still part of the Kevin Durant deal. This was still part of the Kevin Durant deal with the 47th pick overall. So, again, this is the end of it. This house is clean with the Phoenix Suns at this point in time. I cannot wait. Koa Pete, do you hope to see him in the rotation? That is the question that I ask you, Base Audience. Do you want to see him in the rotation? Koa Pete.
I don't know. We'll get into that later on the show because Brian Gregory addressed that a little bit.
Oh, are you saying I didn't look at the show sheet? Is that it?
I would never imply such a thing.
Okay.
I'm saying that Rick was right before the show when he said
right.
We're not going to get to all the audio in that first segment, and we played one cut.
Yeah, Rick said he knew us. Interesting.
The idea of having him in the rotation is, I just want him to play his way in there. You know what I mean? There's other guys I need to see in the rotation this year. The other part of this is Koa Pete is 19. So when people say he's not a finished product, I would hope not. He's 19.
19.
Like if he's a finished product, then I don't want him.
Not 18 like Kaman was, but 19. Still
times
young,
are changing.
Right? Yes.
All right. When we come back, can the Diamondbacks get by with essentially half a rotation? Because that's kind of what they're trying to do right now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers really only get one offer, and typically it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough, but Orchard changes that for you because with Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. So just stop right there for a second. Logically, that's going to set you up to get more money and feel good about what you're doing because you're going to have all the information. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. Then they come to you with those offers. You review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms so you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table that maybe you don't even know about. This way you see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers repairs or means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process, none of that. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First pitch is at 4:45 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zack Gallon will try to bounce back from a rather rough outing in his last start this past Saturday. And the United States men's national team wraps up group play tonight in Inglewood against Turkey. Kickoff is at 7. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, July 4th D-backs home game versus Milwaukee, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten what the color.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the Diamondbacks and the man on the mound tonight finish this Cardinals series on a high note? We'll talk Zack Gallon's big outing against St. Louis on the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. D-backs Cardinals tonight from St. Louis, assuming the weather cooperates, which is in question for that game in St. Louis. But if they play, D-backs with a chance to take 3 of 4 from the Cardinals, that would be absolutely huge, especially when you consider how things look just going into this series with the injuries and everything.
Especially after game 1.
Yeah. That's true.
You weren't filled with a lot of confidence, were you, my brothers, that somehow, some way, the Arizona Diamondbacks were going to win this 4-game series, which nobody seems to win.
No, now they've dragged St. Louis down to the number 2 wild card. St. Louis was number 1 when the series started, and the D-backs are just 2 games back of St. Louis. So, yeah.
Could you make it 1 game?
That'd be nice. Maybe.
That'd be nice.
That'd be nice. Here, I've got stats, Wolf. I've got stats on the Diamondbacks starting rotation. Okay,
bring it.
I'm just going to go the last 30 days. Right, that's a fair number.
Okay, last 30 days.
I don't have any specific there's not like a specific point I'm using to make my argument here. I'm just giving you last 30 days.
Yeah,
okay,
the cutoff between short-term and long-term memory, basically. It's interesting.
Is that the cutoff? 30 days?
I have no idea. I just thought it sounded good.
It did. It sounded real.
Yeah,
I was like, wow, I've never heard that. The best ERA of any Diamondbacks starter in that time is Jose Cabrera with a 0.00. Now he's only pitched 5 innings, but still.
Yes.
Erod has a 2.34. Michael Soroka, but he's hurt, a 2.67. Mitch Bratt, a 3, but he's only pitched 3 innings. Okay.
Yes.
Ryan Nelson, and you're getting higher now. You're getting into the 5.79 range, and he's hurt. Merrill has a 6.51. And Zack Gallon has an 8.88 ERA over the last 30 days. So you boil that down, and let's see. What is that? 7 guys that have made starts for the Diamondbacks. The 2 of the top 4 are rookies who have pitched a combined 8 innings. And another 2 of the top 5 are both hurt. So basically, this is a long way of saying your rotation right now is Erod, a struggling Merrill Kelly, who looked better in his last outing.
Yes.
Zack Gallon, who just looks... I don't even know what's going on there. And 2 rookies. That's your rotation right now.
Yeah. Oh, man, where do you begin? Where do you begin on this? You better be hitting. That's where I'm hitting. You better, that 9 you posted, that you might want to keep posting.
That,
yeah.
I call them 9.
Well, yeah, we called it 9 yesterday, too, what the Diamondbacks did. You want to keep posting a 9, that's okay by me.
Yeah, maybe could you save some of those runs for tonight? Not too many because you needed some of them, but...
It's a tough situation for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now. It was great to see. We were talking a little bit about this, but Mitch Bratt, it was great to see him take the ball and go out there. He's 22 years old. See this guy go out there and compete. It was great to see that, especially to see him settle down a little bit. He only pitched 3 innings, of course, but I thought he did a nice job. He only gave up 1 earned run. When you're looking at a guy like this making his first start in the bigs, was it cool to see his dad as well as dad going off?
A lot of cool stories last night.
That was great.
Is it the worst thing in the world if this game gets rained out tonight? They don't have any off days right now, and they don't have a full rotation.
Yeah.
At least if you don't have a full rotation, but you have the occasional off day mixed in, you can kind of massage it and say, hey, maybe we go 4 guys this time through, and that way Erod's still pitching on 5 days. But they don't have that. Now, the problem is their game tomorrow, they have a game tomorrow, is in Tampa. So, if they have to sit around St. Louis tonight for hours and hours waiting to see if this game's going to happen, and then they get into Tampa at 4 in the morning tomorrow, that's not ideal either. They're in survival mode. The way the schedule is, the way the injuries have lined up, and the way Zack Gallon's been pitching, they're in survival mode.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, you wonder, do you not, Basinonians, what Brandon Pfaadt is doing right now? and how Brandon Pfaadt has stretched out. Has he been stretched out? Obviously, I think they would bring him up. That would be the first move. You would bring up Brandon Pfaadt. Would you agree with that?
The second he's stretched out, I would think he's coming up. Now, I like Brandon Pfaadt a lot. Fan of the show. Friend of the show. I'm a fan of him. I root for Brandon Pfaadt, but he's not been good this year. So that's not. And I'm not saying he can't suddenly get good because he's been good in the past. But it's not like Corbin Burns is close to coming back. It's Brandon Pfaadt.
Well, honestly, if you had your chance to bring up Brandon Pfaadt and go with Brandon Pfaadt or Mitch Bratt, who would you go with?
Well, I'd give Bratt another shot. I mean, he went out there and he was fine last night.
Yeah, he was okay.
I don't think I can lean on him all season. I mean, he's a rookie.
Yeah, I would go with Brandon Pfaadt. I would go with him. The experience, once again, it matters to me, the experience of a guy. And if he's stretched out at all down there, I wouldn't hesitate at all to bring Brandon Pfaadt back before you go with another start from Mitch Bratt.
Well, this is what I was saying. I mean, the game, as of now, is still scheduled for tonight, and I'm going to operate like they're going to play tonight. But if they didn't have a game tonight, if it got rained out, whatever, Zack Gallon would then pitch tomorrow. Right now, you have nobody scheduled to pitch tomorrow. You're going to need somebody to pitch. So that would make it so instead of who knows who's pitching tomorrow, then Merrill, then Erod against Tampa, you could go Gallon, Merrill, and Erod against Tampa and maybe get a day to get everybody kind of back on track here.
Interesting.
I don't know. I mean, normally I don't want rain at a baseball game, and I would still just prefer they played because their offense is kind of heating up. But it might not be the worst thing in the world if this game gets rained out. Again, assuming the Diamondbacks don't have to sit there and wait for 4 hours before they call it, and then they have to get to Tampa Bay for a game tomorrow. I don't know. I think at this point you're just trying to get through this stretch of the season. Brandon Pfaadt, I think, is absolutely a major player here whenever they get a chance to bring him back up.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. But again, the bats and the bats getting hot, it was so good to see this. Oh, my goodness, it was great to see them go out there and explode and score 6 runs in the 4th inning, and then the 7th inning to tack on 2 more, and then in the 8th, it just felt so good to watch the Diamondbacks go out and hit the ball. 12 hits. When was the last time, Base Guardians, you saw the Arizona Diamondbacks with 12 hits? Man, I get on this, Rick. Okay, you know what? I shouldn't. There's an old saying in broadcasting, okay, Base Guardians, you never ask questions you don't know the answers to.
That's fair.
Okay, it's really bad. It's kind of like being a lawyer. You never want to ask a question
that seems
in court that you don't know.
That one might have bigger consequences.
You don't want to ask that question. I'm just saying right now.
Imagine Wolf as your lawyer. Your Honor,
hey, I guarantee you.
Where's the coffee?
Yeah, listen, I think we all understand what's going on here. Okay, my client is being set up. Knock it off. Let's get out of here, huh?
Right.
We'll go and have some lunch.
Right. My client's being set up, right?
By the way, the Diamondbacks have had 12 hits in 2 games so far this 2026 season.
And one of them was last night.
One of them was last night. The other one was May 18th at home against the Giants.
There it is. So 2 hits. Or two games, basically, they've had 12 hits. Stop and think about that. And that's why it felt so good to watch this game. Did it not?
Yeah.
It felt great to watch this game and just know that the Diamondbacks had won it, a 9-2 lead. It felt really, really good.
I still maintain Lou James Groover's the guy that got it going. I know he didn't drive in the first couple runs, but he took it from close game to – not that it was a blowout, but that him and then Cattell going back-to-back the way they did took it from, hey, the Diamondbacks have taken the lead to, hey, it's 6-1, you know?
Yeah.
You're not going to agree with me, are you?
I'm going to say yeah.
All right, fine.
I'm going to say that. It was the 2 runs they scored in the 7th inning to tack it on and make it 8-2.
I hope Lou James
how does that feel?
I hope he's in St. Louis right now. I hope he's randomly listening to the show from St. Louis and he calls in and says you're wrong. Yeah. Celebrate the 4th by giving back on the 5th. Vitalant's Saving Arizona Blood Drive is Sunday, July 5th from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Tempe Center for the Arts. Roll up your sleeve and help reach 700 donors. Head to our contest page for details. When we come back, let's talk some football. Let's go big picture, Wolf. Training camp's it's actually less than a month away.
Okay.
Training camp is, now that I look at it. Who's going to start on offense for the Cardinals in 2026? We're just going to build the starting lineup for the Cardinals.
Wow.
This was your idea.
Yeah, I know. From a few days ago.
Well,
I have to check this out.
It's been a busy week.
Right.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks play tonight in St. Louis? If so, will Zack Gallon do something good? We'll discuss our baseball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right. You see if the U.S. wins tonight, by the way, against Turkey, it's a World Cup record for the U.S. 3 wins in the same World Cup.
Yeah.
We're not even into, like, the knockout round yet.
Yes.
Not bad.
You got to, right now, when you think about it, that'd be awesome if that happened. This place is going to explode. Do you feel it, brothers? The country is just rallying behind.
I'm not quite to Jarrett Carlin levels where he's, like, convinced the U.S. is going to be one of the top teams in the nation, or in the world, in the nation, I would hope, in the world every single year when it comes to, I'm not there, but I think they can make like a pretty substantial run in this World Cup at least. And I feel also like we're sold on this every 4 years. Oh, this is the year the U.S. is finally going to break through. And this year it was kind of more under the radar. Like, hey, they look good, but we're not hyping it up as much, even though it's here. They actually look good this time. A chance to go 3-0 would be pretty cool.
Yes.
All right, so this was your idea. We're going to build up the starting lineup for the Arizona Cardinals. We're going to do the offense here, okay? This should be real easy, right? Let's start with quarterback.
You know what? You might want to roll tape on this as well, Rick.
We should check back on this.
Right now. We've got to check back on this. I think what we should do, Basinonians, is now that the offseason is over for the Arizona Cardinals, we should go ahead and say, who do you think the starters are going to be?
So the goal is for week 1? That's what we're doing
That's
here?
right.
Okay.
Week 1. Who do you think the starters are going to be right now coming out of the offseason?
Okay.
And who will be the starters? We'll do it again, brothers. Lord willing, we'll do it again as we head into week 1. Who will be the starters? So, having said that, on offense, Luke, would you like to go first and provide your starters?
Well, no, not if we're going to go with quarterback. I thought we were going position by position, and quarterback's an absolute mess right now.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
We're going. You want me to list off all of my starters? Or you just want me to go
on offense? Right?
The whole thing. Okay, I'm going to go.
Well, yeah. How were you going to do it?
I was going to go. We were going to go position by position and build this together like a team.
Oh, I see what's
There's no
going
I
on.
in team.
Well, I thought this was me against you, and I'm against everybody else.
All right.
too.
Okay. Fine. Gardner Minshew, quarterback in week 1.
Oh,
that's where I think we're going.
Okay.
Because one of the quarterbacks is a rookie, and one of the quarterbacks, I don't know where he is.
It's interesting you start with quarterback because I was going to offer you the X. Who was the wide receiver, the X receiver for the Arizona Cardinals? Because we were going to build up to quarterback, of course, being the last.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
So the X receiver,
foreshadowing.
how about this right here, base audience? Who do you think is going to be the X?
I'm not going to do the Marv chant, because Marv has to earn the chant that we used to do on the show, but I'm going to say Marv.
You know, it's Marvin Harrison Jr., and let's all hope, Basinonians, that Marvin Harrison Jr. explodes, that this is indeed the year. This is going to be it. It really has to be the year for Marvin Harrison Jr., and I think Marv knows that. I think nobody knows that better than Marv. So Marvin Harrison Jr. at the X. This is 11 personnel, Basinonians, too, by the way. It's 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers that we're going with. That is the modern National Football League. Having said that, left tackle.
Left tackle, I'll go Paris.
Paris Johnson
These are the
Jr.
easy ones, yeah.
You know what? Paris Johnson Jr., my goodness. You want to go offensive line overall. How about we just go offensive line?
I would do that,
You
yeah.
do that.
Okay.
You start with the offensive line overall.
I'll go Paris, Sayamalu, Yelda. I'm going to assume Chase Basantis at right guard. I hope. You're talking about a very early second-round pick, and that's a position of question. Let's say that. That's me being nice, is question. And then Elijah Wilkinson at right tackle.
Oh, okay.
But that's pretty standard, right? Don't we think that's going to be it?
You know, honestly, there is something to be said for Isaiah Adams actually being the right guard, the starting right guard. I think that is a possibility. I also had Chase Basantis. I did, Basinonians. But Isaiah Adams, I think this is going to be one of the most contested positions in all of training camp. I think corner is going to be really, really contested, and I think right guard is going to be contested. So I basically had the same thing with Elijah Wilkinson playing right tackle.
So let me ask you this real quick before we move away from the offensive line. In a situation like that, does Ty still go to the rookie or the younger player? Like if they're identical in training camp? Because we were talking about this earlier in the offseason with like, hey, if Carson Beck and Jacoby Brissett are basically the same through training camp and the preseason, why wouldn't you just go with Carson Beck, right? I mean, there's a chance he's your quarterback of the future. Give him the playing time if they're even. Do you feel the same way on the offensive line, though?
Yeah, the problem is there's going to be a learning curve for Chase Basantis that Isaiah Adams already has. He's already experienced how good it is in the National Football League. Now, again, if they all play equal, if they play equal, typically you will go with a younger guy. But
Adams isn't old, though.
No, he isn't. That's the thing. So he's still developing. He's still evolving. It's a little bit different. I think the time might actually go to Isaiah Adams in this case.
Okay. So far we're even, but I think most of the positions we've talked about, other than maybe right guard, you would expect to be.
Okay, so your tight end, obviously, it's Trey McBride.
I'm going to go with Trey since he might be the best in the NFL.
Right there when you stop and think about it. Trey, just continue to develop as a blocker in 11 personnel, please. Do not abandon it. Do not do it, Trey. I know you're listening right now. Do not abandon blocking. Okay? You know it. I know it. We all know it. It's what makes a tight end a tight end. He can block. Otherwise, just put him out as an X receiver. Just throw him the ball. Put him out as a Y. Put him out there, whatever it might be.
He can block. I'm not saying he's the best blocking tight end in the NFL, but he's also being asked to catch like 11 passes a game.
He can block when he gives the effort. He can definitely do it, and Trey knows it. Okay, so having said that, moving on. How about Kendrick Bourne as another wide receiver? Are you going to say Kendrick Bourne? Okay.
I would assume they brought him in to play in 11 personnel.
Yes, he's going to be the H, I would imagine, based on Orleans lining up in the slot. And then Michael Wilson actually is going to be the Z. So the three receivers for the Arizona Cardinals were on the same page with this. It's going to be Marvin Harrison Jr., it's going to be Michael Wilson, and Kendrick Bourne.
I don't hate those receivers if Marv plays to his potential, Like what Michael Wilson did in the second half last year. Again, that was with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
So the question is, did he just have great on-field chemistry with Jacoby Brissett, or did they unlock something that now Michael Wilson has taken a step? I'm going to assume it's the latter, and that he has taken a step. Maybe he doesn't take a step. I mean, he was on pace for like 1,800 receiving yards in the second half of last season. I'm not saying that, but maybe just like, okay, this guy is pretty good. He could be your number one receiver in a pinch, but I still like him better as my number two receiver, and Marv actually delivers on some of that promise.
It's a great conversation to have because I believe Michael Wilson has proved an awful lot to himself. Michael Wilson had to prove to himself that he could play in the National Football League.
Well, I think he has now.
You can't do that until you get the opportunity. Last year, he got the opportunity, and look what happened. Michael Wilson knows, Basinonians, he knows he can play in the NFL. Not only play, he can thrive in the NFL. Do you know what that's going to do for this young guy? The confidence going forward, knowing that he belongs, knowing that he can do, knowing that he is done, past tense. So to me, man, Michael Wilson, it doesn't matter if he puts up the same kind of numbers that he did in that second half of the season. I don't expect that from him because hopefully the ball is going to be distributed a little bit more evenly with some of these other receivers, including Trey McBride. So, having said that...
Do you expect it, though, if Jacoby is the quarterback? Are you expecting, like, similar-ish production? I'm trying to get you the exact... So, 775 receiving yards in the last 8 games of the season.
Yes.
Which means in the first 9 games, he had 231 receiving yards.
Yes.
I mean, that is night and day right there.
Yep, that's a quarterback that is looking for Michael Wilson, targeting Michael Wilson. He was given the opportunity as well. Okay, so running back.
Jeremiah
Jeremiah Love. Yeah. Jeremiah Love is going to be your starting running back quarterback.
I do think until I actually see Jacoby Brissett doing stuff with this team, I'm going to say Gardner Minshew because I do think they're going to want to go with a vet in week 1.
Okay, I'm just going to go,
I'm
going to go wild card
do
here.
It.
Carson Beck.
We don't want the same lineup.
I'm going to go with Carson Beck, Basinonians, and the reason being is because of Dak Prescott, 2016. Google it, my young Crocs.
Michael Wilson last year, by the way, that second half pace, those last 8 games, if he did that all season, 1,647 yards.
Wow. Okay.
Take that.
By the way, Tip Ryman is your 12 personnel tight end. Just saying.
Somewhere out there, Mike LaFleur is screaming at his radio because I think he's more excited to have Tip Ryman on the offense than any of those guys we just
That's
named.
Awesome. Tip Ryman.
All right, when we come back, what kind of guy are the Suns getting in Koa Pete? We're going to ask his high school coach. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Sports fans, you know this, every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that shoots down your leg, you need a team that knows how to fix it. That team is Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC, Basinonians. These are fellowship-trained, board-certified orthopedic spine surgeons who pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, the least invasive surgical technique available. They've treated thousands of patients, including athletes who need to get back fast. That's right. Listen, if pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time to get your life back. The way to do that is you go to sciatica.com. That's sciatica.com. Connect to DISC and do it today.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First pitch is at 4:45 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zack Gallon will try to bounce back from a rather rough outing in his last start this past Saturday. And the United States men's national team wraps up group play tonight in Inglewood against Turkey. Kickoff for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details are at casinoarizona.com.
All right, welcome back. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. The NBA draft is done. The Suns get Arizona product, Koa Pete. And I think people are pretty excited about this one. Suns fans certainly. He gets to stay home, and the Suns get a player who might be a difference maker for them in a draft that a lot of people went into thinking they might just kind of be an afterthought with the 47th pick. Joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line is Sam Duane, former Perry High School boys basketball coach, who, of course, coached Koa Pete. Sam, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Let's just start, big picture. Your reaction when you found out, you knew Koa was going to the NBA, but when you found out that he was going to get to stay home and play for Phoenix.
Oh, just getting to the NBA, we were excited. And then coming home to the Suns, we were elated. It was just a lot of joy.
Coach, has any of this success surprised you from Koa Pete?
Absolutely no. Just knowing his character, knowing his family, knowing his work ethic, and Koa, when he has a dream and he has a goal, he's gonna meet that goal and that dream. So I am not surprised one bit.
Coach, I don't know Koa Pete. I mean, we've talked to Tommy Lloyd about him. We've talked to other people about him over the course of the last year or so. Everybody has good things to say about him. Look, on the court, we can see what he can do, but just as far as like his personality and how he is as a teammate, what have you seen from him?
And I'll be honest, I'm not going to tell you anything you haven't heard. I can validate it all. I've known Koa 20 plus years. I coached his brothers at Corona. Koa is first and foremost, the Valley is getting a high character person, individual, very much into his faith. He is a team player. On campus at Perry, he never ever put himself above another student or any of our other teammates. Fit in well, very intelligent, great student, very polite. You're getting just a true outstanding individual. And I think everyone that has come in contact with him, really what we say is to know Koa is to love Koa. So he's the real deal as a character person.
Coach, what do you think he's going to excel at the NBA level? Where do you see him excelling more, on the defensive side or on the offensive side?
He's going to have to make his adjustments like everybody out of college has to. here's what people I don't think have seen with Koa that we saw on a day-to-day basis. And I think more so in the NBA because he's going to have more space. He's not going to have to face a zone that is packed in the lane. He's not going to have to face double teams. You're going to see a kid that is much more skilled than you think. He's a tremendous passer, really passes the ball, really sees the floor well. I think you saw a little bit if you watched U of A last year. He could he was up high and he'd go high-low to Krivas. He's a really good passer, can handle the ball, and he processes the game at another level very quickly. And I put him always with a kid that I coached at Perry, Jalen Williams, that's with OKC. Those two probably they process the game along with Cody Williams is better than anybody I've seen. And so Koa's IQ in basketball is very, very high. So those skills are going to be seen at the NBA level. And then with more space, he's going to be able to get downhill. And I don't think people saw that. He's going to be able to create, get to the rim, and being able to pass. He'll distribute it and he'll help make others better. So once he adjusts, there's a lot of things you haven't seen with him.
We're talking to former Perry High School coach Sam Dwayne. Sam, when you watch, because you mentioned U of A there, when you're watching a former player go on to play at like a major program like that, or in the case of Jalen Williams and now Koa Pete, guys going all the way to the NBA and thriving there. I'm just curious, like what is that perspective like as a coach? You saw them not when they were first starting. I mean, obviously they played basketball before they got to you, but like you saw them as high school players, kind of finding their game. And in the case of a guy like Jalen Williams, you see him winning a title last year.
Oh my gosh, it's joy. It's just fun to sit back and watch them, and then always think back, man, when they were freshmen, sophomores in high school, look how they've matured. Look how they've matured as a person. Look how they've matured as a player. It's just a lot of fun. I still get nervous. Like when I'd watch Koa at U of A, I would get into coach mode and get nervous. When I watch Jalen and Cody, those guys, I get nervous and root for them. But it's different, and it's a lot of fun. I do not take it for granted. It's a lot of fun.
Coach, there's a dog mentality that a lot of athletes actually have, and I don't care what sport you're talking about. If it's baseball, it's hockey, it's football, it's basketball. There is a dog mentality that exists, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Would you call Koa Pete a dog?
Absolutely, and raised in a football family. He is not afraid of contact. He will initiate contact. He likes to play physical. He likes to play aggressive. But on the court, this is another thing that I think separates Koa is his will to win. And I put that as a dog. Like his passion to win is off the charts. And that's why he's won at everything he's done in high school, with USA basketball, with U of A. The kid is in practice and engaged. The kid wants to win in everything he competes in, and he's a dog. Yes, absolutely.
Coach, one of the things I think is most underrated in sports is when you have high expectations put on you and then you meet them. And you mentioned it earlier, like you knew who Koa Pete was. You knew his family for years and years before he ever played for you. And then he was a big deal when he went to U of A. And I just now I look at him going to the NBA, and obviously there's expectations with being a first-round pick. How do you think he's going to navigate that? Because obviously at the high school and college level, he navigated it very well.
I think because he's mature above his age and he's been raised with dad in the NFL, brother in the NFL, high-level athletes in his family. When Koa came in as a freshman, he had all the accolades, and he had to deal with that. He had to deal with pressures of trying to be a McDonald's All-American and rated this, the number one, number two in the nation. So he's dealt with that. Going to U of A as one of the top recruits in the nation and the expectations of being at home. So he's already dealt with all that. So he'll handle that in the way that he does with his character. So I think he actually enjoys it. I think he thrives on it, and I think it motivates him. So I think he's going to handle it like a pro.
Well, Coach, we appreciate this, man. It was so great to talk to you. Thank you.
Coach, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. That's former Perry High School boys basketball coach Sam Duaney right there with Sam Duaney with some insight on Koa Pete and good stuff. I mean, like he
really
said,
good stuff.
He validated a lot of what we've heard, but he also told us some new stuff there too, and we'll get to react to that throughout the show today because you know how big character is for this Suns team, the way they're trying to build things right now. All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. Did Lou James Groover potentially wake up the D-backs bats last night with his first career Major League home run? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing, you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit and APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
All right, Rick, what do you got?
All right, guys. So Dave Pash is stepping down as the voice of the Arizona Cardinals after 24 seasons, as his role with ESPN is expanding.
Oh, wow. There it is.
All right.
Oh, man. You know, it was only a matter of time, Basinonians, only a matter of time before Dave Pash was going to get one of the elite jobs at ESPN, and I believe that's what he's getting.
Not a surprise, but huge news.
Huge.
You know what I mean? I mean, I think sometimes the term like one of the best in the business gets thrown around a little loosely, depending on who you're talking about. Not in this case. Absolutely. And I would say unequivocally and pretty unanimously considered one of the best in the business. So good for him. You think they're going to call him whatever your nickname is for him? The Bird over at ESPN?
Yeah, his nickname is El Bajado.
There you go. Okay, good.
Which, of course, we all know is the Bird.
Certainly, yeah. I know that from doing this show.
Yes, he is the Bird. I believe the Bird, El Bajado, is in Italy right now as we are broadcasting. And
that's where I would go to celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Dave Pash. Are you kidding me? Just incredible, an incredible career. The way that he loved doing the Cardinal job, too. I know this, Basinonian, specifically, because he loved the fact that he got to actually root for a team. Mm-hmm. That's what he loved about doing the Cardinal job. He got to actually root for the team. Didn't have to hide his affection or his affinity for the team. And he loved that part of it. And just being in on the inside as well, I think that was a big part of what David loved. But we're going to have David on at some point in time. We're going to hunt him down.
You know, it's funny.
Get him to talk about this.
It's good that you say that because one of the best things about Dave Pash calling Cardinals games is if you missed part of the game or whatever and you kind of flipped the radio on, you could tell by his tone of voice how the game was going.
Yeah.
Which I think is one of the most like elite play-by-play skills you can have. And maybe it's just a natural thing. Maybe you can't even necessarily learn that. But it was in addition to calling the game very well, obviously, but you could flip the game on and even it could be mid-play and you and Dave could be talking about what was going on, but maybe you don't know the score yet in the first 10 seconds of flipping the radio. You can kind of tell by his tone of voice where the game, or certainly his tone of voice when you said Edgerrin James never fumbles and he fumbled on the next play and it was run back for a touchdown. You can tell by his tone of voice there too.
Yeah, again, can I just say, Basinonians, it's not like I've worked with a ton of play-by-play guys, but when it comes to the play-by-play guy, David Pash is absolutely the best that I have ever worked with. And once again, it's not like I've had a ton of exposure. And at the same time, I feel really, really blessed to have been the color analyst for 20 years for an organization that I love.
That was a great broadcast team.
To be able to do that with the professionalism of Dave Pash, man, as the play-by-play guy. And I can tell you, Basinonians, I also believe this, maybe the most talented broadcast guy I've ever been around is Paul Calvisi. I'm just being honest right now. Not as a play-by-play guy. Okay. I'm talking about as a guy that could do anything. You want Paul to write a column? Paul could write a column. He could do that. You want Paul to write for a website? Paul could do that. Write for a website, cover a team. He does it by way of example right now. But man, he is the king of all media, Paul Calvisi. Whether it's video, whether it's radio, whether you're streaming it, whatever you're doing, he's the king of all media. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Paulie in this situation. I don't know anything.
I hope he's not listening, though, because his forehead is just growing with all this praise that you're giving him.
I'm not used to hearing you say good things about Paulie.
I've told him this before, though. So.
Yeah. I'm not just saying this, obviously, because you're here. I mean, that broadcast team, I think most Cardinals fans would agree, That was an all-star broadcast team with Dave Pash and you and Paulie. So that's
thank you, Lou.
Now we're down to Paulie, but great things for Dave Pash. So certainly good for him, and we're all obviously happy for him. Friend of the show, personal friend of yours as well, even though you don't respond to his texts, according to him. Lou James Groover, by the way,
text something interesting.
Lou James Groover is going to join us today at 1:30.
Just joking.
So
kind of.
So in one segment, you refer to Dave Pash as maybe the best play-by-play guy ever and one of the worst texters ever. Okay, that's good.
Yes,
Got to keep him. Got to keep him.
And by the way, David, don't let it go to your head.
Lou James Groover, we're going to have on at 1:30, and we're going to talk about him right now because I'm not just saying this either. I said this to start the show. I feel like his home run last night really sparked things offensively. The D-backs had already scored. They had already taken the lead when he hit the home run, but then he hit the home run, and it's his first career Major League home run, and Ketel Marte immediately follows it up with just a monster home run. And I thought this quote was hilarious. Here's Groover after the game.
So I came in, I dived up a couple people in there. Some people started avoiding me. Okay, solid treatment. Couple pitches go by, they all jump on me. We look up, Ketel hits a homer. And we're like, okay. So then we did it again. We ended up giving Ketel the solid treatment as well. But I think it was a little different for him. You know, he's hit plenty of homers in his career. So it makes it a little funny. But I think that's what it's baseball. You know, we have fun while we do it.
Yeah, you know, it was, man. What a beautiful thing that was. You know, the fourth inning, we go back to it, and with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, Ildemaro Vargas ripped a double down the line. We haven't really talked a lot about Ildemaro Vargas.
Not lately. Not hitting, no.
Yeah, what was that? What, Rick? I mean, okay, there you go.
Drip.
Yes, I understand that. But Ildemaro Vargas resurfaced in a big, big way when this team needed it the most. Ripped the ball down the left field line to score 2. That was a huge at-bat.
It was, yeah. It's a great point. With Vargas, he was such a huge story the first couple months of the season. And I think everybody was like, okay, he's not going to hit 341 all year. And it's not fair to ask that of him or anybody to hit 341 all year. But he has really trailed off hitting-wise, and so he hasn't been as much of a story there. But that was a very important moment in that game last night. And I love that cut, going back to that for a second, because you just picture Ketel getting back to the dugout, and they're giving him the silent treatment. He's like, that was my 184th home run. Why am I getting the silent treatment?
Right, exactly.
But Groover said it right there. You got to have fun when you're playing baseball. They need that right now. And look, the Diamondbacks, I think, still are having fun out there playing, but go back a couple days, they were losing a lot of games in a row, and they were losing pitchers by the hour, it felt like. So just to kind of loosen things up in the clubhouse and lighten the mood and also win some games, they had Jose Fernandez come up with some big moments earlier in the season. Certainly, Ryan Waldschmidt did before they sent him back down. Tommy Troy has done it a little bit, but last night was Lou James Groover's moment. He didn't score the only run, obviously, but it really did feel like it took that game from, okay, this is tight and serious and close to, all right, we have a little bit of a lead to work with.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was just so good, again, to see Ildemaro Vargas do what he did in that situation, because this was somebody that really surprised everybody. The first 5-6 weeks of the season, oh my goodness. Ildemaro Vargas was on fire, and it was good to actually see him resurface here because he's gone quiet for quite a while, and to see him resurface in this game especially really felt really, really good. So Groover, we're going to actually talk to him. That's the best thing about it, man. We're going to get the opportunity to talk to him about that, but man, this is exciting stuff to see this. Hopefully this is the beginning. And you know what, too? You can go back to Game 2. Go back to Game 2 of this series and the way the Diamondbacks actually won that. And then you had Nolan Arenado actually say, hey, you know what? We can all breathe now. After they actually did what they did in Game 2 offensively, do what they did, and then all of a sudden, breathe. That's what he said after Game 2. And here it is, Game 3. And what happens? they explode for 9 runs.
Yeah, okay, so it's funny you bring that up because I'm over here making the case that Groover's home run yesterday really kind of unlocked things last night. But he actually said after the game it might have been the 9th inning from Tuesday's game that got things going.
Obviously, we always have a plan, a thought process. Obviously, the game is to score more runs than the other team. It's a tough game, and obviously it's just a team sport. It feels like sometimes when it's going wrong for one person, it's going wrong for everybody. And vice versa, when it's, it takes just one big hit and all of a sudden the team starts clicking and things like that. And I think that's really what it was in the 9th inning. And we were able to shift our mindset. Okay, it's really just about timely hits, and we were able to come through with a lot of timely hits. I think we scored 6 in that 1 inning, and a good amount of them came with 2 outs.
So, yeah, we're going to talk to Groover. We'll get Tim on in about 2 hours. Also, Eddie Johnson's going to join us in about 20 minutes.
Oh, EJ!
Some Phoenix
that's
Suns,
awesome, man.
Basketball as well. When we come back, Wolf, let's go around the NFL a little bit to my favorite quarterback controversy in the league and what it might mean in the NFC. Okay, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns trade into the first round, selecting Arizona's Koa Pete with the 30th overall pick.
What is it about Pete in particular that the Suns really seem to like?
Just absolutely loved him. Loved his physicality. Didn't understand why he fell in the draft the way he did. They believe that they got the absolute steal of the draft. Just an absolute steal to give up some second-round picks, 47, and then 2 future second-round picks to get him.
We talk about the Suns' bold move and preview round 2 of the NBA draft on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are 2 different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, Dave Pash is stepping down as the voice of the Arizona Cardinals after 24 seasons due to an expanded role with ESPN. For more on Pash stepping down, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First pitch is at 4:45 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zack Gallon will try to bounce back from a rather rough outing in his last start this past Saturday. And the United States men's national team wraps up group play tonight in Inglewood against Turkey. Kickoff is at 7. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks play tonight in St. Louis? If so, will Zack Gallon do something good? We'll discuss our baseball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, they are supposed to play tonight, but it's also supposed to rain tonight. So,
man,
we'll see how
play through it.
Okay.
Enough of baseball, doing this. This is my biggest complaint. It's
There's
some
no
mud.
way this is
Get
your
over
biggest
it.
complaint.
Get over it. It's my biggest complaint with baseball.
There's no way that's true either.
Either build
How do you
a
feel
dome.
about the guy on second base in the extra innings?
I don't know. I debate between this. Either put a roof on your stadium or play through the rain.
Well, guys, if you haven't noticed, Ricky's back.
Yeah. I have noticed the complaining quotient going up a little bit as you mentioned that.
I spent time around my dad. He complains a lot.
Now you're blaming your dad for this.
Because he rubs off on me.
My goodness. Please.
Let me do some weather reporting here. Precipitation chances at 2 p.m. today in St. Louis, which is not when the game is being played, are 52%. In fact, that's like right now. In fact, that's past. We're already past that. What kind of weather report is this? 5 p.m. in St. Louis, 75% chance of thunderstorms. So, yeah.
Thunderstorms are one thing, but if it's just rain, just play through it. It's just mud. Who cares?
It's just mud. Who cares?
This is one of his worst takes.
Yeah.
I think. This is not.
You can see the problems with baseballs and maybe the baseball slipping out of your hand.
Feels like
as you're getting ready to pitch it.
Maybe not
You're
work.
throwing 100 miles an hour, and maybe the rain, you get a little slippery. I don't know.
The Orioles have played through rain twice this year, I believe, and it has been perfectly fine.
Yes, Rick. Stop talking. Okay, we have 150 years to back up our take.
Well, but hold on, Wolf. The Orioles have played 2 games this year. Doesn't that offset 150
Well, I'm just
years?
saying.
Nothing went wrong.
Okay. Which is rare for an Orioles game. So, speaking of nothing going wrong.
Kick Rick in the face.
What could possibly go wrong in Minnesota with their quarterback situation, Wolf? Now, where did you find this story? It was the best. It was best and worst case basically for each team in the NFC North.
Yeah,
correct?
It was on ESPN, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
It was a best and worst case for each team in the NFC North. Now, what they're going to do, Basin Orleans, they're going to go to the NFC East, and then they're going to go to the NFC West, and then they're going to go to the NFC South, and then they're going to go AFC. Why do I know this? Because it's June, isn't it? And here it is. We've got some list broadcasting. What is the best case scenario for the Minnesota Vikings winning the division? And what is the worst case scenario for them? They had some interesting conversations going on, shall I say, in terms of the article. Interesting points that they made that made you think. But it all came back to what the expectations are for Kyler Murray going forward. And it appears as though Kyler Murray is going to be the guy that is going to win that job.
Don't
said
tell J.J.
that.
McCarthy or his fans that.
Nobody has said that. But
for me, it's, that.
Yes.
I call him 9.
Okay, fine. I call him 1. It's going to be Kyler Murray, I believe. Now, again, I could be wrong on this, but it got me thinking, Luke. I just think this is going to be an all or nothing for Kyler Murray. I mean, Kyler Murray is either going to win an MVP or have an MVP type season, or he's going to end his career. I think it's literally coming down to that.
Okay, explain that, because that sounds like an extreme statement, but I think I know where you're going with it.
Yeah, and although I am willing to admit that I'm firing for effect here on radio, I also am willing to say that I believe this is going to be the case. He needs a new paradigm. He needed this, Luke. He needed to go somewhere else and actually get the opportunity to play in an offense. And Kevin O'Connell knows how to use Kyler Murray.
He is in position to succeed.
He is in position to succeed. He's got great talent around him, of course. And then he's got a coach that I think understands what his strong suits are and what they're not. And because of that, I think Kyler's either going to have an MVP-type season or he's going to be a disaster in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's when I say this is my favorite quarterback battle in the NFL, it's not because Kyler used to be here. Like it really isn't that. I mean, I feel like Kyler's a much better quarterback than J.J. McCarthy. But, I agree with what you're saying. I think he's going to get the role. And if he doesn't thrive in that role, I think he's going to face scrutiny there like he didn't face here. I feel like the team here, as they probably should have done because he was the first overall pick, protected him in some instances of, that's like, first of all, this Phoenix in general, I think, is a little more laid back than Minnesota when it comes to how they react to their sports teams.
No doubt.
I think we have a little maybe better perspective, but they're passionate in Minnesota. I love that. And if he goes there and thrives, and I do think he's in position to thrive, then they're going to love him. But the second he struggles, like we're already seeing it. J.J. McCarthy has this cult fan base in Minnesota that, quite honestly, he hasn't earned. But
I agree with that.
Either way, he still has it. So the second Kyler struggles, he's going to really hear about it.
Here's the whole thing, basically. Kevin O'Connell, the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, Ron Wolfley reporting, is going to put him in a 2017-2018 offense. That's what I think. 2017-2018 offense with touches of an up-tempo offense with 11 personnel and 10 personnel and run a lot of spread concepts once again. I think he's going to bring it back, or it's going to be a bust. I mean, the upside is the MVP for Kyler Murray. I truly believe that. He has that kind of ability in an offense that was built for him. I'm fascinated with what Kevin O'Connell is going to do for Kyler. I really do believe this. It's a whole new paradigm shift for Kyler Murray. The downside is he alienates his teammates in the locker room so badly based on how he plays that they turn on their leader. Okay, now what am I talking about, Basin Earnings? Well, I'm talking about hitting the ground before he gets hit.
That's not great.
I honestly, once again, I think he was insulated here and protected here because he was so much of the narrative around him was rookie of the year, 2-time Pro Bowler, young guy like that. Hey, listen, he's just trying to preserve himself. I think that's not going to fly when he goes to this new paradigm, goes in and walks into this new locker room, hitting the ground before he gets hit, isolating himself on the sideline, sitting in his locker long after the game is over while everyone else is on the bus waiting.
Yeah.
This is not going to fly in a new paradigm. So it's a situation where I see Kyler either seriously having an MVP-type season or bust.
Which, the way you started all this, the way you started the segment is he needed this. And I agree.
Yeah.
Like, so much of the conversation last year was the Cardinals got to move on. They've had 7 years. Like, you know what this guy's ceiling is. 7 years is a career for most NFL players, right? What's the average length of an NFL career? It's not 7 years.
3.2.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. How'd you know that?
Taste it.
Okay.
Because
I wasn't prepared for that.
It's my business.
I should have known. I should have known you would have the exact number. That was so much of the conversation last October and November, and it was legit. And at a certain point, the Cardinals need to do what's best for the Cardinals and not what's best for Kyler. And they did. But the flip side is, I also believe Kyler needed a fresh start somewhere. And I know you're firing for effect, like you said, but there's a lot on the line now.
Yes.
He has a chance to go there and thrive. Minnesota wanted him. They just used a first-round pick on J.J. McCarthy, and he's only played 1 year because he was hurt, and they still were like, give us Kyler. But if it doesn't work there, is he going to be out of the league? No, but I think at that point he's kind of hit his ceiling. And I mean, this is his chance to really succeed. He's only actually signed in Minnesota he's not even signed that long. So like he could be gone. Yeah.
Yes.
So if it doesn't work there, they can just go. They can say bye to him and J.J. McCarthy.
That's exactly right. See, that's why it's brilliant by the Minnesota Vikings and what they have done. But this could be it, Bastronians. This could be the new beginning for Kyler Murray. If he changes his methodology, it will be a new beginning, I think, for Kyler Murray. Or it might be the beginning of the end.
I wish this was the team they were doing for Hard Knocks. I really do. Because it's you're right. When he was here with the Cardinals, protect your investment. You just made the number 1 overall pick. You're telling him, don't go get hurt running the ball. In Minnesota, they didn't use number 1 overall pick on him. They need a quarterback right now. They have like playoff / deep playoff run aspirations. Take a hit, and that's how they're going to view it. Red, White, and You this July 5th. Continue the celebration by saving lives. Join Vitalant Saving Arizona Blood Drive at Tempe Center for the Arts from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. 700 donors are needed. Visit the contest page for more information. When we come back, what does Eddie Johnson make of the Suns' move to move up in the draft and take Koa Pete? We're going to talk to the Suns analyst who will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky. Go for mine, I get to shine.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. This week ended up being a pretty big week for the Phoenix Suns, Wolf.
Yeah.
You know, there was thought that 47th pick in the draft, you know, it'd kind of be an afterthought. No. Moved up, got Koa Pete, added Sam Hoiberg yesterday as well after the second round was complete. Eddie Johnson, Phoenix Suns analyst, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk some Suns basketball, even taking time out of his offseason. Eddie, thank you so much. How you doing?
Yeah, I am taking time out of my offseason, but you guys are some nice guys. Some nice guys, so I decided to do it. It's kind of hot out, so I can't. I'm trying to be careful on the golf course, but other than that, you know, I'm good. So anytime you guys want to talk to me, I'm there. So I'll send the check. I'll send the bill. It's in the mail. The invoice.
Yeah, send that straight to Wolf.
We know that, Eddie. We know at some point in time we're going to have to pay for this. We get it. Eddie, are you doing well, brother? Is the family okay? Everyone good?
I'm doing great, Wolf. Again, just trying to stay ahead of everything, you know?
Yeah.
You know, if we continue to lose people that we competed against, people that we were teammates of, you know, we're at that age now, right?
Yeah.
Where when we were young, we thought we lived forever and last forever, and now you get to see some of the people that you really admired and competed against leave here at a young age. Stacey King, the last one, is just something that it just wakes you up.
Yep.
Well, Eddie, we really do. We're not just joking around. We really do appreciate you taking the time here to join us this morning. And, looking at Koa Pete and the Suns' move, Wolf and I really liked the fact just that Brian Gregory was so decisive and definitive that he identified Koa Pete and then made the move up to get him. But from your perspective, being around this team as much as you are, your career in this game, what is the most important thing the Suns could be getting out of a draft pick like Koa Pete?
Physicality. I mean, I thought that's what we were missing last year. I thought it was unfair, but Royce didn't mind. He didn't mind because it was minutes. But Royce having to guard, power forwards a lot during the course of the year, I think took a toll on him. It took a toll on his ability to make shots. And to have some physicality, to have a guy that you can throw out there that's not going to move, you're not going to be able to move him around on the court, I think it's huge. I've said that even last year when the season was over. I just said, we just need to add some bulk. We need to add some physicality. It doesn't have to be a 6'11", 6'10" guy, but somebody that can go rebound the ball, immovable in the paint, will let you feel it if you're the opposition and you're coming in that paint trying to do something. It's those areas because, look, Dylan is an enforcer, but, he's not like the prototypical enforcer, right? Mm-hmm. He's not like the Maurice Lucases of the world, and so the Charles Oakleys of the world. But, I'd like to see a big young kid come in there as Pete will, and he'll fight for opportunities, and it'll be good to see.
So, Eddie,
I would take Charles Oakley on this team.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
So, EJ.
Yeah, even right now, he's ripped.
Yeah, I got that right, man. Okay, I don't want to hear about that, okay, honestly. The expectation for Koa, what is your expectation for his rookie year and how much time he might actually play?
Develop. That's all. Wolf, we know this. When you're a rookie, you don't really expect a lot, but you do ask a lot. And the asking is get in the gym, work hard, study film, talk to people, especially veterans, especially people that will play your position. Mm-hmm. Ask a ton of questions of your coaching staff and just dedicate yourself to getting better. I mean, that is the only way it works. This is a young man, and so what's happening is a lot of young players are walking into the league even more at a rampant race. I mean, it was so many freshmen that was drafted in the first round. Those guys aren't totally developed yet. They're all on projection. Yeah. That's what they're on. And we don't know. Everyone thought Zion Williamson would be the next LeBron. Well, that's not happening. That's not the case. It has not panned out to be that guy. And so we don't know. We don't know if the number 1 pick is going to be the best in the draft or the number 30 pick. You just don't know. And I think from a mental standpoint, these young guys have to understand they have a lot to learn.
Talking to Eddie Johnson. Eddie, after seeing a year of Rasheer Fleming, what do you believe the next step is for him in 26, 27?
Again, like what I just said, get better. I think he's a talent, a special talent in the making. I love his demeanor. I love his willingness to just get out there, no matter if it's 5 minutes or 20 minutes. He's so infectious in how he plays. And no doubt in my mind he's going to improve. Mm-hmm. I mean, the three-point shot improved during the course of the year.
Yeah.
I guarantee this is the one thing I like about him. He's not afraid to shoot it.
Right.
And he's not embarrassed if he misses. If he shoots an air ball, I saw during the course of the year, he come back to shoot another one. I love that. Mm-hmm. Love it. Because you have to cross that hurdle of, I'm not going to let the last play affect me. And I think he's one of those guys. So I'm looking forward to his improvement during the offseason.
You know what, Eddie? I got to ask you the same question, but different guy. Come on, Melawatch. Your expectation. How much can he impact the upcoming season?
Yeah, I put him in the same group. That's the beautiful part about our young group with Ryan, Oso, Man, and Rasheer, and hopefully Koa Pete will be the same. That the energy level that they approach everything with is not a problem, right? So when you work hard, you get better.
Yep.
I mean, that was always my mindset as a player. Like, I never walked in the gym and I just walked in there and I was not moving before I shot the ball. everything was game speed. Every time I warmed up in my career, it was game speed. And these guys do that. They approach everything with game speed. Their mentality is positive. And man, look, the sky's the limit for him. Look, think about it. He has the advantage already with his size. So now it's all about what? Your skill work and getting confident in the ability to make shots on people. That's all it is for him. Don't you wish you was 7'3" Wolf?
Yeah.
Going into the league, you've been an animal. Wolf would have been barking at people out there. Listen, I'm just telling you, man. Like he's got a $500 million staring him in his face. Does he want to go get it? Does he want to go get it?
I love it, man. Hey, you're a mercenary. Let's go.
Eddie, it's always so great talking to you. Thank you so much for joining
us today. Love it, Eddie. Thank you, buddy.
And Wolf, I was laughing at you because you said don't bring that up about playing. And I put something out on Twitter today because I like to, joke around, as you all know. And I said I was going to put my name in the free agent pool because Miami needs some shooters down there.
They do, actually.
And I put my picture up. EJ not putting his picture up if he's not got a rip. You know that. So y'all need to go check that out. I'm a little proud of myself.
You are the best, man.
The angle of the picture was really nice. I mean, it really caught the silhouette of my muscles, man. Okay?
Yeah, I got to go check that out. Okay, Eddie. Thank you, brother.
Fantastic.
Appreciate you, man.
Smart. Thank you, Eddie.
That's the best.
All right, guys.
Take care. That's Eddie Johnson. Eddie's in mid-season form. It's June, man.
We got to get Eddie on more. We got to.
We got to interrupt his golf game more often. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
He's right. We never really do anything for him. We just have him come on. He helps our show out, and then that's it. All right, so when we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes.
QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing, you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, and APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit, not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, Dave Pash is stepping down as the voice of the Arizona Cardinals after 24 seasons due to an expanded role with ESPN. For more on Pash stepping down, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First pitch is at 4:45 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zack Gallon will try to bounce back from a rather rough outing in his last start this past Saturday. And the U.S. men's national team wraps up group play in the World Cup tonight in Inglewood against Turkey. Kickoff is at 7. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI at WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Thursday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is back. Rick? Dave Pash is stepping down as the voice of the Arizona Cardinals after 24 seasons due to an expanded role with ESPN. What will you guys remember the most about Dave Pash's time as the voice of the Cardinals? Obviously, Wolf, you worked alongside him for 23 of those seasons, correct?
No, it was actually 20 years.
20 years, okay.
20 years that I actually worked with David. He's been there 24.
So, which is wild when you consider Dave Pash is not that old.
Yeah, no, there's no... Dave Pash is simply the most talented play-by-play guy that I've ever worked with, Basinonians, and also just, I think all of us would acknowledge his talent. the incredible ability that he has, and it's only going to get better. And ESPN obviously has acknowledged it. Something is coming down the road that I think a lot of people will probably stand and applaud once he gets the gig.
Yeah, I will. I'll just say the combination of Dave Pash and Wolf, such a unique chemistry that played off each other very well. I know you're going to hate to hear this, but unfortunately you're in here, so you're going to have to hear it. But I think Command and Control will back me up. I mean, you guys are a broadcast team that people nationally knew, and I don't, not because you were trying to do that. I think a lot of it was the combination of the two of you as well. So that's what I'll remember about Dave Pash.
That's really kind of you guys, man. I do appreciate that, but don't forget about Paulie as well. Paul Calvisi, the king of all media Basinonians. He could do anything. Super hyper talented Paul Calvisi. So once again, changes, they are coming to the Arizona Cardinals, of course, and to not hear Dave Pash on the call is going to be a huge change.
That's going to be weird. Although, to be fair, we don't have to just remember Dave Pash, because we're going to get to hear him 7 nights a week now on ESPN. So he will be everywhere. He's already everywhere, and now he's going to be everywhere.
The NBA draft was this week, and the Phoenix Suns, they took Koa Pete. They moved up to take Koa Pete from Arizona, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question. Up now, or just Arizona Sports poll question, up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, which league's draft is the most fun to watch and follow? The NBA, the NFL, MLB, NHL, or WNBA? I mean, this is really easy for me.
I feel like
the NFL.
It's got to be the NFL. I mean, here's the thing. Let's say Koa Pete goes off and has this amazing career. Let's lean into the best case scenario. Koa Pete spends his whole career with the Suns. He's an impact player. He's a starter at some point. He is a difference maker. And you go back and you look at all those rookie photos where he's wearing a Dallas Mavericks hat. So that right there just disqualifies the NBA.
So bad.
Anytime you try to look up, let's just pick a random NBA team. Hey, Memphis Grizzlies draft history, and you look at their draft history, it's nobody that they've ever actually drafted. It's guys that their rights were traded well before the draft. It's not the NBA based on that alone. I'm going NFL.
Yeah, I'm going to go NFL as well, especially because if you look at MLB, NHL, those you're told by some draft expert that a lot of those guys are good because you haven't really seen them play, because a lot of them are coming out of junior hockey or high school baseball. So
speak for yourself. I watch way too much college hockey. But
well, I mean, college hockey's one thing. The college hockey guys, but not necessarily the junior hockey guys. We were told Alex Ovechkin was really good. I'm not sure most people had watched him play entering the draft.
Yeah, I think so much of this has to do with the sport that you love the most, Basinonians. I think it does. I think you can see beauty in anything, even in the way that MLB holds their draft, of course. I think you could see beauty in anything. But to me, the NFL has done it so long and at such a high level. Yeah, I think there's no doubt about it. It's the NFL.
NFL is also smart in the sense that their offseason, they give it a little time to breathe before the draft. I mean, if the NBA Finals had gone to Game 7, it would have been 7 minutes before the draft? It's the same way with hockey. The draft.
Good observation.
Yeah, so I don't know. The NFL they have it all figured out with this.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the NFL, even though baseball is my favorite sport.
It's tough to watch the baseball draft, though, because it's a million rounds and it's just guys making phone calls.
Yeah. All right. NFL's leading 85%, NBA 8%, WNBA 3% in third, NHL 2%, MLB 2%. WNBA draft is interesting because after the first round, not a lot of players actually make the team that they get drafted by. So there's 2 rounds of basically players that you probably won't see play. I mean, there's exceptions, obviously, but it's really a one-round draft, and then the rest is boring. Anyway, the United States men's national team wraps up World Cup group play today against Turkey. U.S. star Christian Pulisic is available after missing the last game with a calf injury. Should the U.S. put him out there, even though it has clinched the group?
I'd play him a little bit. I mean,
just have no idea how to answer this. Just absolutely none.
Wolf, you're going to have to be a doctor and a soccer expert here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just, yeah.
Calf injuries being dicey, as was discussed on the show yesterday. So I'm not going to play the doctor part of it, but their next game is next Wednesday, I think. Isn't it July 1st? They don't even know who they're going to play. But their knockout round game is going to be July 1st. So if he doesn't play at all tonight, he's basically played a portion of one game, and that game will have been 3 weeks prior. He's obviously, if not their most important player, certainly one of their top 2 or 3. I'd like to have him in a little bit of a rhythm before the knockout rounds.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is if, in fact, you want him to play a week from now, I would not play him.
Because it's a
calf?
Wow.
Yes.
That is shocking that you would aim for not playing someone, Wolf.
Well, once again, it's because of the expectation that I have of Team USA. I expect them to win. So having said that, if I can sit a guy and allow him to recover and get better, yeah, you know what? That matters.
It's got to suck so much. The World Cup's every 4 years. He's the name everybody knows off of Team USA. I'm sure he could tell in the year leading up to this tournament that they were going to be good, and he's injured for this month. That's, yeah.
Especially with a calf.
Yeah. Yeah, the calf part of it is where I might actually agree with you, just because it's that specific injury. All right, that was Wolf and Diner Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, Zack Gallon on the mound tonight, assuming it doesn't rain too hard. Can he keep the good vibes going with the Diamondbacks? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got the chains to break.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. Did the USMNT help spark more soccer mania in this country? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Finally have a chance to prove that we're better at soccer than Turkey.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
Diamondbacks, trying to figure out the weather in St. Louis is really, it's not going well over here, Wolf. But they are supposed to play tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals. And would you say the vibes around the D-backs have gotten a little better here over the last couple of days?
No doubt about it, man. Yeah, especially because they've won the last 2 games. Interesting. Against this team in particular.
Yeah, a couple unexpected wins, I would say. And maybe not the one that Erod started. You feel like you should win those games, but for them to go 8 innings without scoring a run, and the way St. Louis had been playing and the way the D-backs came into the series on a 2-game losing streak and then lost the first game, and just, all the injury news over the weekend with Ryan Nelson, Michael Soroka, and Jordan Lawler, just kind of a little bit of a cloud hanging over the team until Tuesday. Got the offense going in the 9th. Nearly lost it in the bottom of the 9th, but won the game, win last night. And so you feel like you're starting to build momentum, and this is how far things have fallen with Zack Gallon. Even a year ago, if they were struggling, I would have said, okay, hopefully Gallon can come in here and be the stopper. Now we're just at the point where, Zach, can you just not ruin the good vibes? That's kind of where we are right now with the way he's pitched this season.
This is really incredible. So much of the time I have to continue to say this based on audience, because all offseason I was talking about, this is going to be great. Zack Gallon is back as a Diamondback. I expect him to have one of his best years because of what happened in the offseason, because there wasn't the interest level for Zack Gallon that we all thought was going to be out there. And because he was coming back and it was a 1-year deal and it was going to give Zack Gallon the opportunity to go out and reestablish himself, and he was going to be locked in, and the intensity and the concentration was all going to be there. And I expected him to have one of his best years. And oh my goodness, everything has changed in that regard. Yeah. And it's uncomfortable, because I remember what it was like, Basin audience. I remember my 10th year in the National Football League, and I knew I could point to the game that I actually felt like I was done. And I remember what that was like, because it was brutal to go to hit that button, and boom, I'm pushing the button, and it's not there. What happened? I always have pushed that button, and when I push that button, boom, it happened. And now all of a sudden, I'm pushing it, and there's nothing there. I don't know if Zack Gallon is there, but Basin Earnings, it certainly looks like that is the case. Now, again, do I expect this to be how Zack Gallon's going to finish his career? I do not. And maybe I'm a fool, ladies and gentlemen, for thinking that, but I do not expect this to be the best of Zack Gallon till the end of his career. I think we're going to see him return. What it's going to take to do that, I don't know. But right now, he appears to be lost.
It doesn't feel like it's just going to change mid-season. You know, if we're talking about, hey, Zack Gallon looks a lot more like Zack Gallon a year from now, it feels like it's going to be because he's on a different team. At this point, it doesn't just feel like, hey, remember how things were going bad with Zack, and then all of a sudden on June 25th, all of a sudden he just got his career going back on track. It just doesn't feel like that's where it's headed. That doesn't mean it won't, but it just doesn't feel like that. The good news is he doesn't have the worst ERA in baseball anymore, Wolf. But the bad news is that's only because you have to have an inning pitched for every team game to qualify, and he has 79 2/3 innings, and they've played 80 games.
Oh, my goodness.
After he pitches tonight, there's a real good chance he's back to having the worst ERA in baseball. His ERA for the season is 6.10. Now, let me throw this at you. This is wild to me that the Diamondbacks are where they are in the standings, okay? Basically, a game out of a wild card spot, game and a half out of a wild card spot. Ryan Nelson has the 58th best, so I guess not good. But you know what I mean? He's ranked 58th in Major League Baseball in ERA.
Yeah.
And his ERA is better than Brandon Pfaadt, Merrill Kelly, and Zack Gallon. All these guys were supposed to be part of your rotation to start the season, right? So that means 4 of the guys that were supposed to be making up your rotation to start the season are 58th best in the league or worse, and yet the Diamondbacks are a game and a half out of a wild card spot.
How are they above 500?
I don't know, because they're not hitting great either.
It's just, man, it is really incredible when you think about it, and yet it's a testament to the competitiveness on this team and the fact that they continue. You want to talk about grinding. I think, listen, we hear this in baseball all the time. The grind, the grind, the grind. And he's grinding. And Torrey loves to say it as well. He's grinding. He's grinding. And this is what they're doing. And he's grinding. And we understand that. It's part of the game. And yet, what you just said blows my mind when I think of how bad the grind has been for the Diamondbacks. And the fact that they're even over 500 is stunning.
And I just kind of noticed that stat, just piecing this together as we were talking, because we're so close to it, and I'm guilty of this maybe more so than most, of I look at Ryan Nelson, I'm like, yeah, his ERA is 4.97, but he's pitched a lot better than that. It's basically in 3 of the games. And I stand by that. But at the same time, you do have to acknowledge, but his ERA is 4.97, and Merrill's is 5.71, and Zach's is 6.10. And Brandon Pfaadt's is 5.92. I mean, that was supposed to be 80% of your starting rotation at the beginning of the year, and basically they all have an ERA 5 or worse. That should sink a team. And if not, then you'd look and say, man, that team must score a lot of runs. No, they don't. So, however the Diamondbacks are doing this, and obviously the bullpen makes a big difference, and we're not telling the full story with the rotation. I mean, Erod's been a Cy Young candidate, and Soroka was really good before he got hurt. But it's still remarkable that they are 2 games above 500 right now, as after tonight you're going to be halfway through the season.
Yeah, once again, I think it's a testament to the collective toughness that is inside the clubhouse. That is one thing that a team can actually rally around, especially when you've got some older guys. I'm thinking specifically of Nolan Arenado and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. When you're talking about some of these guys that have been around, some of these guys that have been through an awful lot in terms of grinding in the game of baseball, and the way that these older guys can actually help some of the young guys. This is what leadership is all about. It's so important that you model it for everybody else, that even though you might be struggling, Nolan Arenado. Think about Nolan Arenado. I heard David Charles Burns actually talking about this, ladies and gentlemen, the other day, the fact that Nolan Arenado at one point was 1 for 23 with runners in scoring position. The last 1 for 23, and to see him actually come through as of late with runners in scoring position. There's an old guy that I guarantee you is impacting other players around him inside that clubhouse. And here's a guy that has been through it. 1 for 23 with runners in scoring position. Are you kidding me? That's got to be grinding on you as a man going out there trying to compete at the highest level our species can generate. And here you are, a guy that is known for hitting home runs, of course, in his career, driving in runs. You're 1 for 23. Your last 23 at-bats with runners in scoring position. And yet he pushes through it. And he's pushed through it. And I guarantee you, those young guys are watching him do it. It matters, man. It impacts everybody else.
For Gallon, his last start was against the Twins. He got booed off the field at home. Here was his reaction afterwards.
I mean, it is what it is. They pay to come here, and they're unsatisfied. I think it's ironic. I think when they boo players, because the players probably the most unsatisfied with themselves. And I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I'll keep working, keep trying to prevent that from happening. But yeah, I mean that tonight's just a tough one because a hard one to sleep on. Just kind of for me, I felt like not making excuses. Just felt like just some really unfortunate bounces and some unfortunate kind of weak contact hits has kind of turned this thing into an ugly game. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. They're allowed to boo. I grew up outside of Philadelphia, and I'm very familiar with they voice their displeasures with the players when they're not playing well. So yeah, it is what it is.
The other part of this, you can be the biggest Zack Gallon hater in the world.
Yeah,
this really doesn't make sense that he's pitching this badly. He's putting up this bad in numbers. Even last year, when people were like, "Dude, this guy's done. He's washed." His ERA was almost 1.5 points lower than it is now. What is going on?
Especially in that second half of the season, he really got it turned around.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't a debate of, is he an ace? Is he your number one starter? Is he your number two starter? He's not pitching.
Yes.
And I know he wasn't using it as an excuse there. Jody Jackson brought this up earlier when we had her on earlier in the week. She was like, it was basically death by 1,000 paper cuts for Gallon in that last start. And that's true. But the results still are what they are. And it's not just the one game. It doesn't make sense for his numbers to be so bad that you are almost concerned when he's pitching. Like, how are we going to win this game? That's a big difference. There's a lot of room between, is this guy your number one starter, and can we win when he pitches?
Yes.
All right.
What's amazing, I just want to say this quickly, I still expect him to pull out of it. I do.
Well, now would be a good time. Optimism.
Man.
Hey, is that glass over there half full or half empty?
Do your read.
That's I don't have a read here. I'm just taking us to break. We come back. There was another big trade in the NBA last night, and it might lead to other bigger trades, actually. How does it all affect the Suns? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns trade into the first round, selecting Arizona's Koa Pete with the 30th overall pick.
What is it about Pete in particular that the Suns really seem to like?
They love his physicality, and they need points in the paint. Callum, we talk about this a lot. That's not an area they're really good at.
Yeah.
So you get another player who's got the ability to score in the paint. That's what they loved about Koa Pete.
We talk about the Suns' bold move and preview round 2 of the NBA draft on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, time is about up. That's right. Listen, the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. It's still going on, Basinonians. That's right. You pay for afford what Ford employees pay because they get a discount. That's going on, employee pricing at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang. It's the 4th of July sales event with select models priced below employee pricing right now. This is epic, man. How about $5,000 off? Think about this. $5,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Mavericks, man. Oh, I love the Ford Maverick. Price and selection only at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Loop 202 and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or you actually go to santanford.com. You pay what Tim pays, then save even more. Only at Santan Ford.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment,
but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Dave Pash is stepping down as the voice of the Arizona Cardinals after 24 seasons due to an expanded role with ESPN. For more on Pash stepping down, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First pitch is at 4:45 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zack Gallon will try to bounce back from a rather rough outing in his last start this past Saturday. The United States men's national team wraps up group play in the World Cup tonight in Inglewood against Turkey. Kickoff for that one is at 7. And Phoenix Mercury star Alyssa Thomas has been suspended one game after an altercation with Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark on Wednesday. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book now for stays now through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the Diamondbacks and the man on the mound tonight finish this Cardinals series on a high note? We'll talk Zack Gallon's big outing against St. Louis on the Burns and Gambo show starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, well, I see Jameis Winston jumping around on a TV in a German soccer jersey, so I'm guessing the games are getting started.
Okay. I have no idea what is going on with Jameis right there.
I feel like Jameis he's set himself up for a pretty good career post-football. Like there's a population out there that loves the entertainment value with Jameis Winston. LaMelo Ball traded to the Timberwolves yesterday. Wolf. This is a pretty significant deal. I think it says a lot about a couple teams right here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Were you surprised that LaMelo Ball got traded? I was surprised, based on audience. This is a guy that has improved, I think, when he first came into the league. He was an all-star early in his career. I think it was 2021, as a matter of fact. And, I mean, this is a guy that has played really, really well, as we all know, on the offensive end of the floor. And a guy that was actually getting better, I thought, on the defensive end of the floor from when he first came into the league. And it tells me a guy that is this talented that has been traded or moved, I wonder how he was fitting in terms of culture in that Charlotte locker room.
Yeah. You ask if I was surprised. Yeah, kind of. I mean, Brian Windhorst had said something earlier in the week about how there are teams out there looking to make a splash right now. This is when, I mean, Giannis got traded this week. Doesn't it feel like that was like 2 weeks ago?
Yes,
that was just a couple days ago. But there was that going around. There was, and there still is, the idea that Jaylen Brown might be traded. And so the way he had said it was, okay, maybe Charlotte may look to deal LaMelo because his value's probably never been higher. He was relatively healthy last year. But I'm fascinated by what this says, not only about Charlotte, what it says about Minnesota, because LaMelo is the same draft as Ant. He has not been nearly as good as Ant. Clearly, Ant has been, I don't want to say unhappy in Minnesota lately, but there's been reports of he's like, okay, so what's the plan here? You know, and I think that's justified. You know, they had Karl Anthony Towns. They trade him away essentially for Julius Randle, who they then essentially moved in a salary dump. So, like, if I'm Ant, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of dragging us through the playoffs each year. What's the plan around me? To me, LaMelo Ball wouldn't be the answer, but I say that the Timberwolves are just one team that does things that are a little unorthodox, that when they do them, I don't totally get it, and then they work. Like the Rudy Gobert move a few years ago, they gave up, it felt like everything for Rudy Gobert. It kind of worked. They're in the conference finals 2 of the last 3 years now.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. You know, once again, too, doesn't it seem like Anthony Edwards is a guy that needs the ball in his hand? And LaMelo Ball strikes me as a guy that needs the ball in his hand.
I don't know about the fit here. But again, it's if it wasn't the Timberwolves, I would feel a little more convicted. But they do these weird things that kind of work. I just can't tell if it's like a desperation play of looking at Anthony Edwards and being like, hey, man, don't get fed up here because it's the NBA, and if you're fed up, you're gone. Like, if a star player in the NBA gets any ideas of moving, you basically have to move them. So here's Brian Windhorst. He was on the Pat McAfee show talking about the trade.
Every summer in the NBA, you know, we get a shocker or two, and this was a shocker. Now, if you'd have told me that the Hornets would have wanted to trade LaMelo, I could have seen that because, you know, he had 3 years where he just really wasn't able to do much because he had chronic ankle injuries, and last year he had a healthy year, and I could see them maybe trying to move on from him. Putting him with Ant Edwards, wow, that's a genuine wow moment. And guys, they had to do something for Ant. They had to do something for Ant because you got to think about where Ant was. You remember the last time we saw him at the end of that series where they were just, you know, not competitive at the end. He goes down the line and shaking all the Spurs' hands. There's 8 minutes left in the game. He's saying, we're done, okay? And, you know, regardless of what you thought of that sportsmanship or whatever, you got the message. He knew his team was not competitive, okay? And he was not a good fit with Julius Randle.
Oh, yeah, you know, once again, when you see people that are hyper-talented like LaMelo Ball, when you see them traded, the very first thing I think about is what kind of locker room guy they were, what kind of culture fit they were, or maybe not a very good culture fit once again. I just from the outside looking in on this, to me, I just see two guys that are ball heavy, that really need the ball in their hand, and I'm wondering how that's going to work.
I'm looking at, because I know you love grades, Wolf, and it's the top thing on ESPN today. I don't know if they graded this from Charlotte's side of things, but the grade for Minnesota is a D+ from ESPN.
Wow.
Which means nothing, ultimately. I understand that. But,
right, but still,
it's, I mean,
perception.
Yeah, when you're getting the biggest name in the trade and the reaction's kind of like, is this? The actual trade itself, Minnesota's getting LaMelo and Josh Green. Charlotte's getting Naz Reid, who I really like.
Yeah, me too.
He's not like a big name, but Naz Reid is just like, that's somebody I would take on the Suns. 2033 first-round pick, which is unprotected, 3 first-round pick swaps, and 3 second-round picks. So they are getting a lot of quantity, Charlotte is, from Minnesota. But the other part of this that we haven't gotten to talk about yet, it goes along with what you're saying. Like, okay, why move LaMelo Ball if you're Charlotte?
Yeah.
If you think back to last season, the Knicks were the story at the end of the year. Like, wow, this is crazy. Like, what a surprise. They just won the title, right? And they did it in 5 games. But during the season, the stories that were like the surprise stories, it was the Suns, it was Detroit, and it was Charlotte. Charlotte was this team where it's like, you talk about the expectations and dramatically exceeding them, and then you trade probably the biggest name on your team?
Yeah.
Something doesn't add up.
Yeah, and I know you could also look at Naz Reid and also think, this guy is going to be more of the 5 that they've wanted, that the Hornets have looked for a long time in terms of spreading the floor and spacing the floor out. I think, but man, my goodness, all these draft picks that you got with Naz Reid, yeah, something tells me that something went on inside that locker room that wasn't very copacetic. Let's put it that way.
It does feel like they were like, now's our chance to sell high. And they could still got Brandon Miller, still got Kunkenipple, obviously. And now you've added Naz Reid, who's going to be a starter for you and play huge minutes. And you've got all these picks and an unprotected pick in today's NBA. I don't understand why teams trade unprotected first-round picks. But it's also 7 years from now, so it's hard.
Gotta be kidding me.
It'd be hard for me to get real fired up if I was a fan of Charlotte and I liked LaMelo Ball. It's game night. USA versus Turkey kicks off at 7, and Arizona Sports is at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Enter to win a Team USA jersey courtesy of Just Sports. Text CUP to 620 for info and to grab your table. It's all powered by Michelob Ultra. When we come back, all right, we did the offense. We were pretty lockstep on the offense, Wolf. Who's going to start on defense for the Arizona Cardinals in 2026? That's next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You can book your new patient consultation and 3D CT scan or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Ask about treatment options and financing, of course. Patients are often shocked by what is possible with Aria Dental Implant Center. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. I can tell you, Basinonians, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, he's the owner-operator. He is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants, man. And with the All-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. It's what Dr. Joe is all about. You're looking for some new teeth, you need to go to Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what's next for the Phoenix Suns on their offseason to-do list? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, we did this. We did offense earlier in the show, Wolf. Name the Cardinals starters. Doing this about a little under a month away from the start of training camp, and then we'll kind of revisit it throughout camp, and then certainly at the end of camp going into week one to see how right or wrong we were.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Some of these are very, very obvious Basinonians. We did the offense first and who's going to be the starter, and then there are some that are just brutal.
Yeah, some are not obvious, like quarterback.
I mean, can you imagine that, honestly? Your quarterback, your starting quarterback was?
For week one?
Yes.
And this is not who we would start. This is who we think the Cardinals will start in week one. I have Gardner Minshew.
Okay, I have Carson Beck.
Okay.
Because I think it's going to go full-on Dak Prescott 2016. Just for the record.
Somewhere Jacoby Brissett's like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, right? Jacoby, maybe you shouldn't be playing these games right now.
Right now.
Especially since you're going to have to compete.
I was talking to somebody out of town who works in radio earlier this week. I think it was Monday.
Yeah.
And they were like, what's going on with the quarterback situation? I just kind of ran through it real quick. And they're like, Jacoby Brissett doesn't have any leverage at all, does he? I was like, well, now you are where we all are in Phoenix.
Thank you.
The only other one, as far as offensive starters, that was kind of up for debate was right guard. We both had Chase Basantis, but as you pointed out, that could easily be Isaiah Adams because we're just trying to figure out week one.
Yes. And also, Basinonians, with the defense here, we're basically going with a 3-4.
Okay.
So 3-4 defense, okay?
If we're going 3-4, let's go.
Let's start with right defensive end.
Yeah, because
Josh Sweat.
Yeah, I think we can go ahead.
How about that?
Well, let's do corner last. Is basically what I was saying. So yeah, if we're gonna do the ends,
yes,
Josh Sweat and Zaven Collins.
Okay, you know what? You want to do both of them right now. I like that. Yes, I would say Josh Sweat, the right defensive end, and Zaven Collins will be the left defensive end, even though they will move them from time to time.
Yeah, it's a little bit tougher on defense just because guys are going to move around. But you see anybody unseating Zaven Collins? I don't. Not at the start of the year.
No, not at the start of the year, I think, Zaven Collins. Especially, you got to remember, Zaven is a guy that is really well regarded inside that locker room.
He's one of the vets now.
And respected inside that locker room. And also, Basinonians, really a smart guy. He's one of these guys. He's going to have a 12-year career. He's going to have a 10, 12-year career. And I think he's on his way to doing that. He's just a good football player. Never has lived up to his draft status, of course, yet at the same time, he's a guy that I love and respect greatly.
Yeah, it's not his fault where he was drafted, but where he's going into year 6, he knows this defense as well, if not better than pretty much anybody. So, yeah, okay, so there's your two. So up front, I think this is pretty clear-cut, too. Walter Nolan, Roy Lopez, Darius Robinson?
Yes, those three guys right there. Man, I'm really interested.
Assuming everybody's healthy.
Yeah, really interested in seeing that too, Basinonians. Really, really am. Number one, Walter Nolan, the 3 technique, of course, the unbelievable talent that this kid has. And it flashed, did it not? Yes. We all saw it last year. Flash in these, bits and pieces where he got to play. It definitely flashed. So I'm very, very hopeful that he's going to be all that we expect from him. And Roy Lopez, here's a guy that is just going to line up and fight you. He's just going to fight you. He's going to line up over the center, and he's just going to fight the center. He's going to fight you. He's going to fight the guard. He's going to fight everybody. I love his mentality. I love who he is. I think he's really going to be a big addition, getting him back once again from the Lions. And then Darius Robinson, I'm fascinated. You got Walter Nolan III, who has flashed all of that talent, all of that goodness, and the expectation is jacked up because of it. Darius Robinson might be one of these guys that just needs to play harder. And I'm wondering if Darius Robinson will challenge himself and do that.
I think he will. I think this is the time to do it. Obviously, this year, we're starting to get into, at least with Nolan, it's, hey, you were a rookie last year. You had some injuries. It seems like the injury that was kind of treated like a mystery injury at the end of the year shouldn't keep him from being healthy at the start of the year. I'm fair in saying that?
Yeah,
I know he still
agree.
Has a little mark next to his name if you start to look at, just the Cardinals roster, but it seems like Nolan should be good to go for the start of the year. But he was good as a rookie. He just didn't get to play enough, but he's only going into year 2. Obviously, D-Rob's going into year 3, so a little more pressure there. All right, linebacker also seems fairly straightforward. Mack Wilson Sr. and Cody Simon?
Yeah, Cody Simon, I'm going to throw that up there because, again, you never know who might emerge. I don't think Cody Simon is locked in. I did put him there. I did put him down in my starters on the defensive side of the ball, but I don't think that's a guaranteed. I think that's going to be a work in progress.
If it weren't him, would it be Jack Gibbons?
I think there's a possibility that it could be Jack Gibbons.
Okay. That's a guy who played a lot for the Patriots.
Yeah, he played a lot for the Patriots, and again, what I think is really going to be decisive here is you're going to see guys that are going to be in pads.
Yeah.
And it changes everything once you get in pads. And Gibbons, I think, has not been able to go out and play and make plays in pads. And because of that, I think that's why the status quo, at least for now, looks the way that it does.
I'm going to switch to Gibbons. So
you are?
Yeah, I'm going to switch to
How about
Gibbons.
that? Okay.
A guy that, he's like 3rd on the Patriots in tackles last year, too. I mean, this is a guy that if you're looking for immediate experience, he has more than Cody Simon. So
Yes.
yeah, I'm going to go with Gibbons.
Okay.
All right, this is where it gets a little I think this is where it gets tougher, is in the second.
There's no doubt about it, especially when you look at the cornerback room. We were talking about this earlier. I do believe the two most contested areas, position rooms, I should say, basically, it's going to be the corner room and it's going to be the right guard room, so to speak. There isn't just a right guard room, but you get my point.
Yeah.
It's going to be right guard and corner that I think is going to be the most contested. The one corner that I don't think will be contested is Will Johnson.
Yeah, that one's easy. Yeah.
Will Johnson, CB1, we got that down. And I expect big things from that guy, man. Seriously. What about CB2?
So how are we treating Garrett Williams here? Is he somebody I
We're
can
gonna
plug in
go
there?
nickel with him.
Okay,
Yes.
so for the sake of a starting lineup, are we kind of keeping him separate? Or are you...
Yeah, here's the whole thing. Will Garrett Williams be ready to go week one?
I would love an answer on that, honestly.
I'm going to go start Thomas. I think if we're looking at this knowing that it's week one that we're talking about, Garrett Williams I think might be back by week one, and if he is, it's going to be Garrett Williams.
Okay.
But if not, start Thomas. And until I see Garrett Williams or hear that he's going to be back week one, I have to go start.
I'm gonna try to be optimistic here in June, and I'm gonna say Garrett Williams is back.
Good.
But he's more of a mystery than Walter Nolan. Those are the two guys with the injuries at the end of the year on defense. Where you're like, okay, what's the deal? Like, am I just to assume he's good to go for the start of camp? And I still don't really feel like we've got a clear answer on Williams. But I'll say him. They need him healthy at the start of the year. All right, safety.
I will say, okay, Denzel Burke is CB2 as well, okay? Buda Baker, as we all know, and Dadrian Taylor Demerson.
Rabbit, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Those two safeties.
You smell something, Rabbit?
That's right, man.
Fear.
All right, I'm with you there. So
we're going to revisit this, though, Basin audience. We will definitely do it right before week one.
So we were really only definitively different at linebacker and starting quarterback.
Kind of a big deal.
Yeah. All right, when we come back,
quarterback
back into basketball, the Suns moving up to take Koa Pete. What exactly was their thinking behind the decision to trade 3 second-round picks to get into the very end of the first round and take the local product? You're going to hear more from Brian Gregory next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I like this pick a lot. I like Koa Pete as a player. I like what he brings to the basketball court. But if you're counting on him to be an NBA shooter from day one, these are things that take time.
Yes, but we can say that and still make it very clear that we're applauding the Suns for the pick.
Because
we don't.
All the other stuff he does is stuff they need.
Right.
Koa Pete's a guy you want on your basketball team. I am not a U of A fan, as we all know. I have not said this about a U of A player, like that's a guy you want on your team, since T.J. McConnell.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Dave Pash is stepping down as the voice of the Arizona Cardinals after 24 seasons due to an expanded role with ESPN. For more on Pash stepping down, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First pitch is at 4:45 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zack Gallon will try to bounce back from a tough outing in his last start this past Saturday. The United States men's national team wraps up group play in the World Cup tonight in Inglewood against Turkey. Kickoff is at 7. And Phoenix Mercury star Alyssa Thomas has been suspended one game after an altercation with Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark on Wednesday. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, July 4th D-backs home game versus Milwaukee, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Well, you can tell everybody. Yeah, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and tell everybody.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that the NBA draft is in the rearview mirror, what's next for the Phoenix Suns on their offseason to-do list? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app at 98.7 FM.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf, we are 2 minutes into this Germany soccer game on one of the TVs.
Yeah.
There's already a goal and a guy laying on the field like he just got laid out by Myles Garrett.
Well, he did get kicked in the forehead, I think.
Yeah, I feel like he ran his forehead into that guy's foot.
I would agree with that assessment, that the forehead went into the foot.
Yeah.
And it really wasn't the foot kicking his forehead.
No.
It was more the forehead going into a foot that was extended.
Probably still didn't feel great, though.
To whom?
Well, to the guy who got the foot to the forehead, even though it was kind of his fault.
Because I was thinking, oh my goodness, the groin, how bad that would hurt you to have your leg extended as high as that dude did.
Yeah, but
that had to hurt.
That wasn't great either. But they scored like 2 seconds later because of it, so he probably feels a little bit better.
Yeah, right.
He's not the one laying on the field like his career's over. All right, back to...
That's the one thing about it, Basinonians. It is. It's the one thing that I just... If there wasn't so much flopping and laying around on the grass...
There's already another guy laying on the field for a minute.
Exactly. Every time there's any type... I just totally, Really?
Yeah, I mean,
I think I would actually enjoy soccer a lot more.
It's funny you say that, and I know we just sound like two Americans talking about soccer, but
true.
I played soccer a little bit growing up. I do really like soccer, but it's hard for me to get in. It's hard for me to embrace that. It's hard for me to sit here throughout the entire NBA season and say, "Man, Luka flops too much," and Denny Avdia flops too much. And then look past the fact that we've been watching 4 minutes of this game and 3 guys have laid on the ground like they're done.
You know what would be really, really cool? What if soccer players wore armor? And you just said there are no rules.
No fouls.
There are no fouls. There are no yellow, red cards. There are no rules. The rule is you get to run the dude over while you're kicking the ball.
I would sign up. I'm intrigued by your sport. Yes,
I would love to see that.
I think Wolf just wants jousting.
Well, but it's everything else you're saying is the same though. Like you can't use your hands. It's
That's
soccer.
Right. Can't use your hands. It's soccer.
But
you just can run people over.
It sounds like rugby, but you can use your hands.
Yeah. This is
okay. Yes.
But I think we're on to something here.
You kind of sound like Colin Scotts right now. Google it, my young crime.
Colin
Scotts.
I don't have time to
Who
Google.
walked up to, hey, mate, we don't wear shoulder pads in Australia.
I know this story.
Yes, we don't wear it. Yeah, you don't wear it. Oh, interesting.
I come from a family of rugby players.
Okay. Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I refused.
How is
painful?
They make it sound like it's super physical, and it is physical, basically. There's no doubt about it. It's just not as physical as the NFL.
How are we just learning this
that's
about
what
Jamal
I said.
right now? How are we? It's not this physical, but they don't wear any pads either. How are we just learning this about you?
I don't know, actually. My dad played for Kenya.
He
played
wow.
Played for the national team?
The Sevens national team. My dad and my uncle did. Not at the same time, but...
Oh, that's cool.
It feels fairly significant.
That's like a long time ago.
Something to not tell us until a random Thursday afternoon at 1:07. Brian Gregory. Ever heard of him? Yeah, you have. He's the Suns GM. Here he is talking about the thinking behind taking Koa Pete with the 30th pick.
One thing I think does really go into our process of evaluation is not only the system in which these guys played for, but the program that they played for in college. If you take a look, Koa from Arizona with Tommy, Oso with Shaka, Kaman with, at Duke. You just go through it, and Ryan Dunn for Tony Bennett, and like I said, with Shire at Duke. We're talking about the best coaches in college basketball. So that's very important. And obviously, all of them emphasize and stress a lot of the same stuff that's important to us because it's winning basketball. So we look at the systems and styles and, can guys run? Can they defend the way we want to be, we want to defend? How about the offensive flow and movement and different things like that? When they play for those coaches, the one thing that they're going to come in and compete, they're going to play hard. Offensively, they're going to be challenged to learn and have a feel for the game. And I think it's very, very important. System, style, coaches, all those different things are very critical for us.
Why is this, Brian Gregory? Why is it so critical for the Phoenix Suns? Because you were a coach and because you see players from a coach's perspective and you value systems and you value programs because you know how important they are as a coach yourself. This is, once again, Luke, Brian Gregory is a very interesting study in general managers. And I don't care if you're talking about basketball, football, hockey. I don't care what it is. You've got to have a team concept as a general manager, of course. But so much of the time, I think we see a lot of GMs get hyper-focused on talent. And just, you know what? Hey, tell me about the player. Don't tell me about the person. Tell me about the player. But coaches see you for who you are, starting with the person that is the player.
Here's more from Brian Gregory on the preparation that went into trading back into the first round.
Obviously, you have your draft board and your rankings of where you have guys, and then you kind of use that as you're also looking at all the different mock drafts where guys are, the 6 or 7 different ones that we use to get kind of a range. But we go through our board, and there'll be some guys that may have some highlights for different reasons, but we felt confident that if we could get in that 20 range, that there would be 2 or 3 guys that we really felt could impact our team and had a great future within our organization. And Cole was at the top of that list, and to be able to get him and be able to get him in that first round and be able to maneuver, I thought that was put us in a good spot for what we were trying to get done last night.
Man, you know what? That is really, really cool to listen to Brian Gregory talk about that. They targeted 2 people so far in 2 drafts, Rasheer Fleming and Koa Pete.
Neither one of them from Michigan State, by the way. Brian Gregory has not drafted a single Spartan yet.
Yes, I just love that, though. Once again, to be so convicted that you were going to go get him. Koa Pete is dropping down these draft boards, and you got Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns saying, "Oh my goodness, is this really going to happen? Are you kidding me? No, what? He's going to be,
And it was out there. That report was out there earlier in the day,
oh my gosh.
Even during our show on Tuesday, that if Koa Pete dropped, the Suns would be interested, and he dropped, and they were still able to execute that. So credit to them. Like I said, that's my favorite thing about Brian Gregory so far, is that he's decisive and aggressive and proactive on things so far as the Suns GM. Celebrate America's 250th at Chase Field. Arizona Sports is giving away family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers July 3rd and 4th. Listen starting Monday for your chance to call in and win. When we come back to football, if you could just wave that magic wand and make one of the Cardinals players guaranteed to improve in 2026, who would you choose? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the Basin. These shades are commercial grade Basinonians, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. Here's what you do. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Cardinals.com. You got to have shade.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-360-0681 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-360-0681. That's 800-360-0681. What do you have to lose? Call 800-360-0681. Again, 800-360-0681.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks play tonight in St. Louis? If so, will Zack Gallon do something good? We'll discuss our baseball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Decent chance, too, if that game gets played, that Max Kepler would be in the lineup for the D-backs tonight, it sounds like. It's a matter of if that game actually gets played. Lou James Groover, first career home run last night. He will join us in about 10-ish minutes, 10, 15 minutes. So we're going to get a chance to talk to him. Well, if you asked this question before the show, and I want to hear what your answer is, because I think the answer is obvious, but maybe it isn't. So do you want to frame it up the way you are asking it?
What exactly are you talking about? Look, you got me right now. Because I was doing all sorts of reads in the not-so-beautiful part of the program. I'm just saying right now, it's right. I'm not walking around. Where's the coffee for the crying out loud? Okay, so what is it that you're talking about specifically?
Who would you choose, not predict, but like if you had your choice to be the Cardinals' most improved player in 2026? If you had your choice, if right now you could say when we're looking back at the end of the season and they're doing individual team awards, who do you want it to be like, oh, yeah, clearly this guy was their most improved?
Yeah, you know who I think it is?
Are we going to just say it on the count of three?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to say it first.
Okay.
And then you can say it.
Okay. That's Yeah,
Darius Robinson.
And Harrison Jr. Okay. Not the same.
That was not orchestrated or executed the way that I thought it was going to be.
Darius Robinson and Harrison Jr.
Wow. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, Marv and Harrison Jr., yeah, you know, if you're talking about who you would like to see the most improved, I would have to say on the offensive side of the ball, it's Marvin Harrison Jr., and on the defensive side of the ball, it's Darius Robinson.
Okay, so why do you say Robinson?
Darius Robinson is he's hyper talented, Basinonians. He has everything you want to be an excellent defensive lineman. He's got the size, he's got the strength, he's got the quicks, he's got the desire, he's got the mentality. You hear me say it all the time, but it's the truth. You play the game of football specifically, Basinonians, from the inside out. I know there's a lot of purists that are out there right now, and I can't beat you down for it and won't do it. But there's a lot of purists that are saying, Wolf, you live your life that way from the inside out. And you are correct. You do live your life that way. Make no mistake about that. But it's accentuated in the game of football. It really is. How you play the game. So much of the time we have a tendency to look on the physical, look on the outside. How big are you? How strong are you? I cannot tell you. When I was playing in the National Football League and I was going to Pro Bowls, I cannot tell you how many guys walked up to me and said, hey, you're Ron Wolfley. I thought you were bigger. I cannot tell you how many guys said that to me. And it was like immediately, of course, you know me.
I'm sure that didn't
I had
fire you up
I
at
had a
all.
little bit of a chip, Basinonians. I had a chip on the shoulder at some point, and I cannot tell you how many times I wanted to say to that person, "You want to go?" Seriously. Yeah, that's right. I'm not that big. What does that tell you, bro?
It's actually kind of a compliment,
but see,
though.
yeah, but once again, see what your own foolish pride will do, my young crunks. That was wrong. It was wrong to feel that way, and yet it was. I'm just telling you the truth. You know me. I'm wrong every day of my life. I have no problem admitting it when I am wrong, but that kind of attitude is something that really can help you. But you live the game when you're playing in the NFL. You do. It really is a big part of your life. And I think all of us would understand why that is the case. But can I just say, you play the game specifically from the inside out. Buda Baker is the best example that I can point to. This is a guy who is not big. He's not fast. I mean, he's fast enough, obviously.
Quick.
He's big enough. He's not the biggest. He's not the strongest. He's not the fastest. All he does is beat you. All he does is play better than you. And he's done it for a long, long time. You play the game of football from the inside out. And, oh, man, there are so many guys that I have played with and against that have been unmitigated dogs who played that way.
That's actually probably the better answer. I mean, you're going to say Darius Robinson. I'm going to say Marv. We can ask command and control. The scariest thing would be if Buda was the most improved player in 2026.
My goodness. Where would he improve?
I don't even know what it would look like, but I feel like some people would have their face masks dented, as you like to say, Wolf. Command and control, do you guys have a choice on this one of who you would want to be the most improved player in 2026?
For me, it's offense, Marv, defense, Darius Robinson. I'm with you guys 100%.
But you have to pick one. If you had to pick one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Marv.
Okay.
Marv.
Marv.
Well,
now that I think about it, Marv has produced somewhat. Darius Robinson really hasn't, and we don't really know what's going on with Josh Sweat. So, you know what? I'm going to change my answer. I'm actually say Darius Robinson.
All right, so we have 2 D-Robs and 2 Marvs.
Yeah.
And if Monty were here, he'd say, yes, please, because that's his whole 2024
Just thinking,
first round.
Can you imagine Walter Nolan III the three technique, as I like to call him. Can you imagine if Walter Nolan plays, he stays healthy, first of all, and then plays the way that he played last year?
Yeah, I don't think he needs to improve necessarily.
What kind of impact would he make?
Yeah.
Now, imagine if Darius Robinson on the inside, along with Walter Nolan, the three technique, played and improved dramatically. Oh.
Let me throw this at you real quick. There's a story on ESPN. Maybe we'll get more into this tomorrow. But they did their annual ranking, and I've actually been waiting for this list. I know you're going to say it's list season, but this one in particular I wanted to see. Okay, because they do this every year. Rank all 32 NFL playmaker cores. Okay, so it's which 1 through 32 every NFL team, based on who has the best collection of receivers, running backs, and tight ends.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. So, I mean, we're going to see the Cardinals trashed in so many preseason predictions and lists and all this stuff, but I wanted to see where they had the Cardinals on this one in particular.
I know exactly where you're going.
Do you know where they have them?
No, I do not. But
6th.
It's the running back room.
6th. That's where they have them.
Oh.
6th in the NFL. It's all of it combined. Receivers, tight ends, and running backs. They have them 6th overall. In 2024, they had them 21st. In 2025, they had him 15th. They have him 6th. And that's where it's like if Marv improves and plays to his potential, and I don't think this is crazy. If you stripped away all these other important parts of an NFL team, like, quarterback and defense, but if you just stripped it down to running back, receivers, and tight ends, and why I think this is important, because this is what Carson Beck or the 2027 first-round pick quarterback is going to have to work with. The Cardinals have one of the best groups in football. And ESPN agrees they have them 6th. Now, they have 2 other NFC West teams ahead of them, even in the top 5. But I don't think that's crazy that the Cardinals have that. And what if Marv actually did take off? Like, that collection, they've got skill on offense. They just need to put it together.
On the offensive side, there's no doubt about that. That offensive line, if that offensive line gels and comes together, run.
Literally, you want them to run the ball, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, when we come back, let's talk baseball. Let's talk about the D-backs offense and Lou James Groover with Lou James Groover, who will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Run.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, man. Summer is here. It is upon us, is it not? You do not want to move yourself, man. You just don't want to do that. The Arizona heat is brutal. The last thing you want to do is pack up the pickup and start moving yourself. Moving is difficult. Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be super glad that you did this. Listen, Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin. Local, long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix and in Mesa now, Basinonians. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to the customers. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Dave Pash is stepping down as the voice of the Arizona Cardinals after 24 seasons due to an expanded role with ESPN. For more on Pash stepping down, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First pitch is at 4:45 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zack Gallon gets the start for the D-backs. The United States men's national team wraps up group play tonight in the World Cup in Inglewood against Turkey. Kickoff is at 7. And Phoenix Mercury star Alyssa Thomas has been suspended 1 game after an altercation with Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark on Wednesday. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available now at Your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now.
All right, D-backs Cardinals from St. Louis tonight, weather permitting. Wolf, but they picked up a big win last night in St. Louis, 9-4. You and I were talking about it earlier in the show. One of the plays that really, in my mind, triggered the win was the Lou James Groover home run in the 4th inning, which Ketel Marte immediately followed up with right after that in the 4th inning, going back-to-back. And we were talking earlier, it'd be great if Groover just called in. Well, you know what? He is actually calling in right now. He's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Lou James, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Sir, I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing good. Thank you.
Of course.
Let's just start with the obvious question. You get your first major league home run in a key moment last night. Can you just sort of take us through the at-bat and the emotions?
Yeah, I mean, I know he struck me out my first AB, and she ended up striking me out on the heater, I believe. And so I really just went up there. I think we just scored three runs with 2 outs. And then there was a mound visit. So I really was just looking for a heater over the plate somewhere that I could do some damage on. Ended up getting a cutter, being a little bit out front, but I was able to stay on it, get a good swing off. And, man, that first homer, man, can never complain about that.
That's right, yeah. Lou James, do you consider yourself to be a power hitter?
I mean, I wouldn't say that's like the only focus of my game when it comes to hitting. But, when you do everything correctly, you look at the certain pitches or whatever it may be, take the right swings, and they kind of just happen. And I would more so say that's how I really view it. And when I'm synced up properly, get the right pitches, and do damage on things like that, I'm more than capable of it, but I wouldn't say it's the main focus of my game.
Lou James, you mentioned this after the game. I heard your post-game comments. I thought it was pretty funny when you said, okay, so you got your home run. You expect the silent treatment. You go into the dugout, you're getting it, but then Cattell hits that one like 9,000 feet. So did they really give Cattell the silent treatment just because he was part of the back-to-back home runs?
Yeah, that actually did happen. But yeah, they were giving me the silent treatment, and we started celebrating. So, boom, we hear the hit. Look up, Cattell's rounding the base, and everybody's like, well, we might as well do it again. But then Cattell gets in here, and everybody starts like wandering around, walking around, not paying no attention, and we all just kind of celebrated with him afterwards.
So, Lou James,
that's awesome.
I've got to ask you, I'd like to know a guy's background, and you are kind of new to the scene here, and I'd like to ask you, so you were born in Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually go to high school in Georgia?
Yes.
Did you play any other sports in high school?
I played some basketball, but I stopped playing basketball in my freshman year.
Oh, really? Okay. So
yeah.
you never played football at all?
No.
Okay.
Wolf wants everybody to have played football at some point.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you this, Lou James. You've been in the league now for, it's not even 3 full weeks yet. And 13 games, you've gotten at least a hit in 8 of the 13 games. What's it been like just the first few weeks, like the adjustment of you adjusting to Major League pitching, but then they're starting to get the book on you, so they're adjusting back. What's that been like through the first 3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, that's really all baseball is a game of adjustments. It's just about how fast can you adjust, essentially. And, obviously just at the end of the day is – you can do all the adjustment you want, things like that, but as long as you hit the pitches over the heart of the plate, it really doesn't matter. As a hitter, you don't always need to hit the pitcher's pitches. Just hit the ones that are mistakes. And, if you get the mistakes at a really high level, I think that'll lead you to a lot of success. At the end of the day, we are human. There's going to be days where you feel like you don't get anything to hit, and there's going to be days where you feel like you get everything to hit. It's just the way it is. But, you just want to make the best of each at bat and don't miss those pitches when you get those pitches. I think that's the biggest difference between here and the minors. You might get a few more pitches to hit, things like that, but if you miss that pitch up here, that might be the only one of the BAB or the day. You never know. And, just pitchers hit their spots a lot more. Defenders are better. Hitters are better. It's just the way it is, but it's been fun so far.
Lou James, what is the hardest thing about playing the game of baseball itself? What's the hardest thing?
I'll probably say hitting. Yeah, for sure, hitting. From a physical standpoint. And then obviously you got the mental aspect of it, when things can feel like it's going wrong forever. It can be mentally challenging to stay locked in. But from a physical standpoint, I would say it's hitting for sure.
You look at the last couple games, and it was 0-0 going into the 9th inning on Tuesday, and then you guys are up for 4 in the 9th. And you end up winning that game. Last night you get 9 runs. Can you just take it through like what it's like in the dugout for the hitters when you're putting up 8 or 9 runs in a game, and it almost feels like hitting's contagious on this team?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the way it always is, in anything, offense, defensively, pitching. It's, we build off of each other. Everybody has that energy, sometimes you can feel it, whatever it may be. But really just timely hits, you come through with a timely hit here and there, and next thing you know, the next guy does the same thing. And then all of a sudden the pitcher is thinking about that a little bit maybe or whatever it may be. But sometimes you see somebody else come through and everything just starts falling in place. The pieces start falling in. And everything else just goes accordingly how you would like for it to go. I think we scored the 6 runs in the fourth with 2 outs, I believe, all of them with 2 outs. And I mean, that's tough, especially in baseball, you know, where the odds are already stacked against you. So just being able to put that many good ABs together in that span was really crucial for us.
Lou James, coming into this season specifically, where did you want to get better?
I mean, I focused a lot on my defense, just trying to clean that up, obviously. Just at a big league level, you got to play clean defense. It's the way it is, you know. You can't give these teams extra outs and things like that. And obviously hitting is, again, with adjustments. You adjust, you figure out, you tweak things, whatever it may be when the opportunity presents itself. But obviously hitting is the hard part. You're going to fail more than you succeed in that aspect already. So you can't really let that get you down too much. So for me, I think the biggest part I want to focus on is my defense. And I would say I've been really consistent with it this season and just trying to stay on top of it.
Talking to Lou James Groover. Lou James, how has it been for you breaking in when a guy like Tommy Troy or last night Mitch Bratt, they're sort of breaking in too, and you at least have a connection to some of these guys before you even got to the majors?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team sport. Having that chemistry, you know, that trust factor, guys you've been around, guys you've seen work, you know how they are. You've seen them when they're going well, seen when they're going bad, things like that. It kind of helps, you know, you can mentally help them or keep them in the right headspace and things like that. You kind of know what to say to those guys, or maybe you want to push them a little bit, you know, the buttons you can press, and vice versa. You know, maybe if things are not going well, you know, where you can help pick them up and pick them up. And I think that's just the biggest part. Once you learn your teammates, is just, you know, knowing how to help them and what's needed in the moment. And I think that's the biggest part.
Lou James, speaking about your teammates, who's your dog inside that clubhouse, man?
Probably, I would say I spend the most time with Tommy Troy.
Okay.
I mean, we were drafted together. We've come up through all the levels together. We've pretty much been on this journey. We've pretty much been at every stop together at some point. So I would definitely say Tommy.
That's cool.
That's awesome. Lou James, last one before we let you go. What's the weather like? Are you guys actually going to have a game tonight?
Right now, it's blue skies. It's looking nice out right now. Sun's out a little bit. It's a little humid.
Okay.
So as of right now, it looks pretty good, but there's no telling what'll happen in the next 3 hours. You never know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we appreciate this, man. Congratulations on the home run last night. Good luck going forward.
Thank you.
That's Lou James Groover joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's minor league baseball, right? You move up a level. Hey, that's Tommy Troy. I know him. He was just at the last. Okay, you move up again. Oh, now you're in the majors. Hey, there's Tommy Troy.
Can you imagine sharing that with a guy? You know what I mean?
I got to think it makes it easier.
Oh, man. Just profound as well.
When we come back, final segment of the show, how much do you expect to see Koa Pete in the Suns rotation in the 2026-27 season? You're going to hear what their general manager had to say about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why YRefi exists. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed-rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling costs from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Dave Pash is leaving as the Cardinals play-by-play voice to assume a larger NFL role with ESPN. The Diamondbacks' Max Kepler is expected to be activated off the restricted list today. And Derek Hall tells Bickley and Murata that the Diamondbacks never got close to bringing back Paul Goldschmidt. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Yeah, this is it right here, Basin Orleans. As I go on vacation, this is how I feel. Might want to turn this up a little bit. And again, if you've listened to the show, this is the way that I basically sounded all broadcast, wasn't it?
I'm not going to go down this path again, but this song always makes me think of The Departed. Now, we've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
Jamal immediately ruined the ending of the movie for everybody that was driving around. So we're not going to go down. Jamal, who has seen like 5 movies, and 3 of them are the Cars movies, has somehow seen The Departed.
I just want you to know, don't pot that down yet. Oh no, let that play a little bit here. This was, I think, my favorite song back in 1985 when I was listening to this. Also in 1989 or 88, I'm sorry, in the Pro Bowl out in Hawaii with Chris Spielman in an equipment room underneath the stairwell at Aloha Stadium as we're getting ready to go out and play in the Pro Bowl. This was the tune, which is over and over and over again. Isn't that incredible? Google it, my young crunks. Chris Spielman.
So if we ever have Chris Spielman on, this has got to be the rejoin music.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. No.
And he'll know
He'll
right away.
know exactly.
All right. Got to make that happen.
And then we were going to go out and play the Pro Bowl like it was the Super Bowl, and did. He was the one other guy in the locker room that wanted to get ready to go out and ball.
I'm sure everybody on that field loved you guys that day.
Oh, my goodness. Swinging, metaphorically speaking.
This is slightly off topic, but I'm not really sure we're on a topic. This has been brought up to me multiple times by people today. Did you guys know the dude who got picked 32nd in the NBA draft is the great-grandson of the guy who invented the tater tot?
No. What?
This feels like something Rick
Oh, I
definitely
love
knew.
the tater tots. I had some tater tots at the hotel the other day. Man, they were good.
You had hotel tater tots?
Well, okay, so I'm not going to give out the hotel brand here, but there's a certain hotel that my dad has started staying at that does like full spread breakfast.
Okay.
There's an omelet maker
Okay, all right. Well, you're just
person,
making us all hungry now.
And then they have a type of potato every morning. So this happened to be tater tot day, and I had a great time.
Well, did you know that Richie Saunders, 32nd overall pick by the Memphis Grizzlies, is the great-grandson of the co-founder of the company and Ore-Ida and the inventor of the tater tot, according to multiple people and now the internet? Yeah.
I had no idea, but shout out Richie Saunders.
Mm-hmm.
He is my new favorite player.
It's kind of the sentiment that's going around right now, that he's everybody's favorite player.
Seriously, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be the inventor of the tater tot.
I can't imagine how it's a bad thing.
I mean, it's probably led to a good amount of cholesterol. Because you ever had a bad tater tot? They're kind of all the same.
Yeah,
So-
I absolutely.
The only way you get a bad tater tot is like if they're like wet. Like you don't want a wet tater.
No, you don't want a wet
crispy tater
who
tot.
Who would eat a wet
Well, yeah, any
tater tot?
old food is not.
That thing's got to be dry, brothers.
Do you consider a ketchup covered tater tot to be a wet tater
No. A tater tot that you don't know why it's wet.
Also, yeah, okay, that would be.
Ketchup covered. Also,
You know what, honestly, Mason Reigns,
That's scary.
that could apply to life. Anything where you don't know why it's wet. What are you doing?
Just stay away from that. So you get some answers at least.
Also, if you're gonna be eating the tater tot, it is the only type of potato, in my opinion, that really only works with ketchup. Like if you try it with like ranch, it just doesn't work.
That'd be weird. We need to let Jamal talk because I'm afraid he's going to quit the show here in a second anyway, just based on the look on his face. What were you going to say, Jamal?
well, before I found out, all right, maybe I shouldn't eat anything that's wet that I don't know why it's
Not
wet.
until you get some answers.
A ketchup covered tater tot, aren't they supposed to be like dipped?
Yeah, they are.
That's what I meant, Jamal.
Okay, but like if you just submerge it in ketchup, well,
you could also submerge it in Frank's Red Hot.
Oh God, yeah.
I've actually done that because a lot of times you'll get the tots with the wings, or they'll be on the same
Especially,
plate.
Yeah, of course, you've got the, a tater tot is a little crispy on the outside.
If it's done properly, yes.
Unless it's wet.
Yeah, then run.
I'm bringing in wet tater tots.
What are you doing?
You will not have
Boy,
any
this
friends.
tater tot is wet. Give it to me. No, thank you.
You guys give me some wet tater tots. I did promise we were going to play Brian Gregory audio, so we got to play at least something. Let's play this. He was asked about playing time after drafting Koa Pete, and this is what Brian Gregory said.
I think everybody in the NBA gets to have 14 or 15 guys on their roster, so it's not like we have any more players than anybody else. And the simple fact that if you take a look, depth is something very, very critical in the league right now. Guys get injured, they get hurt, all those different things. So having great depth, I think, is always a positive. And you also have different guys in different stages of where they're at in their career. Younger guys are developing, getting better, and so forth. And obviously in year 1 or 2, or even in year 3, are going to have a much different role than a guy who's a proven 8-9 year veteran. So when it comes to the playing time and so forth, we have a pretty good coach that I think will be able to figure that stuff out. And when situations come up, we're bringing in guys that are professional, that their number one objective is to do whatever's necessary to help us win. And I think last year proved that our depth was critical for us, because we wouldn't have won the amount of games that we did if we didn't have that depth, as we went through some injury issues, as every team does. So I feel confident in the type of character and the sacrifice and the unselfishness of the guys that we brought in.
What did you want to say about that?
Brian Gregory sometimes sounds like your random impression where you do an accent.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if the phone call was to Dallas. It was like, maybe you trade us, I don't know, Koa Pete, and we throw in a nice bag of wet tater tots for you.
Yeah, it was really hard to focus right there because he said stages. Did you hear him say stages? Yeah. There are stages, of course, that a player is going to go through. And when he said stages, basically, I thought of a stagecoach. And when I thought of a stagecoach, I thought of a Amish wagon, okay? And
I'm sure we all
when
were.
I thought of the Amish wagon, I thought of Pink Floyd. Honestly, once again.
This is how you're leaving.
This is Hoopy Palooza. This is Hoopy Palooza that is coming up, Basinonians. And the last, when is our out here, as a matter of fact?
We're way past it. Go ahead.
Now.
Oh. I'm off to Amish land. Goodbye, Basin.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to everybody. Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. For the first time in 24 years, there will be a new radio voice of the Arizona Cardinals. Longtime voice of the Cardinals, Dave Pash, announced today he's stepping down from his role with Arizona's NFL team, taking on what he called an expanded and exclusive role with ESPN. He will now call NFL, college football, basketball, and the NBA for the worldwide leader in sports. You can read more about this change now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks have a new face in the clubhouse for their series finale against the Cardinals. Max Kepler, who was signed a few weeks ago to a one-year deal, will join the big league team this afternoon at the conclusion of his 80-game suspension. Corresponding move will be Tim Tawa being optioned back to Reno. On the mound tonight, Zack Gallon against his former employer. He'll go against right-hander Michael McGreevy. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the WNBA announced today that Alyssa Thomas has received a flagrant 2 penalty and 1-game suspension for recklessly making contact with her fist to the throat area of Caitlin Clark in yesterday's game. Thomas will miss the June 27th game against the Tempo in Toronto. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, July 4th Diamondbacks game against Milwaukee. Plus, you'll get food and beverage credit. I thought that was loud. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Working from home today with the video link is Gambo. Is Mr. Fred hanging out with us?
Mr. Fred, yeah, Mr. Fred. Just took him in the pool. Took him in the pool. He was panting, he was hot, he was warm.
Okay.
He had to go to the pool, so I took him for a pool, took him in the pool, hold him, walk him around a little bit, hold his little fat belly so he could swim a little. I just hold his belly, put my hand under his belly, and he swims a little bit. So
yeah.
He doesn't like it hot. And my house is cool, but he gets hot all the time.
Reminds me of the time when you were working from home and you thought that we were playing back an interview or something like that. You went and sat into the jacuzzi when we were live on the air. Remember that?
I do remember that.
That was
yeah.
good times. Yeah, I don't remember the exact circumstances, but you were like,
get your butt out of your jacuzzi and get to work.
I had a tough workout that day. I was a little sore. And
You're like,
I
I don't really feel like doing the show. I'm going to go
Yeah.
sit in the jacuzzi while I'm home. Oh, wait, we're on the air? Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. Yeah,
No sitting in the jacuzzi today, baby. We need you to do some work.
I want a cold tub now. I don't even want a jacuzzi anymore. I just want a cold tub.
The cold plunge is what
I don't want one. I don't want one that's like a bathtub. I want one that's like almost like built like. I just want a cold tub. I like the cold tubs.
They say it's very, very good for you.
I freaking love them.
Speaking of water and things that are wet, as if this were a category on Jeopardy or something, we have not heard anything regarding today's Diamondbacks baseball game. We are proceeding as if it is happening. 4:45 first pitch, 4 o'clock pregame. We'll step aside when all that happens. We are all looking at the maps. We're all wondering if they are actually going to play this game tonight or not, but we've heard nothing any different. They're not moving up the start time, nothing. So they're going to do it. They're going to do it at 4:45, and apparently they think they're going to be able to at least get 5 innings in. So for now, Diamondbacks baseball is on the schedule, but if that changes, don't worry, Gambo and I will be here just in case there's not a baseball game. Speaking of baseball, it's our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Weighing in on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Sorry, I thought we were playing some audio there. That's my bad. One more time with feeling.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch swung on and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Sorry about that, everybody. A little technical snafu back here. Diamondbacks win 9-4. Gambo, they have assured themselves of at least a 4-game series split with the St. Louis Cardinals, and they go for the win. If there is a game 4 tonight, they go for the series win against St. Louis this evening.
Yeah, that was a fun game to watch. It was a fun game and congratulations to James Groover for his first major league home run. He had a 90-mile-per-hour cutter that just hung. He hit it out. It gave the D-backs a 5-1 lead. Ketel Marte then followed on a 1-0 pitch. He took a sinker, and he hit that for a home run. It was back-to-back homers. It was nice to see. 9 runs, 12 hits. 5 hits with runners in scoring position. I mean, 5 for 16. We'll take that. We'll take that every day. That was fantastic. We've been waiting for this team to break out offensively. They've been in a month-long slump, in which they're scoring three or fewer runs a lot of times 2 or fewer runs. They've been shut out a bunch of times, can't hit with runners in scoring position. You went through some of the numbers. It's like Nolan Arenado had been 1 for 23 with runners in scoring position. 5 guys were hitting just as bad. It was welcome to see them bust out yesterday. Not coincidentally, they did it against a left-handed pitcher. They've had success against left-handed pitchers this year.
No doubt. 15-6 against left-handed pitchers. You mentioned James Groover, and I echo you. Congratulations to him.
And the first pitch swung on. That is hit high and deep out to left field. Velazquez going back, and there's his first career big league home run. Lou James Groover. It comes in the top of the 4th inning, and the Diamondbacks now with a 5-1 lead.
And in the category of things that never get old, the silent treatment in the dugout for me, Gambo, never gets old. It's just like flyovers never get old. A Coke and a popcorn at a movie never gets old. The silent treatment for a baseball player who hits his first career big league home run never gets old. I could watch stuff like that all day long. I think it's cool. Guy walks in there. He knows what's happening. The guys are all acting like nothing happened. It's cool. It's good to see. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, it's great. It's great. He has been here for a little bit. It was great to see him do what he did. They win the game 9-4. A lot of those runs came with 2 outs. What I like is they can't lose this series. They can't lose it. They can only tie it. I said it yesterday, Burnsy. They're doing this with smoke and mirrors. Like with all the guys that they've got out right now, the amount of young guys that they've had to rely on, Groover and Troy, and Troy was terrific again yesterday.
Yeah.
I think they're doing it with smoke and mirrors. They got the roster move today with Max Kepler coming up and in the lineup, so hopefully he can add something that Pavin Smith has not been able to with some power from the left-handed side. But You know, this team doesn't really blow a lot of teams out. So for them to win a game by 5 runs is not something that we see very often.
Yeah, and those the batting average with runners in scoring position, and we've talked about it so much for the last several weeks. It's been the dominant theme, I think, of the Diamondbacks. I mean, it's so bad, and the number was so low that it seemed like that no matter what, they were bound to come out of that sooner or later. I'm not saying they're going to be one of the best teams in baseball at hitting with runners in scoring position, but they are never going to be that bad for that extended period. If they was bound to come up at some point. Now, I don't know if this is it. I don't know if last night's 5 for 16 is it. What were they, 2 for 13 the night before, and they had to wait until the night before the ninth inning before it all happened. I mean, there's this whole idea of, you know, the regression to the mean and the law of averages and, you know, whatever phrase you want to assign to it. In the month of June, they were hitting like 130 with runners in scoring position. It was bound to come up at least a little bit from that, because that's insustainably awful, even for the worst hitting team with runners in scoring position. Yes, Gambo?
I want to give you an update from St. Louis. I just got this message. No batting practice on the field. They are preparing for rain. Batting practice will be in the cages for both teams.
Okay.
I just got that update. No batting practice on the field. They are preparing for rain. Both teams will do batting practice in the cages. Just wanted to give you that update.
What are we doing here? You know? Make it a double header yesterday. Move the game up earlier today. We all knew this was coming, right? Like sometimes I don't quite understand when you see this giant blob Doppler-wise and it's moving towards the city that there's going to be a baseball game and you've got options. Yeah. Do something about it. Don't just sit around and wait for it to happen. Yesterday could have been a doubleheader if you wanted to. You could have moved up the start time for today's game. I thought you were going to tell me about these roster moves that just came down.
Go ahead. You do the roster moves. I was just getting the update from the field.
Max Kepler has been reinstated, as you mentioned, and activated. Juan Burgos has been recalled from AAA Reno to give him a little length and another arm, a fresh arm in the bullpen. Tim Tawa and Mitch Bratt were both optioned to AAA Reno last night after the start. So for Bratt, it very much was a spot start for him, and he was good. He didn't hang around very long. He was never going to have a very deep pitch count. He was fine. He doesn't have a lot of velocity. He was in the strike zone a lot. The walks kind of hurt him a little bit, but he didn't hang around very long, and the bullpen did a fantastic job. To open up a spot on the 40-man, they transferred Ryan Nelson to the 60-day injury list. So pretty much what we suspected with him, he's going to be out a while. We're not going to see Ryan Nelson come back anytime soon, if at all, this season, which is a tough blow for him and a tough blow for them.
Yeah, I reported that news on Ryan Nelson last week when it happened, and the info I got was not good. I'm expecting him not to pitch this year. So we'll see. We'll see how it go. We'll see how it ends up going. These are dangerous injuries. They're very tough. 60-day, we're in June now. 60-day, you're talking about, this was mid-June. That gets you to mid-July. That gets you to mid-August. Then you've got, you don't just come out and pitch.
No.
You've got to go through spring training basically all over again. You got to ramp up. So even if he's able to come back in mid-August, you're still talking about another 4 weeks away from being able to pitch. Can't pitch within 2 weeks of coming off. So this is going to be tough for him. It's going to be very difficult.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So please text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or by donating today. No. The Suns did not make a selection in the second round of the draft last night. They did add another rookie. In fact, they just added another one. We'll tell you about both of them next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And I'm telling you, life comes at you quick. I mean, one day you blink and all of a sudden the kids are growing up and you're out of the house and you're an empty nester and you're starting to think about, okay, it's my time. It's my time now. What am I going to do? You know, you've been spending all this time supporting a family and raising a family and putting all your money in and everything in there. You're still investing. But, you know, when it comes time for you to slow down and do the things you want to do, are you ready? Are you prepared? The decisions you make, even when you're raising the kids, when you're in your 30s and 40s, is a big deal. That's why I tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax every single day. Stuart can help you with the right plan, your financial plan, your retirement plan, your estate plan, your tax plan. So when that day comes and you're looking around, it's just you and the missus or you and the husband, you're, okay, what are we going to do? And you want to enjoy your life. You want to enjoy that life. You worked hard. You want to be able to enjoy the life. That's why having a financial advisor like Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax is imperative. Give him a call and set up a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular 2-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks play tonight in St. Louis? If so, will Zack Gallon do something good? We'll discuss our baseball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Thursday afternoon. Phoenix Suns, and I probably should have led the show with this. Brian Gregory, general manager of the Phoenix Suns, is set to join us at 2:30 this afternoon. Got a lot of questions for him about the state of the organization after the draft. The second round was last night. They didn't make a pick. Looking forward very much, Gambo, to hearing from the Suns general manager to see what he has to say. I know he met with the media last night. We got some answers about the belief in Koa Pete and why that was the direction and kind of about the future of the organization. But looking forward to having Brian on the show to talk about that at 2:30 today.
Yeah, absolutely. The maneuvering to make sure they got Koa Pete is always fun to talk about. He's been a little bit of a wheeler and dealer, right? We haven't given him that title yet, but you start to look at what he did last year to get Fleming, and then what he did this year to get Koa Pete. He kind of should have a nickname or something, Burns.
He moves up. I mean, he's a
wheeler and a dealer.
Maybe we'll call him the Jeffersons or something. He's moving on up to the deluxe apartment in the sky. I don't think there's been a draft where he hasn't moved up and wheeled and dealed and move around. It's kind of what he does. So we'll talk with him about that, and then about what happened last night for the Suns. Nothing happened last night. They obviously gave up their second-round pick in order to make the deal for Koa Pete. You had said in yesterday's show you weren't expecting the Suns to do anything yesterday. They had some money left to sniff around and buy back in if they wanted to, but obviously nothing appealed to them because they didn't do it. They didn't make a pick last night.
No, my report was that they got their guy in Koa Pete, and I was not expecting them to buy into the second round. Yeah, they did have a little bit of money, but I was not expecting them to go into the second round, make a trade with somebody and get a player. There were a lot of trades in the second round, and we'll talk a little bit later about some of the guys that went, to the U of A guys and stuff like that, and former U of A guys. But, no, I was not expecting them to get that player. They got Koa Pete. They're very satisfied with what they did there. They did add, after the draft was over, a pretty interesting player in Sam Hoiberg, a really good defensive player from Nebraska, and the pedigree in the family, 4 years with the Cornhuskers, and he was a really good player for them. So they kind of add him, and just to see if they could add him to the mix of players with a chance to maybe make the roster, and I'm sure they'll have him in the summer league and see what he can do.
Big Ten all defensive team, all Big Ten honorable mention, 9 points per game, 5.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 2 steals per game. Defensively, a menace, shot about 38% from beyond the line on 84 attempts as a three-point shooter. 5 years at Nebraska, including a redshirt year, and as obviously
37 years old. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing, not 37. But he's old. But he's an older guy. He was one of the older guys in the draft. He's 23.
But Kellen made this point on social media last night, and Nebraska basketball got a little bit of attention last year too for how well they played and how deep they went. And
they didn't go up to like a 19-0 start or something crazy like
they
that.
did. Yeah, it was like Indiana football and Nebraska basketball. Who knew, right? Like, and those were both things last year. Hoiberg was a big part of that, and he is seen by many. And I was going to mention Kellen. He had a tweet last night that he is that grinder type of player that Brian Gregory just loves.
Hustles,
very active, hustles, very team guy, high IQ, really good passer. Probably your starting point guard for the Summer League team, in which, by the way, if one projection I saw for the Summer League team is correct and exactly how it's going to be, Sam Hoiberg is your point guard, Kobe Brea is your shooting guard, Rasheer Fleming is your small forward, Koa Pete is your power forward, Kaman Malawach is your center.
I'm going all in on the Suns to win it.
Nobody's made that official, mind you. That's just kind of, Dwayne Rankin was the one who tweeted that out. But kind of just a projection of what it should look like. I mean, I don't know if anything's going to get in the way of that, but none of those guys in Fleming and Malawach, I think, played enough last year to justify not being on the Summer League team. I think they could use a little bit more seasoning. Those are 5 guys on the floor. No one's going to get that jacked about the Summer League. I get that. But in terms of your future as an organization, in terms of needing to see where you're going, I think the Summer League takes on a huge amount of importance this year for the Suns because of those 4 guys in particular. I'll leave Sam Hoiberg out of this, who are going to be there up in Vegas, and what it means for the organization to see how far along they've come and how they fit together. I think it could be pretty important for them.
It's an interesting point. There's a lot of times we get excited about the Summer League based on a guy that they drafted in the top 10. But they don't have that this year. But what they do is they got a bunch of players from last year, and then they've got Koa Pete from this year, and then you add in Hoiberg. You look at that roster, like that's going to be a tough roster to beat in the Summer League. It's going to be interesting to see, if Hoiberg can win them over and find an opportunity to make the roster. Because he's small, not a big kid. I think he's like 6 feet tall, but he's not a big kid. But he's a smart basketball player, really good turnover, really good assist to turnover rate, almost 4-1. 3.75 to 1. So he's really smart with the basketball, high IQ guy, makes the right plays. Be interesting just to see, take a flyer on a guy, see if there's a way that he can find a way to fight onto this roster and make the team.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, there's not a lot of room to make this team, which is going to make it even harder. I mean, they're already up to 14 guys on the roster. If Mark Williams comes back, that's 15. Haywood Highsmith still has a non-guaranteed deal. Jamari Bouye has a team option. They're going to have to make a decision on that. I mean, like they're full. And Brian Gregory, and he said it yesterday with the media, and I imagine he'll say it again with us here in a few minutes, has been really steadfast about liking this team's depth and we're just not expecting much from them this offseason. You've said the only thing at this point really to expect is Mark Williams and whether they can come to terms with him on that. Other than that, it doesn't appear as if a trade is on the horizon. It doesn't appear as if reshifting things around or freeing up that log jam in the backcourt is going to be anything that's on their mind. And if that's the case, yeah, Sam Hoiberg's going to have to play his butt off if he's going to get a spot on this roster, because the roster looks pretty full right now at this point.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's no question. The Bouye thing will be interesting. They liked him last year. They brought him in. He was a valuable piece for them. They like him. He's, again, like you start to look at these players and how they fit the Suns' DNA with how they play, and they play hard and they compete and all of those things. You know, Bouye's one of those guys. You know, but if you could upgrade, you're always looking for little upgrades, right? You're always looking for, can this guy be a little bit better? Can Hoiberg give you something that Bouye doesn't give you? So that's what you're going to look at when you start to make decisions.
There's no doubt. And the Suns have been and need to be really good at that level of player development. And it's because they just, as we've chronicled many times, they just don't have a lot of assets to add players. They don't have a lot of avenues to add players.
And I don't expect that they're going to use the mid-level exception this year.
Okay.
I do not expect that they're going to use it.
So for them, talent development, player development, and finding these diamonds in the rough, whether it's Colin Gillespie, whether it's Jamari Bouye a year ago, whether it's Jordan Goodwin a year ago, right? Like guys at this time a year ago that we Colin not in this category, but guys like Goodwin and others that we just weren't thinking very highly of. The Suns have kind of found a knack, so far anyway, of finding them, developing them, finding a role from them. I don't want to say Sam Hoiberg doesn't have a chance to do that. There was one other player, too, that I wanted to mention. It was out of Nevada, as the Suns have also added to their roster Corey Camper Jr., the Nevada guard signed with the Suns as an undrafted free agent. He averaged 16.5 points, 5 rebounds per game as a graduate transfer in his one season at Nevada. All Mountain West first-team honors, so they've added him to the fold as well. Again, it's these little diamonds in the rough they're looking for, you know?
Yeah, older guy,
24
played
years
junior
old.
college for a year before he went to UTEP, 24 years old. So just an older, experienced guy, and probably just, for many, just a body, just, another body that they have that they could throw into that summer league.
So when we come back on Burns and Gambo, the general manager of your Phoenix Suns, Brian Gregory, is set to join us next. We'll get the latest on Koa Pete being selected and what's next for the organization in the offseason coming up here on Burns and Gambo.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where they're helping people every single day when it comes to their mortgage needs. Refinancing, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Rates have come down a little bit. House prices have come down a little bit. It's a great time for those of you that are renting to purchase a home. And the Lund Mortgage Team can get you pre-approved for that mortgage absolutely free. You just have to call them at 623-889-0130 and let them do the work for you. They're tremendous at what they do, and they really can spell it out for you. Now, a lot of people think, I need 20% down. I don't have it. I can't get a house. I'm going to have to continue renting for a few more years. Not the case. A lot of great programs out there for a lot of people. Find out about those programs. Let the Lund Mortgage Team spell it out for you. You'll be surprised at how many of you would be able to get into a home instead of renting. The Lund Mortgage Team is local. They've got over 30 years right here in the Valley, from Lisa Lund to Matt Oliver. It's a terrific local company. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand.
Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today.
An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
All right, well, if you've had all pro shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now, what is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. For the first time in 24 years, there will be a new radio voice of the Arizona Cardinals. Longtime voice of the Cardinals, Dave Pash, announced today he's stepping down from his role with Arizona's NFL team. He's taking on what he called an expanded and exclusive role with ESPN. He will now call NFL, college football, basketball, and the NBA for the worldwide leader in sports. You can read more about this change right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks made another roster move today. 2 new faces joining the big league club in St. Louis. Max Kepler going to make his D-backs debut after he was reinstated from the restricted list. And then right-hander Juan Burgos joins the Snakes for the first time this season. He got a bit of run last year as well. In corresponding moves, Tim Tawa and Mitch Bratt were sent to AAA Reno. And to make room on the 40-man roster, Ryan Nelson was transferred to the 60-day injured list. On the mound tonight, Zack Gallon goes against his former employer, and he'll go against right-hander Michael McGreevy. First pitch is at 4:45. Maybe. Pregame coverage starts at 4. Keep track of the weather in St. Louis. We'll do that right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the WNBA announced today that Alyssa Thomas has received a flagrant 2 penalty and 1-game suspension for recklessly making contact with her fist to the throat area of Caitlin Clark in yesterday's game. Thomas will miss the June 27th game against the Tempo in Toronto. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing is here. You pay what they pay on F-150s, Broncos, and Explorers starting under $42. American value for American values. Sanderson Ford.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. Did the USMNT help spark more soccer mania in this country? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The NBA draft is in the rearview mirror. The NBA offseason, we're fully immersed in it right now. Trades going down, deals going down, rosters are being rebuilt. And joining us right now to talk about the Suns' work and what they did in the draft, and specifically moving up to get Koa Pete, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Brian Gregory, who is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Brian, welcome back. We appreciate the time and congratulations on a successful draft. We appreciate you coming on.
Well, thanks for having me on, and we feel very, very good today and looking forward now to the rest of the summer. And the next stop is Summer League in Las Vegas.
Has anybody in the building given you a nickname yet? I mean, 3 trades to move up to the first round last year to get Fleming, the incredible trade to get yourself Koa Pete this year. I mean, you're a little bit of a wheeler and a dealer. I just wonder if anybody's tagged you with a nickname yet.
No nickname. No nickname. Just steady and obviously, you know, it is a team effort around here. Great job by our scouting group. Great job. Working hand in hand with Matt and Josh during this time, and the information that we get from Matt Tellum and Arande has been, tremendous. So, just feel very, very good at where we're at with what we're building and the type of quality, not only player, but more important for us is the type of, character and guy that we're bringing in here, because we just think it's so important for us in our next step.
Yeah, word was out. We all knew that you guys liked Koa Pete, and I believe you had him very, very high on your draft board. There was just a belief that, that it was going to be difficult to get him. You guys, with the lack of assets you had and everything, and picking at 47, the thought was maybe you would move up into the late 30s and get a player. When did you realize that there was a chance that you could get into the first round and get the guy you coveted in Koa Pete?
Yeah, I think, again, the preparation phase of that in terms of what it would take to get to a range to be able to draft Koa and be in a position to bring him into the organization. You can never be, too sure, but you have to be prepared during that time. And as the first round started to advance, we had a pretty good threshold of what we were willing to do to get to that position. And when the threshold was met, then the next step is, will he be available? And, we were very, very fortunate that he was, and we feel great about getting him. And the preparation and the kind of that pre-decide of what it would take and who we would take has to be done in advance. And then things have to align like they have in the last couple of years, 2 years ago or 2 drafts ago with the Ryan Dunn and the Oso draft. And then obviously last year with Kaman and Rasheer and Kobe.
It's interesting because last year with Fleming, to move up 5 spots, you gave up 2 future second-round picks. And I know some teams early in the 20s were asking you guys for a future first-round pick to move up to get Koa Pete. Are you somewhat surprised that it only took the 2 future seconds, considering everything you gave up to get Fleming last year? Are you somewhat surprised that you were able to get into the first round of this draft by only giving up the 2 future second-round picks?
Surprised a little bit, but also, every draft is so different, and so much of what each pick is valued at is determined by the picks that previously happened and who's available. And I think that the draft is changing dramatically due to the fact that more and more kids are staying in school. And because of that, as you get into outside of maybe the lottery, teams are more apt to try to find specific players for specific needs. So I think that's changing a little bit. And when you look at, the second round, almost all those guys, except for maybe 2 or 3, are guys that have been in school for 4 years as well, where in the past, I think I looked at it, just 3 years ago, 4 years ago, second round picks, there were anywhere from 8 to 12 to 14 underclassmen taken in that. And that's going to change now as more and more kids are staying in school longer.
Brian Gregory is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns. Gambo asked you when the moment was that you realized you might be able to get him on Tuesday's first round. I'm curious about when the moment came when you knew how good of a culture fit he would be good for you. I know you met with him Sunday before the draft. I'm sure it happened before then. At what point did you learn, okay, this guy fits exactly the type of DNA player that we want to have on our roster?
Well, I think the first time I heard about him was when he was still in high school. And I had a long conversation with Tommy, the head coach at Arizona, and his excitement over getting him and what he was going to do with the attitude of just, all the kid does is win. You know what I mean? And the toughness and the physicality that he plays with the unique ability of the skill level and the feel for the game, it's just hard to find. And that's why he's had great success, 3-time, Arizona Player of the Year and the 4 state championships and the 4 gold medals representing the U.S. in the summer. Everything that before I saw him play one play, everything I heard about him was exactly what we're all about. And then when I got to see him play, our scouts saw him in the fall at workouts. I got to see him play multiple games down on campus, down the road, and hopping in the car on a Saturday when there was a free Saturday or after practice and going and watching them play. You just get so much information and intel on them, just a perfect fit. And then obviously Sunday's meeting was big because we had to make a decision. Would we make some moves to be in a position to draft him? We couldn't get him in for a workout because at that time our pick was 47, and there's no way we're going to get a player of his quality in for a workout at that time. So that hour that we spent with him on Sunday was critical and only confirmed my initial thoughts of what he would be like. And I said, if we could get that kid into our organization, the future is very, very bright.
Obviously, there's been a lot of conversation about his shot and working on his shot and his shooting. You referenced it yesterday when you spoke with the media. I'm curious who on your staff, now that you've got him, who is responsible for that? Who is in charge of working on the shot of Koa Pete, and when does that work start, Brian?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think it's one aspect of his overall game that is, needs to be worked on, just like, other areas of his game need to be improved on. You take a look at, some guys that, he kind of, his game kind of resembles the Aaron Gordon's. You look at, where he was shooting as a college freshman compared to where he is now in the NBA. Various players, and they have to improve. They have to get better. The one thing I do know about Koa is the work is going to be put in, and the time frame for where he gets to the point where that improvement occurs is always related to how much work he's going to put in and the effort that he puts in and the attitude that he has. And so he's going to get it done. There's no doubt about it. And, you take a look at what we've done, even this past year with Rasheer Fleming and his ability to shoot the ball, which was a question mark coming out. I just have all the faith in the world, not only in the player, but our overall player development piece and the emphasis that we put on that he's going to improve in so many areas of the game that, again, I think he puts us in a position where the runway is there for great development.
All right, you didn't make a pick in the second round. You didn't have a pick in the second round, but you didn't get in. But you added a couple of players. You added Sam Hoiberg, who's a really, really talented point guard at Nebraska, had a terrific year for them. And then Corey Campa, you added from Nevada. These are older guys. One's 23, one's 24. Are these guys for the Summer League, the G League, or are these guys that you feel might have a shot to find a spot on your roster?
Right now in terms of the contracts and so forth, they will be with our Summer League team. Our game plan is to have both those guys part of our G League team in the Valley. But because of the great work that was done, previous to me being named the general manager, with the connection and the proximity of the Valley Suns, we always kind of look at it as one organization. You know what I mean? And so both those guys, Hoiberg, obviously, DNA in his bloodline, had an unbelievable year for Nebraska. And if you look at the rise of Nebraska basketball, it is completely correlated to him. And started out, had to build it. They had an incredible year this year, and he had a great year. And Camper from Nevada, I talked to Steve Alford last night, and Steve and I go a long way back. He just raved about him. So we're, again, you have to keep building all around the edges to put yourself in a position to have a total organization that's driven in the same direction. And I think that those two guys are really going to help that.
Well, and I loved Steve Alford as a player back with the Hoosiers back in the 80s. Oh, what a legend and a great team. Man, I tell you,
his hair still looks the same.
It still looks good?
Looks the same. Hasn't moved yet.
Man, he was such a great player to watch in college basketball. Let me. You guys got Goodwin done. You got Gillespie done. And I think you're going to turn your attention to Mark Williams now. Can you give us any update on where you are with trying to bring back one of your big men?
Absolutely not. I appreciate it, but obviously cannot talk about any of that stuff, and you know that, but I appreciate you trying to get me to slip on that.
Well, he's your own guy. I mean, it's not like he's a free agent on another team.
Brian, I for one, as Gambo's co-host for 15 years, I enjoyed that moment immensely. I thought that was a lot of fun. Thank you for providing me a good laugh today on this Thursday.
I'm going to go back and look at highlights of the 87 Hoosiers, man. That was a fun team.
Absolutely not, Gambo. I'm not going to answer that question for you. No, hell no. It's not happening. Boy, that's just what I needed to get me through the rest of the day. I appreciate it. Brian, thank you very much for your candor when it comes to that. Yeah. Congratulations on getting Koa Pete. And Gambo, yes?
No, just a lot. Congratulations. I know that was a guy that the whole organization wanted to get. How you guys were able to get him is incredible because you had the 47th pick. You're able to move into the first round, so you guys did it again. So congratulations on getting the guy that you guys wanted.
I appreciate that. He's going to be great for us, and we're going to keep building it.
Thank you, Brian. We appreciate it. Brian Gregory, general manager of the Phoenix Suns, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. It is game night. USA versus Turkey A. It kicks off at 7 o'clock tonight. Arizona Sports is at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Enter to win a Team USA jersey, courtesy of Just Sports. Text the word CUP to 62620 for info and to grab your table, powered by Michelob Ultra. Mitch Bratt was asked to make a spot starts, and he leapt his way to success. We'll talk about him next on Burns and Gambo.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. They are changing what Arizonans can expect when it comes to their money. What does that mean? It means you want to save your money. You're trying to save your money as best you can, whether it's for the house or for the vacation or the kids that are coming or the college funds, whatever the case may be. And Global Credit Union is hyper committed to making sure you can save as much money as you possibly can because they offer checking accounts and savings accounts, loans, and they have better rates and they have fewer fees. In some cases, they have no fees. And it is all with this ideal in mind that you want to save money. And they want to help you get there. And that is also the root of their latest offer, which is good for this week and this week only. Special offer in honor of National Arizona Day. Global Credit Union is offering 4.8% APY when you transfer funds to an 18-month global certificate account. Now, this is a limited time offer this week only, new deposits only, 4.8% APY when you transfer funds at Global Credit Union. Go check them out at globalcu.org. Stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, let's roll out our question that can be found at ArizonaSports.com. Here is Lauren. Exactly. Here's Lauren with today's poll question from ArizonaSports.com. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, guys.
What do we got? Are there any of those cupcakes left, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
Are there?
Brought them home. But just a few.
She brought them home. I didn't expect that they were still here at the station, though that would have been nice. But I was just curious if there were any left. No.
Nope. I did have a carrot one for breakfast.
You know what? It's got egg. It's got milk. It's got dairy in it. That's a perfect breakfast.
It's bread, basically.
Sure.
And it's got carrots in it.
Yeah, exactly. You have a cinnamon roll. It's like having a cinnamon roll for breakfast. What's the poll question today?
Poll question today is, which league's draft is the most fun to watch and follow? Is it the NBA?
No.
The NFL?
Yes.
The MLB? The NHL? Or the WNBA?
This should be the NFL. They do it right.
Yes. The
NFL does it right.
The NFL does it very, very right, to the point where I'm surprised that this is not 100% unanimous in favor of the NFL. Who on earth voted for anything other than the NFL in this poll?
Well, I haven't read the results yet,
Please?
so maybe it is.
Okay, is it 100?
No, but it's 86.
That's not high enough. Come on.
Ain't no mountain high enough.
86% going with the NFL, 8% going with the NBA, 3% going with the WNBA, and 2% going with both the MLB and the NHL.
All right, thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. You can find it at ArizonaSports.com.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. And there's his first big league strikeout.
How about that? On the heater, too. 93 miles an hour, well above the strike zone.
First inning of last night's game, Mitch Bratt, his first career strikeout. They had the official, I don't know what the guy's title is, but the guy sitting there in the dugout to make sure the ball was authenticated.
Validating it, yeah.
Right there on the spot.
I saw that.
Which is pretty cool.
The first strikeout after they struck out Walker.
They got the guy right there. But because he was coming off a shoulder injury and because he hadn't had a chance to build up a super high pitch count, there was a real short leash for Mitch Bratt yesterday. He only went 3 innings. He only threw 54 pitches. And for the most part, I wanted more. I mean, I would have liked to have seen more to get a better idea of what he was about. But for a really small sample size, he did fine yesterday for the Diamondbacks.
I liked what I saw. I liked what he saw. The walks were probably a little concerning, but, he's nervous, his Major League debut. Good first inning, right? He struck out Walker, got that first one. He worked around the walk to Herrera. Second inning, he gave up the hard single up the middle to Herrera on a 3-2 pitch. One of the reasons why his pitch count was kind of high, because he was up there 2-2, 3-2 a whole lot. But he did give up that single there. But then he got Velasquez to hit into a fielder's choice. That was the third inning. And the second inning, pretty good. He gave up the RBI double to Jordan, but I like that he had him 0-2. He had him to 0-2, then he got to 1-2. Then he gave up the double to Jordan after Fermin had walked. So the walk to Herrera, the walk to Fermin, the double by Jordan, and then the hard single by Walker. That was the damage in 3 innings. The 2 hits, the 2 walks. I liked the strikeout stuff. He was high in the zone. He was pumping 94. He got up to 94. I was looking at that fastball, trying to see if there was any velo there, and I thought he got it up there a little bit. So I was impressed by his debut. I thought he did fine for 3 innings.
No one's ever going to confuse him with a hard thrower, and so the velo. If he could even get just a tick or two higher than that, it probably wouldn't be a bad thing. He's the guy who's going to be all location, living on the edges. I'm sure he was nervous as heck yesterday making his debut, which is kind of why I wanted to see more. I wanted to see him settle in emotionally as that game got a little longer, to see if the stuff got a little bit better. It was fine. He lived plenty around the strike zone, but he's just not going to blow anybody away, and he's going to have to be almost picture perfect with his location at this level to be able to get away with kind of that lack of stuff. But it was fine. Now he gets sent right back down. Spot start, boom, he's already gone.
Right.
Because they're making way for Max Kepler, who not only was activated today, is in the lineup. The interesting news, and Nick Piccolo reported this late yesterday, if they're able to play today's game, and it's a Zack Gallon start, we'll talk about him in a little bit, Brandon Pfaadt is in line to start tomorrow for the opener in Tampa Bay. Now, his
interesting, because he's only up to about 50 pitches right now.
They probably would only get him for about 64, 65, and then kind of cap him there. They have to be careful with Brandon Pfaadt. It's kind of been the yo-yo thing where they had him stretched out, then they pulled him back, and now they're trying to stretch him back out again. You don't want the guy to get hurt. So they're going to be very, very cautious with him. But like you, I'm a little surprised that we're already talking about Brandon Pfaadt's return to the majors. I know they don't have a lot of options right now, and they're probably feeling pretty pressed to put somebody in there, but I'm surprised it's happening this quickly.
Yeah, it's basically what you just saw with Bratt. It's 3 to 4 innings, and then rely on the bullpen to get you to 4 or 5 guys to get you through the bullpen. So, that's what it's going to be at this point. So that's why, we'll talk about this in a little bit. You worry about the Gallon start, and you really kind of need him to try to go deep into the game because of the situation tomorrow with Pfaadt. But look, we always knew Pfaadt was going to be back. We just didn't know when, but we always knew he was going to be back. It's just, I think that they would have liked. So he's had 3 starts in the minors.
I believe it's 3.
3 starts, worked himself up to 50. Maybe he could go 60. That might be 4 innings. if he has some clean innings, but he can't afford a 20-pitch inning or 25-pitch inning. But it's possible that he can get you 4 innings, but then you're gonna rely on the bullpen.
The Suns are trying a delicate balancing act in 2026, winning now and developing young players. How are they going to maintain that balancing act? We'll talk about it coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. As Chris Scott, the general manager at Liberty GMC, it is summer savings event going on right now, which means just about everything they've got, you can get a terrific deal on. GMC makes the best trucks, the best SUVs out there. The inventory is fantastic at Liberty GMC. The deals are even better. You want a brand new Terrain, 2026 Terrain, you can lease it for just $269 a month right now at Liberty GMC. Or if you want to buy it, take $6,000 off. If you need more than that, how about the 2026 Yukon, the 2026 Yukon XL? They are arriving daily. Leases starting as low as $699 a month. And if it's truck time, Sierra 1500, $12,500 off, or take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months on the best truck on the market at the best dealer in the market, Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If your windows can't keep up with the heat, it's time for an upgrade. At the Window Depot, windows are what we do. Biggest inventory, best prices, guaranteed. Found a lower price? We'll beat it. Shop in stock or custom vinyl windows, built for efficiency and style. From one window to full home replacement, we help you get the right windows for less. Lower your energy bills and stay comfortable year-round. Visit a location near you or order online at thewindowdepot.com.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up, so before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery gas crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing, you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, and APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Empty slogans and cute jingles. Lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. For the first time in 24 years, there will be a new radio voice for the Arizona Cardinals. Longtime voice Dave Pash announced today he's stepping down from his role with Arizona's NFL team. He's taking on what he called an expanded and exclusive role with ESPN. He will call NFL, college football, basketball, and the NBA for the worldwide leader in sports. You can read more about this change right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks made another roster move today. 2 new faces joining the big league club. Max Kepler going to make his Diamondbacks debut after being reinstated from the restricted list. And then righty Juan Burgos going to join the Snakes for the first time this season. He got a couple of reps last year. In corresponding moves, Tim Tawa and Mitch Bratt were sent down to AAA Reno to make room on the 40-man roster. Ryan Nelson was transferred to the 60-day injured list. On the mound tonight, Zack Gallon goes against his former employer. He'll go against right-hander Michael McGreevy. First pitch is at 4:45. Maybe. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. We're checking on weather in the St. Louis area. That's why it's a maybe. And the WNBA announced today that Alyssa Thomas has received a flagrant 2 penalty and 1-game suspension for recklessly making contact with her fist to the throat area of Caitlin Clark in yesterday's game. Thomas will miss the June 27th game against the Tempo in Toronto. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers' July 4th event going on now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks play tonight in St. Louis? If so, will Zack Gallon do something good? We'll discuss our baseball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yesterday when he met with the media, Brian Gregory, Suns GM, who we just had on the show about a half hour ago, said, quote, when it comes to playing time and so forth, we have a pretty good coach that will be able to figure that stuff out. And when situations come up, we're bringing in guys that are professionals, that their number one objective is to do whatever's necessary to help us win. And I think last year proved that our depth is critical for us because we wouldn't have won the amount of games if we didn't have that depth. I feel confident in the type of character and sacrifice and the unselfishness of the guys that we brought in, close quote. And I read that quote because we ran out of time, didn't have a chance to ask Brian for further clarification on that. And I don't know if we would have gotten any anyway. But I do think one of the most important lines for this organization to walk next year, Gambo, is the playing time that Rasheer Fleming is going to need to get and the playing time that Kaman Malawach is going to need to get and how Jornot is going to balance making sure those guys get their playing time and get their development while still making sure veterans like Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and everybody else on this roster who probably has an expectation of playing time gets what they feel like they should get as well. I think it's going to be a challenge for them.
I think it's a good problem to have because you got this mix of young players who are a big part of your future. And if I said to you 5 years from now, the Phoenix Suns going to have a really good team, who's going to be on the roster? You would say Malawach, you would say Fleming, you would say Koa Pete. But how many other guys can you say are going to be on that roster 3 years from now, 4 years from now? You don't know. This is a team that was in the playoffs last year. So they're going to want to get back to the playoffs again. It's a positive when you get to the playoffs. There's millions of dollars in revenue for each home playoff game that you have. You know, you want to get there. You want to have success. You want to reward your fans by having that success. So you've got to it's a very interesting point. I really like this conversation. You're balancing making sure you have the right guys on the court, but also making sure that you're developing the players that you need to develop for this next generation of Suns basketball that they're hoping is going to be the one that can deliver a championship for them.
You and I were in the building for Game 4 against Oklahoma City. The loudest that building got when the Suns were facing elimination over the entire 48-minute basketball game was when Rasheer Fleming checked in and did some of the things he did right away. Like you just feel the energy level in the building immediately rise to a different level because he was in. And I guess that is like example number one I would use to say, you know, how this balance is going to work and what it's going to look like. Because one of the chief complaints among Suns fans over the last 3 to 4 weeks when everything was really getting sideways for this basketball team and winning was a struggle was how much they were going away from Rasheer Fleming during that time and how much they weren't playing him and how Jordan Knott seemingly had this kind of like habit of in those crunch time moments really only trusting the veteran guys and really only wanting to play the veteran guys. And that's where a good problem, I think, becomes a problem in that I think next year, in fact, I don't even think, I know next year has to be different. Rasheer Fleming has to play. And I know you've said he's going to.
Yeah.
But he's got to play. And at some point, the idea of trusting the game to somebody who's younger and doesn't have that experience, it's going to have to be a part of their DNA next year and not just always running home to the veterans and having them get all the minutes and have all the big moments. Because I just don't think that's going to work for this team next year.
No, what you hope is that those guys are actually good enough now with a year under their belt and some experience. Fleming way ahead of Malawatch. I think the plan is for Fleming to get 20-plus minutes per game right now. There might even be a chance that he could start at power forward. And then you figure it out. You know, you figure out how to play, 9 guys. Then there might be some tough decisions. Some guys may not be able to play because of that. But you have to figure out what you're going to do is you can try to win basketball games. And if those guys can help you, they're going to play. And if they can't, they're not going to play. I mean, that's just what it is, We might go through a very similar thing with Koa Pete that we went through with Malawatch last year. I don't know for sure, but it might be. It might be like, hey, you're on a first-round contract. We got you for a long time. We're going to work. We're going to develop you because he's a teenager.
Sure.
So it might be a similar path to what Malawatch had for Koa.
I think, to me, Koa is almost exempt from this conversation. I get it if he doesn't play a whole lot.
You want
next year.
Malawatch and Fleming
It's
to play.
Malawatch and Fleming. And I'll go one step further. You just gave Colin Gillespie $48 million. He needs to play. You just gave Jordan Goodwin $19 million. I love when Jordan Goodwin is on the floor for the Phoenix Suns. He needs to play. And I know I'm beating a dead horse on this one when I talk about whether they should trade Grayson or whether they should trade Royce. And I understand they're probably not going to do those things. But I think when it comes to divvying playing time, if everyone's healthy, and I know that's a big if everyone's healthy, Goodwin's got to play. Colin's got to play. I mean, you endorsed and invested in those guys because you believed they had a chance to be a part of the next really good Suns basketball team. And because of that, they need to play maybe perhaps at times over Royce or over Grayson to make sure that you're paying off that investment with what you've given in terms of the money that you gave him this offseason.
So follow me here. This is interesting. Just tell me yes or no. Is this guy going to get playing time? Booker?
Yes.
Royce O'Neal?
Yes.
Grayson Allen?
Yes.
Dylan Brooks?
Yes.
Jalen Green?
Of course.
Oso?
Yes.
Colin Gillespie?
Yes.
Goody?
Yes.
Mark Williams?
Yes.
That's 9.
Okay.
I didn't even mention Malawatch and Fleming.
Okay. And there's the problem.
Now you're at 11.
There's the problem. Now you're at 11. And you didn't mention the 2 guys who have to play next year. They have to. It's not even a negotiable. I mean, they just have to play. And so at some point, if you take the pie of 240 minutes in a basketball game, all right? Mm-hmm. And you divvy it up, and even if you take the centers out of it, and you say, okay, let's say the centers are combined going to get 45 minutes of those 240. Taking the rest of the 190 195 and splitting them up over those other 9 guys that you just mentioned, 8 guys that aren't centers, challenging, especially when you know Booker's going to get his, Green's going to get his, Dillon's going to get his. Now you take what's left and you try to figure out the minutes that are left and dividing them among the players that are left. It is going to be hard. I think you don't want to go into a season counting on injury. I know it's going to happen. But barring injuries, it's going to be a difficult split, I think, for them to achieve, knowing what they need to do next year.
Yeah. I didn't even mention Highsmith.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think you could play Grayson, Royce, and Highsmith all together. I don't think you can.
No.
Somebody's going to not play. So if you want to get – so now you're at 11. Now, it's an NBA season.
Of course.
Guys are going to be injured.
Of course.
You know, back-to-back, certain guys aren't going to play. We went through it last year. I mean, I don't know if Grayson could stay healthy for a full season or Mark could stay healthy for a full season. Those will be opportunities for other guys to play. But, you know, to your point, yeah, you have to find it. Fleming's got to be force-fed minutes because he can help you. He can help you.
Yeah.
Malawach, I still think the reason they want to bring back Mark Williams is because that they probably don't feel like they want to go into the season with Malawach and Oso as their 2 centers.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, if there's going to be baseball tonight, Zack Gallon is going to be the one throwing it for the Arizona Diamondbacks. What are we looking for when it comes to this very important moment for Zack Gallon? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th. And Jamison's pitch. Swung on, and a ground ball to second. Vargas has it, throws to first. That's your ball game. Back-to-back wins for the Diamondbacks as they take down the Cardinals by a final score of 9-4 here in St. Louis.
Can the Snakes take the series in St. Louis? D-backs up 2-1 with the series finale this afternoon. Coverage begins at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Love to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, simply the best in the industry at what he does. Nobody better than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I went there for my LASIK surgery, one of the best things I've ever done for myself. I highly recommend it to everybody out there when it comes to a vision correction procedure. Dr. Schwartz can absolutely help you the way he helped me. It's very, very simple. They got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. Schwartz offers a free thorough eye exam so you can make sure your eyes are ready and good to go for a vision correction procedure. Now, it's not just LASIK. There's the clear lens exchange. There's the camera inlay. If you're nearsighted, you're farsighted, you have an astigmatism, there's very likely a vision correction procedure out there that can either reduce or eliminate your need for glasses and contact lenses. What a wonderful thing. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and your Phoenix Suns. Call them at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Green Sally up, and green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Dave Pash is leaving as Cardinals play-by-play voice to assume a larger NFL role with ESPN. The Diamondbacks' Max Kepler is expected to be activated off the restricted list. And Derek Hall tells Bickley and Murata that the Diamondbacks never got close to bringing back first baseman Paul Goldschmidt. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
From Todd Walsh's Twitter account, the tarp is on the field. There are little rain droplets on the window of the press box there. Doesn't mean they're not going to play.
Keep falling on the tarp.
They do. According to one of the weather apps that I've got, they're thinking the rain is going to last about an hour or so, 45 minutes to an hour or so. And, of course, the game is still an hour and a half away. I don't know. We've been talking about this game for a couple days about how dicey it was always going to be. Tarp's out right now. They're getting a little bit of rain in St. Louis. We'll see. We'll get an update. I know no matter what, we're doing our D-backs pregame show, D-backs BP show starting at 4 o'clock. Whether there's a game that follows that or not, I don't know. We'll find out. We're not quite sure. If there is to be a game, Gambo, it's going to be started by Zack Gallon. And I don't think I need to say it, but I'll say it anyway. This is a very important start for Zack Gallon, isn't it?
I think everyone is. I think he's trying to fight for his life because I just don't think you could go the entire season with a guy with an ERA over 6 taking the ball every 5th day. I mean, last time out against the Twins, and I know it was, it was 4 innings, it was 9 runs, it was 12 hits, it was death by what's the phrase? Death by 1,000
paper cuts. Yeah,
paper cuts in that one inning where everything was just hit softly. But the bottom line is, he gave up 9 earned runs in 4 innings, and I mean the last time. He has not gone over 6 innings in any game this year. But the amount of times that he's gone less than 6 innings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times he's gone less than 6 innings. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. The guy's had 16 starts, 12 of them he's gone less than 6 innings. I don't know. He's working. He's trying to figure it out. We keep hearing the same thing all the time, and they booed him because that was a home game, and maybe it's better that he's pitching on the road instead of at home. But I know there's not a lot of options out there, Bernsey. It's just something. You got to do something. You can't have this guy get his brains beat in every 5th day.
Well, that's what has got me thinking a little bit about options, because the options that are starting to present themselves now are interesting. Brandon Pfaadt, assuming tonight's game goes off without a hitch, and maybe it will, maybe it won't. Brandon Pfaadt is scheduled to be the starter for the Diamondbacks tomorrow. He's back. Jose Cabrera, for now, is going to stay in the Diamondbacks rotation. Is this going to last? Is it not? I don't know. Mitch Bratt looked decent enough last night that you could have certainly justified giving him another look if you wanted to. But last night was just kind of a one-off and a spot start for him. The idea of options and the options that you've got, and then add to the fact, okay, Ryan Nelson's on the 60-day injured list. He's not coming back anytime soon. Soroka, how long is Soroka going to be out? And if he's out 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 week is already almost over. So now we're down to 2 weeks or 3 weeks when maybe he's back. And suddenly you start thinking to yourself, okay, maybe they do have some options, and maybe they can figure this out. And maybe there is, if Zach continues to be unusable as a starting pitcher, and Cabrera continues to pitch well, and Bratt goes back down to the minors, and he picks right where he left off, and Soroka comes back sooner than you think, then maybe you do only have a couple of more starts of your Zack Gallon to prove that you belong in this rotation before they do bump you for one of those other options. Because Cabrera pitched well. Bratt pitched well enough in a small sample size. Fott's going to be back quicker than anybody thought. I don't know. Maybe he's only got a couple left before they have to make a decision on Zack Gallon in that rotation.
Yeah, right now it's like what's saving him is that they just don't have anybody. Burns didn't come back. Soroka's out. And Ryan Nelson's out. So it's like, well, who are you going to go? Who are you going to turn to? You got no what? You got me. What's got fastball command's been a problem for him. The home runs have been a problem for him. His confidence has been shaken, really shaken. New pitching coach hasn't been able to help him. You know, last year was some of the he had his best years. I mean, this guy started an All-Star game. This guy was pitching a no-hitter in a World Series game. How he could fall this quickly and this sudden is just fascinating because he's not 37 years old. You know, Zack Gallon's 30. There's no way that this should be happening to him. How does a guy who's been so consistently good from 2019 to 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20, and 23, and then all of a sudden fall apart in like the last 2 years, 25 and 26. He was good for the first 5 years of his major league career, 5-6 years, and now he's struggling so badly. I think it's a lot of fastball command. I told you last week he had a fastball that registered as a slider because it moved so much to the left.
Yeah.
Because it was a fastball. He threw a fastball, but it registered as a slider because it moved so much. I don't think he's gripping the ball the right way, or there's something mechanical, and they haven't been able to fix it. And that's a problem that they haven't been able to fix it.
I think what surprised me more than anything was Zach, and which is why I think tonight is another big start for him, is that go back to last year for a second. Trade deadline comes and goes. Diamondbacks don't find an offer they deem even remotely worthy for Zack Gallon, so they keep him. And it's almost embarrassing that they kept him. They traded everybody else, and they kept him. He was the only one that they didn't move. And Zach responded to that by coming up with two really good throwback Zack Gallon months. I mean, he looked like him for August and September of last season, to the point where we were all kind of excited that they brought him back, thinking maybe he had figured something out. I had kind of hoped, maybe that's the wrong word. I kind of hoped that with the Soroka injury and the Ryan Nelson injury just going bang, bang, and happening so fast, that Zach would sort of have that same moment that he had at the trade deadline. Like, okay, this is it, man. We're scraping to the bottom of the barrel. There's nothing left. I need to come through with my best stuff here, my best moment. I need to have my best moment here. He did it last year in the humiliation of the trade deadline and pitched very well. I was hoping the Twins was going to be I'm going to put you on my back. I'm going to carry you. I understand organizationally we're going through a really hard time right now. I got you. And instead, he had his worst start of the season in that moment. I expected exactly the opposite, and that's why I'm looking to tonight's game to see if the fact that they need him to come through so badly has any impact on whether he's able to be a different pitcher tonight.
Based on 2 years, I almost feel like we're really close to like this is who he is. Like without some major change or somebody saying, hey, we figured it out. Like, we figure it out. He's doing this wrong or he's doing that wrong. I don't know. I mean, he's going to take the ball tonight. Maybe have a couple. I just think if he has a really good game, I wonder if it's just like the outlier. Not like if he has a good game tonight, pitches 6 innings and has a quality start, we're not going to sit there and say Zack Gallon's back. We're going to sit there and say, man, you got to do it again.
Of course.
And like again, because like you've had so many bad starts over 2 years. Like one good start could be an outlier type of thing. Like everything worked for you. Can you come back and do it 5 days later?
Yeah, it's sort of like the Diamondbacks hitting with runners in scoring position like last night. Yeah, it's great that you did it. You got to go do it again, and you got to go do it again, and you got to go do it again because we've been watching for the whole month. You not being able to do it. I agree, and I just want to keep believing that 2-month stretch that he had last year after the trade deadline that was real, and that there was something there, and he figured something out. I don't know where that guy went. I don't know where that version of Zack Gallon went, but they need him now more than maybe they ever have with all of these injuries. When we come back,
Bernsey,
yo,
don't stop believing.
Oh, thanks, Gambo. I appreciate that. Another trade in the Western Conference happened today, and the conference itself is getting kind of tough to figure out. Plus, U of A players find homes. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Suns trade into the first round, selecting Arizona's Koa Pete with the 30th overall pick.
What is it about Pete in particular that the Suns really seem to like?
Just absolutely loved him. Loved his physicality. Didn't understand why he fell in the draft the way he did. They believe that they got the absolute steal of the draft. Just an absolute steal to give up some second-round picks, 47, and then 2 future second-round picks to get him.
We talk about the Suns' bold move and preview round 2 of the NBA draft on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Let's get you over to Sanderson Ford while employee pricing is still going on. This is a great time to get yourself into a new car, truck, or SUV. Listen, the summer's here. You got an older car. The AC may not work very well. You might be looking at your car saying, I got to put new tires on it soon. That's going to be a lot of money. Why not get into a brand new 2025 Ford Escape for $28,995? $28,995. That's over $5,500 off the MSRP when you factor in employee pricing. You're saying, okay, well, I like the Bronco Sport. We can get you into a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport for an incredible price, $28,995 at Sanderson Ford, because there's almost $4,700 off the MSRP with employee pricing. You pay what they pay. Sanderson Ford has a great selection of vehicles right now. So if you're sitting there and you're worried about your car, it's got a lot of miles on it, the AC doesn't work very well, you're going to need new tires, just trade it in at Sanderson Ford. You'll get great value for your trade-in, and you'll drive out of there in a brand new vehicle. They're online at sandersonford.com or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. For the first time in 24 years, there will be a new radio voice at the Arizona Cardinals. Longtime voice Dave Pash announced today that he is stepping down from his role with Arizona's NFL team. He's taking on what he called an expanded and exclusive role with ESPN. He will now call NFL, college football, basketball, and the NBA for the worldwide leader in sports. You can read more about this change right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks made another roster move today. 2 new faces set to join the big league club. Max Kepler going to make his Diamondbacks debut after he was reinstated from the restricted list. Juan Burgos joins the big league club as well, going to make his first appearance this season. In their places, going back down to AAA Reno, are Tim Tawa and Mitch Bratt. To make room on the 40-man roster, Brian Nelson has been transferred to the 60-day injured list. We're keeping an eye on the weather in St. Louis, and that'll determine whether or not the Diamondbacks game will start at 4:45. But we're keeping an eye on it. We'll still have pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the WNBA announced today that Alyssa Thomas has received a flagrant 2 penalty and a 1-game suspension for recklessly making contact with her fist to the throat area of Caitlin Clark in yesterday's game. Thomas will miss the June 27th game against the Tempo in Toronto. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available now at your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the July 4th event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Games that we're going to watch tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Weather permitting, Diamondbacks and the Cardinals at 4:45 this afternoon. We'll step aside for pregame coverage one way or another at 4 o'clock. If they're not ready to play that game, then we'll come back on the air at like 4:30.
I'm hearing that it did rain. I just sent you a picture from the field, but they're scheduled to start on time. That's what I'm hearing right now. They're scheduled to start on time.
We will see. The little powerful computer in my hand tells me it might be something otherwise, but we'll see what they're able to do.
Rain for a little, still scheduled to start on time.
All right, we will see. Also on tonight, the match between USA and Turkey in a match that means nothing in the World Cup for the United States. They've already clinched everything they need to clinch. But that game is coming up tonight, and that's a 7 o'clock kickoff tonight as well.
Turkey,
not Turkey, Turkey. Same country. I know that's what they've...
Same country?
Yes, same country. That's just
how... Changed the way they just changed their name.
For at least the World Cup, that's how we're referring to them.
Did they go for... Is that like when Hakeem Olajuwon became Hakeem?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. It's Turkey. I'm like Ron Burgundy and Anchorman, man. If it's on the prompter, I'm going to read it.
You're just going to read it.
And that's what it says, Turkey, so that's what we're going with. That's what I've heard everyone say. So that one starts at 7 o'clock tonight. And again, we'll see if we've got Diamondbacks baseball. When we've got Diamondbacks baseball, it appears it's going to be raining for a little bit, but they might have a window to be able to fit it in. We'll see. In the meantime, around the NBA, there was a big deal. Came down today. Here's Brian Windhorst on the Pat McAfee Show about LaMelo Ball on his way to the Minnesota T-Wolves.
Every summer in the NBA, we get a shocker or two, and this was a shocker. Now, if you'd have told me that the Hornets would have wanted to trade LaMelo, I could have seen that because, he had 3 years where he just really wasn't able to do much because he had chronic ankle injuries, and last year he had a healthy year, and I could see them maybe trying to move on from him. Putting him with Ant Edwards, wow, that's a genuine wow moment. And guys, they had to do something for Ant. They had to do something for Ant because you got to think about where Ant was. You remember the last time we saw him at the end of that series where they were just not competitive at the end. He goes down the line and shaking all the Spurs' hands. There's 8 minutes left in the game. He's saying, we're done, okay? And, regardless of what you thought of that sportsmanship or whatever, you got the message. He knew his team was not competitive, okay? And he was not a good fit with Julius Randle.
Charlotte gets Naz Reid, a 2033 unprotected first-round pick, 3 first-round pick swaps.
28, 29, and 30.
3 second-round picks in exchange for LaMelo Ball and Josh Green. This was a bold swing by the Minnesota Timberwolves to get Anthony Edwards a backcourt mate in LaMelo Ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of pressure off of Anthony Edwards because it's going to be very hard to double-team him because LaMelo Ball is just going to absolutely kill you if you double-team Anthony Edwards. But the problem that I have with Minnesota is although they still have Rudy Gobert, who's an aging center, but still really good defensively, they gave up a lot of beef with Naz Reid and then Julius Randle. I mean, it was a lot of beef you had. So, that's the thing. And then you think about everything that they had given up to get Rudy Gobert. So now they don't have control of their own first-round pick in 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, and their 32 pick is frozen because of the second apron. So,
sounds really familiar, doesn't it?
They don't have control of their first-round pick. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 is frozen. 33 they don't have control of.
Yeah, it sounds like the
So
Suns.
they took a big swing, and so they'll be smaller. They'll be dynamic in the backcourt, but they're going to be really small with no Naz Reid. And I know you like Naz Reid. He's a terrific player.
Love
and then
Naz
no
Reid.
Julius Randle.
Love Naz Reid. He's one of my favorite. Dare I say he's one of my favorite players in the NBA. Love Naz Reid.
Yeah.
Big fan of his.
I kind of like the trade for Charlotte a little bit. I mean, they had a surprise season this year, but they weren't going anywhere. So now they'll build around the rookie. I can never say his name right.
Knipple.
Yeah, Knipple. I always say his name wrong. They'll build around him. We'll see. I think they're going to try to trade Miles Bridges if they can. They got the Brandon Miller kid, and they've got a lot of money to spend. I mean, they got a $40.7 million trade exception. It's the largest in NBA history. Bobby Marks had reported that. The largest in NBA history. So they could actually add to their team. They'll re-sign Kobe White, who did a good job for them. So I don't think it's a terrible trade for Charlotte. I think Minnesota's they probably weren't going to win the way they were constructed, so I get it. But I don't know. This doesn't seem like a move that's going to make them better to me.
I don't love it either, but I guess it also kind of goes back to something that we were talking about around the Western Conference Finals and around the NBA Finals, in that we thought Oklahoma City was set to dominate the West for years to come. And maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but San Antonio kind of got in their way. And then we thought San Antonio was going to cruise to an NBA championship. They didn't. New York got in their way. And what we had said in the aftermath of the finals is that if you're Denver or if you're Houston or if you're a Western Conference team and you feel like you're close, you should go for it. Because those teams clearly aren't quite there yet. Oklahoma City, for as good as they were during the regular season, they got in the postseason. San Antonio eventually got in the postseason. Now, maybe this is the year those dynasties kick in, and it's going to be San Antonio and Oklahoma City for the Western Conference Finals for the next 10 years. But it seems to me that if I'm one of those teams that's close, I got to take advantage of the fact that maybe those two organizations aren't quite into their dynasty phase yet, and I got to go for it. Right. I just don't know if this is. I agree with you. I don't know if this is the move that puts Minnesota over the edge, over the top as that team. I think it's a risky venture. I think it leaves them lawful small. From their standpoint, boy, they have just gutted their future to make this happen, and I just don't know if a LaMelo Ball, Anthony Edwards backcourt is going to be good enough to get the job done in the Western Conference. I don't think it's going to be good enough to get the job done in the West.
Yeah, I mean, you get rid of Randall, and then you want to sign Io. I get that, but then now you get rid of Naz Reid and toughness and size. And, man, Minnesota was a tough team to play. They were a hard team to play, and they're not going to be as hard to play anymore without those guys. Those guys were gamers, and they were tough, and they were hard-nosed, and they were physical. And so I think they're going to be an easier team to play. I get it. I've said there are 4 or 5 teams that need to go for it because you've got like these generational type players, and you got to go for it with Anthony Edwards. You got to try to win. You don't want him to leave Minnesota, right? You've had a lot of star players leave the Timberwolves in the past. Stephon Marbury and Kevin Garnett were once on the Timberwolves and left, and Latrell Sprewell, and when he came and then he left. Like there were a lot of good players that have been in Minnesota and then left. And so they're saying, we've got this great kid right here. We got to find a way to keep him happy. So I understand why they're doing it. I just don't think it's going to work.
Real quick from the NBA draft last night, one other U of A Wildcat was taken. Jaden Bradley went to Toronto at number 50 overall, right about the spot that most thought that he was going to go. Toby Awaka went to Chicago as an undrafted free agent. So that makes 4 members of the Wildcats basketball team that found homes so far. In Burries, Pete, Jaden Bradley, and Toby Awaka. So those guys have homes. I already saw an early mock draft for next year where that prized recruit they got next season, whose name is already escaping me, was the 3rd pick in the way too early mock draft. So
really?
Yeah. I can't remember the kid's name, but that top prospect that everybody loved when they got him, they've got him as number 3 in next year's mock draft already. So it could be, that's the kind of stuff that, not that Tommy Lloyd needs any help recruiting, but putting 4 of your guys in the NBA doesn't suck if you're Tommy Lloyd trying to get guys to come to your program, does it?
Yeah. I mean, it's there's no question that they're a factory. They're a factory in putting guys into the NBA. They are. And even former players like Henry Vassier. Was a former Wildcat. He got drafted.
Atlanta took him,
went to the Hawks. So it's always been a place where if you go there, you play well, there's a good chance you're going to end up in the NBA.
Celebrate America's 250th at Chase Field. Arizona Sports is giving away family 4-packs to D-backs Brewers on July 3rd or 4th. Listen starting on Monday for your chance to call in and win. D-backs, Cardinals, the series finale. Will we get a series finale today? We'll preview the game coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday with Arizona Sports and America's Pastime. The D-backs host Milwaukee July 3rd and 4th, and we've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets when you listen next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Listen for the cue to call in to win in the 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. hours. America's birthday. You and 3 of your besties at Chase Field for Diamondbacks baseball and fireworks.
David swings, hits a high fly ball down the right field line, headed towards the corner. Fair or foul, off the pole!
Listen beginning Monday for your chance to win.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling costs from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-360-0681 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-360-0681. That's 800-360-0681. What do you have to lose? Call 800-360-0681. Again, 800-360-0681.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno and pineapple glaze. Then, cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month, and our kickoff to summer savings event is underway at Liberty GMC. Whether you need a truck for work, weekend projects, or summer adventures, now is the time to buy. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months, or lease the 2026 Canyon for just $369 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball scheduled to start in just about an hour from right now. We'll see if they're able to do it or not through the rain in St. Louis. Tarp is on the field. It is raining a little bit, but there might be a window for them to potentially play this game relatively on time. We'll see if they're able to do it. In the meantime, we're going to proceed as if they are. So today's pitching matchup here on D-backs on Deck is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, as we discussed earlier in the show, 30-year-old Zack Gallon gets the start tonight. The righty is 3-6 with a 6.10 ERA. He is opposed by Michael McGreevy, the 25-year-old righty, 3-6, but with a much better ERA than Zack Gallon's, 3.35, even though they've got the same record, Gambo.
Yeah, he's been really good, McGreevy. He's held his opposition to 3 runs or less in all 7 of his home starts this season. 2.25 ERA in his home start. That's right. That ranks in the top 10 among all NO starters in home ERA. So he has done a great job for them. This will be his 16th start of the season. He's been a go-to guy for them all year long.
Yeah, his last time out was on the road, as you mentioned, with the success that he's had at home. His last start out on the road was against Kansas City Royals. It was not a good one. He gave up 8 hits, 5 earned runs in his 5 innings pitched, and took the loss on that one. Of course, Zack Gallon, it's been a troubling month. It's been a troubling season for Zack Gallon. Last time out against the Twins, he got booed off the field. 9 earned runs. First time in his career, I believe, he's ever given up that many earned runs in a single game. 12 hits in only 4 innings. Dinking and dunking him to death in the 4th. Couldn't get out of the 5th when they really started to square him up. Goes without saying, we've been talking about it a lot. This is another moment for Zack Gallon. He's running out of moments. You know, at some point, the Diamondbacks are going to have other options instead of Zack Gallon. He is running out of moments to convince them otherwise at this point, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, you just you hold your breath every time he pitches. You hold your breath even after a clean inning. Like, it's just. I don't think I'm expecting, prime Zack Gallon, but give me 5 innings without getting bombed and keeping your team in the baseball game. I think that's the easiest thing to say is I hope they find a way. I hope he finds a way to just keep his team in the baseball game.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. A whole bunch of roster moves coming down before this game, as fully expected. The Diamondbacks reinstated from the restricted list and activated outfielder Max Kepler. He is in the lineup tonight. He is hitting 5th for Torey Lovello. They've also recalled from AAA Reno right-handed pitcher Juan Burgos to give them another arm in the bullpen, given how they've had to use the bullpen the last couple of days. They optioned to AAA Reno after last night's game. Tim Tawa, the outfielder, he gets sent back down. Mitch Bratt, it was a one-off for him. Spot start, he gets sent back down to AAA. And then on the injury front, to make room on the 40-man roster for the addition of Max Kepler, they transferred Ryan Nelson to the 60-day injured list, which isn't a surprise. That's an easy way for them to free up a roster spot, but it does kind of put into clearer focus the timeline on a Ryan Nelson return. It's going to be at least 2 months before he's back.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all based on what I heard the injury was. So, yeah, not surprised at all. But, and then Burns isn't coming back and Puck's not coming back. And that's why, the Cabrera start was important. The Bratt start was important. Look, the way it is right now, you're going to have to rely to get to the postseason. You're going to have to rely on some guys you never thought you would have to rely on, especially with the starting pitchers.
No doubt about it. So the lineup tonight with all of these changes and all of these moving parts. Marte batting leadoff, playing at second. Perdomo hits second. He's playing at short. Carroll is in right. He's batting third, as you would expect. Marte, Perdomo, Carroll. Del Castillo is handling the catching today, and Gabby Moreno is not the designated hitter. So no Gabby Moreno in the lineup today. Del Castillo's hitting fourth. Kepler is hitting fifth. They're putting him right in there. Pavin Smith is at first. He bats sixth, so back-to-back lefties in the lineup. Gurriel is the DH. He is batting seventh. Ildemaro Vargas is over at third. They're giving Arenado the day off today. He is batting eighth. Tommy Troy is in center. He is batting ninth. So Marte, Perdomo, Carroll, Del Castillo, Kepler, and Smith, Gurriel, Vargas, and Troy. A different-looking lineup, to say the least, for the Arizona Diamondbacks going into an opportunity where they can take 3 or 4 from the St. Louis Cardinals. And when it comes to tiebreakers, when it comes to the end of the season, when it comes, very important. I mean, I sent you a table today from our buddy Jack Summers that he put online of the tiebreakers the Diamondbacks have, the tiebreakers they don't. Every single game they play against one of these teams is an important one because it probably will be a factor at the end of the season.
So many teams just jam together, and we've seen it. We've seen it in previous year. Look, we saw the Diamondbacks lose out on a tiebreaker with 3 teams a couple of years ago. So, yeah, we know the importance of this.
Yeah, no doubt. And with that in mind, it's time for the MLB standings, and they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day 2 games above 500, 41-39, comfortably in third place in the National League West, where the St. Louis Cardinals are now 42-36, second place in the NL Central. When you go to the wild card standings, which honestly is the one we're probably more concerned with anyway, Diamondbacks right now are 2 games back of the final wild card spot in the NL, with the Marlins, Padres, and Cubs ahead of them. Phillies have the top spot in the wild card race. The Cardinals and the Cubs are in a virtual tie for second and third in the wild card race. So again, a team that you're directly chasing in the wild card standings with still a few teams that are in front of you if you're the D-backs and you have to deal with that. Those are the standings. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
I'm going to put them right to the test because the Arizona Diamondbacks have gotten nothing out of some of their left-handed hitters like Adrian Del Castillo and Pavin Smith, who have both been terrible. I'm going to say the key to the game is Max Kepler. He had a 1.047 OPS across 3 levels in the minor league system while he was rehabbing. He hit 286 for AAA Reno. He's got some pop to his bat. He's got a career 741 OPS, 6 seasons of 18 or more home runs. This team is desperate for a guy to come in and give them something from the left-handed side of the plate that Del Castillo and Pavin Smith were not. So I know it's only his first game, but this guy's an 11-year Major League Baseball veteran. He's got experience, coming off of a suspension. This is a great opportunity for him to prove his worth and get back in baseball after that long suspension. So I'm going to say it's up to him to provide some left-handed pop for the Diamondbacks.
So this is how this is going to work for us. Steve Zinsmeister is going to come in here with the D-backs BP show. If there is a game to be played, then it'll be played after the D-backs BP show. If there isn't because of rain and it's in a delay, Gambo and I will come back on. Either way, keep it right here on Arizona Sports, the local